is.
Science
That's all
is a
it is.
method of testing what is real.
We see a thing, and we say, okay, we're going to apply our brains, and we're going to say that thing now has a purpose. That thing now has sustenance, or we now give that thing reason. We now give that thing a reason. We're now going to say, okay, well, that thing, whatever.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened. Go ahead, Nadia.
There's a new hangout at the link in the sidebar text chat.
I want to catch a tail end of this. Then I got to get going.
So
Vaughn has grasped some important parts. I don't know if I should pontificate. I have to go to the gym, but I love you all. Good combo.
All right, see you later, sweet cheeks.
Yeah, I'll see you later, sweetie.
All right. I'm on my cell phone, if somebody could shoot me the link.
Oh, okay. Nadia, that was a very good bug that you made today. You and Fudd together. Good job.
what?
The graphic arts stuff. It was very, very good.
Later, Bunto.
I'll see you guys later. Have a good day. See if you can pick up the argument with Vaughn if it's worth it.
So, well, everyone made it here? Excellent. So, in the meantime, yes, I will argue in defense of metaphysical naturalism, as well as, of course, atheism more specifically.
The only reason science has legitimacy is because a bunch of people sat around and agreed that it did. That's the only reason it has legitimacy. No other reason. No other reason.
I disagree with that, Vaughn. Science needs to be defined. It needs to be testable, provable, repeatable, observable. That is what true science is.
Well, you and
Anything outside of that?
You and I agree, but if you ask anybody in this hangout or anybody in the scientific community, they'll say that even theories are facts, which I think is a little horse shit, but they will say that anyway. They'll say a theory is a fact, and you don't have to prove nothing for this theory. It just is. It's like these damn Van Allen belts out there. Anybody actually went out and touched the Van Allen belts and got burned from radiation? But yeah, we're going to sit here and claim they exist. We're going to claim they're real. But yet nobody's been burned by them. Not one astronaut, not one scientist has ever been burned by the Van Allen belts and lived to tell the tale. Not one. And nobody's ever died from it either. But yet that's the claim. The claim is we got these deadly Van Allen belts encircling the Earth, and that if you get anywhere near them, you become a pool of greasy flesh. Okay, they literally kill you dead. All right. So that and it's nothing but a theory. It's nothing but a puff of smoke, but we're going to believe it because a bunch of guys with degrees sat down at a table and said it's got to be true. Okay, and that's the point that I'm getting at. Just because some people give it legitimacy does not make it so. It does not make it so. I'm sorry.
I would point out that predictive value does indeed, or is indeed, a large determinant of inductive epistemic validity. There is, in fact, more to it. There are factors such as distinguishability. There are factors such as falsifiability. There are factors such as verifiability, and more.
Right, Nadia. But Christian Hillbilly's point, and it's a point I agree with.
But the basic ones I stated are quite correct, are they not? Testable, provable, repeatable, observable.
Correct.
Again, if you're going to do it in a scientific format, if it's provable, then you have falsifiability. If you can prove that it does work, then guess what? You can also show that it doesn't work. If you can observe it, then you know it is a fact. It's not some kind of theory.
They are actually not specific enough to adequately describe the methods of verification and such, or rather, confirmation and disconfirmation. Right? In fact, the disconfirmation is a rather critical element, right? Actually has to be subject to disconfirmation, right? If there were,
I don't know if you've been up all night or what, but Nadia, you're mumbling, and I don't think anybody can understand a word you're saying. I know I can't.
It's probably more of background noise, even so. And also, I should, for politeness' sake, not yell through the paper-thin walls in such a manner as to wake the neighbors.
Well, actually, you do have a lot of background noise, truth be told.
There we go. So.
Yeah, it sounds like you're near a street or something.
Sure. In the meantime, that, confirmability is only one aspect. Disconfirmability, some kind of actual empirical kind of test that would actually subject it to falsification. That would, if it came out in a certain way, would prove it false. That is a strong kind of evidence that if it actually survives such an experiment, such experiment is had that does not, in fact, disconfirm it, then that sort of affair is rather strong, much stronger evidence, and the lack of that is actually a weakness in itself. Not necessarily a fatal weakness, but a notable weakness in itself, right? And distinguishability, right?
Well, like I'm saying, Nadia, and like I said, the Van Allen belts, I'm using them as an example. They're just one example of many that I could cite. Where science is telling us that these things are a fact, but yet no astronaut ever, no cosmonaut, no Russian cosmonaut, no one in the Chinese space industry, no one in the Japanese space industry, no astronaut ever has come home with radiation poison. Not one. Not one single astronaut ever. Why? If those deadly Van Allen belts exist, why have they never ever impacted any of our astronauts? Ever. Just because a group of people sit around a table and claim a thing is legit does not make it so. I'm sorry. That doesn't make it legit. Now if we was going up there and encountering Van Allen belts all the time, and people were coming back, yeah, man, them things real, they're deadly, they kill your ass, whatever, it'd be a different story. But the truth is that that's just not the case. That's just not the case, man. Buzz Aldrin, just to use an example, Buzz Aldrin's been to the moon several times. Never once mentioned no deadly Van Allen belts. It's like these Van Allen belts just sprung out of nowhere, and somebody got the idea in their head that they existed. Because they come out of nowhere. They literally come out of left field. Well, back in the 60s, there wasn't nobody talking about no deadly Van Allen belt. They weren't. They weren't talking about it. They just we're going to go to the moon and this and that and the other thing. Because why? Because it's hard. No mention of deadly Van Allen belts. No mention of them.
Vaughn, they put shielding on them spacecrafts in the spaceships, right? To keep people from getting radiation, just like the X-ray techs in the hospital.
My understanding of the Van Allen belts is that they are so deadly, any radiation shield you have wouldn't help you much. It really wouldn't. Wouldn't help you much. There would be nothing but... They would get the ship back home, but the only thing they'd find when they opened up the cockpit was 3 piles of goo laying on the floor, according to what I've been told on the Van Allen belts.
Did you cite sources that describe Van Allen belts? So the impact of radiation.
I can barely hear you, Nadia.
I said, would you please cite sources that describe the kind of radiation and intensity of radiation in the Van Allen belts, and also the impacts of those levels of radiation. For instance, the shielding claim, such as your name here, it's very plausible to otherwise disinterested observers. What stake do we have in? Well, little to none. So, there's a claim that things do in fact operate the way we have standards. It would be helpful to present some evidence, kind of documentation, something would help us, I don't know, arrive at the same conclusion. Yeah, just go ahead. I don't know. And for the moment, the argument doesn't seem very compelling. Hello?
Huh?
It's,
I said I put you a link over there. Oops, over there. I put you a link over there. No, wait a minute. I had it right the first time. My thing's mirrored. Shit. I forgot to refix my camera. I don't know why the camera is mirrored when I first log into Google+, but it is. There we go. Alright, now everything's situated. Alright, so there we go. That's what I'm reading right now, in fact. Pardon me.
Bear with me while I'm looking into the screen. Okay, Charles Frith, blogspot.com. Who is Charles Frith and why should he put these topics?
We had a lot of static. Is that Robert with the cat icon, or is that my cell phone? I gotta reboot. Yep, there it goes. It's gone. Thank you.
This is the kind of claim, or this is the kind of source I see in defense of the claim.
Well, he includes a bibliography, so, you know, his stuff is sourced. Like I said, man, NASA themselves are saying they're deadly. And they destroy electronics, which means if we did somehow manage to fly a spacecraft through it, it would just break down the spacecraft. Because it's deadly to electronics and it's deadly to humans both.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that Van Allen belt. I'm on my cell phone, so I can't look nothing up.
Thank you, Flip. I know you're watching.
Well, one of the things that the article says is that they're wildly unpredictable. You know, there's, you know, at any given time, they can be so deadly that, you know, you could literally be rendered in a pile of goo, and the ship destroyed, utterly destroyed. Because it not only affects biological entities, it also takes out electronics as well. Okay, so in theory, if a spaceship was to fly through it, that spaceship will be destroyed. Their electronics would be fried. Okay, so since we've obviously been to the moon, at least according to some people anyway, we've been to the moon, how did we get through the deadly Van Allen belts, which destroys electronics and destroys biological matter? Well, we didn't. We couldn't have. Or the astronauts would be dead and their ship destroyed. So we have a conundrum here, don't we? Yes, we do. Because either the Van Allen belts exist, or we went to the moon, but not both. It can't be both. Because the Van Allen belts would impede our ability to go to the moon. Flat out. Just flat out would.
Van Allen belts might be sophisticated, or rather, potentially incorrect.
Somebody has to be wrong, Nadia. Somebody has to be wrong. Either we went to the moon or we didn't. If we did go to the moon, then that precludes that the Van Allen belts either A, do not exist, or B, are weak as water. Because they're certainly not as strong as NASA's claiming them to be. They can't be. Because if they were as strong as NASA was claiming them to be, they would be destroyed, and all biological matter would be reduced to a pile of goo. All right? And so either, you know, we either went to the moon or we didn't. But if we did, then you have to admit that the Van Allen belts couldn't possibly be as deadly as they claim. They can be. You know, you can't have both. You can't have the Van Allen belts and go to the moon. So either we stayed home and shot the shit in a movie theater, and the Van Allen belts are real, or the Van Allen belts are not real, or at the very least they're weak as water, and we did go to the moon. But you can't do it both. You can't do both. You got to have one or the other.
Your claims regarding NASA's own descriptions of the Van Allen belts is inaccurate. Go ahead.
Is the International Space Station, would that be inside or outside the Van Allen belt if it was there?
My understanding is it's just below the Van Allen belts. That's my understanding. Yeah, see, the space station is actually a misnomer, because the space station isn't in space. It's just way, 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 way up high in our atmosphere, in our upper atmosphere. It's not really out in space. It's way up there, but it's not technically in space. It's still within our atmosphere. Okay, the thin parts, but it's still there. Still technically in our atmosphere.
Welcome, Christian. You're a Christian anarchist, Stephen? Yeah, sorry, I'm taking shots right now. Good to have you on. Yeah.
Hello, Christian. This is a direct quote from NASA's own webpage. They were the subject of perhaps the first scientific discovery of the space age, and yet we still don't know much about them. The radiation belts that surround the Earth are home to killer electrons, plasma waves, and intense electrical currents that can disrupt and destroy the electronics on satellites But the behavior of the Van Allen belts, named for James Van Allen, who led the team that discovered them in 1958, is wildly unpredictable. The artist's conception shows radiation belts in green, which are two donut-shaped torus regions full of high-energy particles that fill the near space around Earth. The blue and red lines between and around the belts depict the north and south polarity of the planet's magnetic field. The inner belt, which is a blend of protons and electrons, can reach down as low as 1,000 kilometers or 600 miles in altitude. The outer belt, comprising mainly of energetic electrons, can swell to as much as 60,000 kilometers, 37,000 miles above the Earth's surface. Both rings extend to roughly 65 degrees north and south latitude. The radiation belts were discovered during the flight of the very first American satellite. Van Allen and colleagues had installed a Geiger-Müller tube on Explorer 1 to detect cosmic rays, and as the satellite made its eccentric orbit around the Earth, the readings periodically went off to the top of the counter scale. It happened again during the flight of Explorer 3 several months later. Several follow-up missions provide that the space around the Earth was not empty, but instead enriched with electrons, protons, and energy created by the interactions between the Earth's magnetic field, or magnetosphere, the solar wind, and occasionally cosmic rays arriving from beyond the solar system. 54 years later, NASA has embarked on missions designed specifically to understand the space weather and the dynamic and erratic Van Allen belts. At 4:05 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on August 30th, 2012, the Radiation Belt Storm Probe, RBSP for short, were launched into orbit on a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket that lifted off from Cape Canaveral Air Force Station in Florida. The Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, APL for short, built and will operate the twin RBSP spacecraft for NASA's Living with a Star program. The identical twin spacecraft will fly in separate orbits across the inner and outer Van Allen radiation belts. The mission is starting near the height of the Sun's 11-year cycle, or solar maximum. Activity on the Sun influences the behavior of the radiation belts, though scientists are puzzled by that behavior. Sometimes a solar storm can swell the belts with particles and energy, creating havoc for Earth-orbiting satellites and accelerating electrons, aka killer electrons, and creating electrical currents. Other times, the radiation belts grow very calm and depleted during sunstorms. Occasionally, nothing is detected at all. All right, so so they have these belts have the potential to knock out electronics. So if you was to fly a spacecraft through them, you probably would not get your spacecraft back. At least not like you had it. You might get it back, but you ain't gonna get it back like you had it. Because them electrons are gonna penetrate the ship and pretty much wreak havoc on pretty much everything.
Yeah, Christian Anarchist, I'm the Godless LGBT one. You don't think I'm godless? Okay. Why not? Romans chapter 1 verse 3.
I don't know, my cell phone, I'm in a bad cell area. I keep breaking up. I've lost it twice. So I'm just gonna sit here and listen until it gets a little better. If I drop out, I'm gonna hang out until I can get a better signal.
All right.
Okay, usually they mean that you're evil when they say that. Well, I would not claim to be evil. That said, I am without a God or belief in a God. Doesn't mean I'm godless entirely. Okay, well. Then what do you take godless to mean?
Be right back. I got to take the dog for a walk. And what is the definition of evil, Nadia?
Evil is, well, I would say that which causes suffering and harm.
Ah, but you're wrong. Evil is going against the will or the law of God. That is evil.
I'm aware of your religion. Well, in that case, the etymology of the word is not much of a guide to what you mean by it. One who simply is, well, without gods and doesn't believe in gods is not one who wishes harm or wants to cause destruction. Sorry, I'm off camera at the moment. I'm still working on this shot. Well, you can break it down into, I suppose, individual words like, you know, being without gods and without beliefs in gods. It likely reflects many societal attitudes regarding those who are without beliefs in gods. Going somewhat the other direction. Those who are without beliefs in gods are godless, which means that evil you mentioned earlier. Well, that's good that you don't view LGBT as a sin. Despite the, I guess, ties or conflation with various kinds of supernatural ideas, the idea of a sin is also, well, one of immorality, one of essentially evil. By and large, I pretty much endorse. Yes, I am transsexual. A little bit more specific than transgender. Also transgender too, I guess. Well, transsexualism involves, or at least as I understand it, surgical, I guess reconstructive surgeries and so on, where transgender is quite a bit broader. As opposed to bodily reconstruction, transgender may simply express gender or identify as genders and so on, apart from their designations of birth and such. No, I don't think of it as spiritual. I think of it as a, well, mismatch between the body and the brain. An intersex condition of sorts where, well, my brain is developed according to one gender and other parts of my body have developed according to other. Well, you would have to cross quite some lines to raise many eyebrows here. We've had hellfire and brimstone and so on. Well, that's one way of thinking of it, sure. Well, strictly speaking, Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 5. As far as experimentation in clothing goes. Basically says cross-dressing is a sin. Maybe even an abomination. Well, it's not cross-dressing for me. Then again, I dress relatively gender neutral these days. Well, the usual sorts of arguments, I think, center around, I guess, on the one hand, there are notions trying to fix gender by sort of reproductive capacity in Genesis 2:24 and Genesis 1, Genesis 2, and Matthew chapter 19, like verses 4 and so on. And there's some others in terms of arguing about the body modification. God doesn't make mistakes in terms of Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 5, and Psalms 139, verses 13 and 14, and then desecration of the body in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19. So, and of course, relative to castration, there's randomly Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 1. So. Yeah, the Catholics have more philosophical arguments against it all. In some respects, they base it on, I guess, the putative superficiality of various surgery. Well, they're not necessarily so. I mean, they've actually hammered things out. They've had a good 1,000 years to at least separate from Eastern Orthodoxy to do so. Well, I don't think they're that significant. I mean, they're terrible things, but as far as organizations at large, a billion people, yeah, it's not entirely unexpected. Well, yeah, they're a bit behind the times in terms of acknowledging various kinds of sexual abuse and counteracting them. I mean, it's bad, but it's not that much different from where general society was only 40 or 50 years ago. Well, sure. Try to get me in early because I've only got 6 days until I'm ordered to vacate, and I also have trouble getting in with a lot of people. So getting me in first might be a good idea. Yes, I've been evicted. There's a court order to vacate the premises. Well, thank you. I appreciate the thought, even if I'm not of your religion. I do appreciate support. There is another wing of Christianity, with which I'm sure you're familiar. Well, it does take voices, some standing within Christianity, to effectively, I guess, counteract the kind of harm they're doing. Where, I mean, I'm not sure if you heard Jim earlier. But, I mean, it's relatively common to raise a side by side, not comparison, and implicit drawing of equivalence between things like pedophilia, rape, and bestiality. That's extremely damaging. Yeah, it's all well and good to talk about her feelings, but this influences the hiring process, and those influences on the hiring process influence one's ability to pay rent, for instance, which in turn influences, well, whether you're homeless or not. So, well, so I guess there's a reasonable degree of suspicion in multiple cases, and there's a bit of certainty in a couple of others. Saying, while some are relatively certain, that's why. In others, there's a reasonable degree of suspicion that it did influence the decision. Yeah, I should probably route what you're saying, but well, best not to rewind and go back. Go ahead. And welcome back, Jim.
I'm trying to rearrange my desk here a little bit. It's got a little too cluttered, so I am listening.
No worries. Well, nothing ever happens for just one reason. No, I'm in Oakland, California right now, and, well, I've set down more roots in New York. Yes, where the Sodomite Suppression Act was proposed as a ballot measure. Bear with me a moment while I get some cereal.
Oh, I almost forgot. Oh, what a day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Yee-haw!
Hallelujah, Lord Almighty. Just kidding.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, you asked about the Kill the Gays bill. Okay. Ermine, Christian Hillbilly Jim are both Orthodox Christians, or, well, not Orthodox, but I guess like mainstream Christians. And Von Helton is a Christo-pagan. I believe Von describes Jesus Christ as an ascended master. Okay. Well, it was good to meet him. More liberal Christians are definitely good to have on my side. Well, that could be awkward. Looks like some of the URL on the right-hand side washes out. There we go. So, in any event, when these kinds of challenges to my sexual ethics are put out, first off, it's very meaningful to point out that I am not of their religion, therefore, not subject to their religion standards. Second, of course, are these sort of universal standards that govern people even of different religions. Especially notions of, well, informed consent, bodily sovereignty, and of course, well-being and harm. I apply those virtues rather directly to consequences of whatever actions I do. There are vices too, like violation and various forms of harm. A general standard holds far more generally, beyond contexts involving sex. I do hold them very stringently. It is not a deontological ethic. It's called a consequentialist ethic. Layered atop, I guess, a core archaic ethic, used to judge the merits of the consequences, right? Yes. Probably is a bug. So I don't have a specific ban or whatever against adultery, whatnot. But when standards of informed consent is applied, well, ultimately things like open relationships can be moral, and that's informed consent of the partner is required beyond just that of the partner going outside the relationship. And it's not that hard to figure out. In matters of sex, the parties to the act are not difficult to determine. Privacy considerations involved. Well, limit the concern of the parties involved. It all works. Doesn't take religion. All it took was facts, thought, consideration. Nothing wrong with swingers, polyamory. Nothing wrong with being casual. Nothing wrong with good promiscuity. There's something wrong though. Sexual repression. And that I take a stand against. Try to set something of an example. Maybe not much of one anymore. How do you get out when you're broke? Why? It is a great crime. Take the joy out of life and whatnot.
Yeah.
Well, color me aggrieved. Choice we take it out of mine. So Vaughn, is it okay for me to have good? Yeah. Well, I'll be conservative. Maybe just 20 or 30 husbands.
That's not polygamy, though. That's polyandry. It's not polygamy. Polygamy is one husband and multiple wives. Polyandry is multiple wives or multiple husbands and one woman. So it's not the same thing. They're two different animals.
That's fine.
You can do whatever you want. I mean, you know, good luck getting it made legal, though. That's the thing.
Right. I was hoping to get them all on my health insurance plan.
You're hoping to what now?
I was hoping to get them all on my health insurance plan.
Okay. Well, you know, just like I said, good luck getting it made legal. I mean, polygamy has a long, very vibrant history in humanity. Polyandry doesn't. So, and I can't get polygamy made legal again, so I think the odds of polyandry becoming legal pretty slim to none.
Nothing wrong. That's good to do. He's all, well, a big stable of studs.
If we could get these damn bigamy laws repealed, that would be a step in the right direction.
Which laws repealed?
Bigamy. You know, a law that wants to throw me in federal prison simply because I want to have a second wife. What lunacy.
Oh.
Utter lunacy. Throw me in jail with murderers, rapists, child molesters, just because I want to have a second legal wife. Legal. I don't even want to break the law. I want to have a second legal wife. But if I attempt to do so, I go to federal prison. Not neat.
I'm not sure that's the case. I think they just say no. Do they really have something besides denying your application? You'd apply to adjust.
Well, both of us, if both of us, in order to get what we want, would have to have the bigamy laws repealed. So, because the bigamy laws prohibit more than one spouse. So,
Wouldn't you mean all three?
huh?
Wouldn't you mean all three or more?
More than one spouse would be three. Yeah, three or more. Right. Right. Like if I wanted to have two wives, you want to have two husbands. You would have to repeal the bigamy laws first. That is the hurdle. And once the bigamy laws are out of the way, then there isn't any restriction. I don't think.
Wouldn't your two wives in that scenario also be wives of each other?
No, not necessarily. I mean, you know, some people would think that, but actually, you know, the Mormons, you know, they had multiple wives, and the wives never interacted with each other very much. They might help each other clean the house or something, but you know, I mean, sexually, no. No, they were heterosexual. You know, one wife would be with the husband, and then the other wife, and then the other wife, and they were straight. The women were straight as well as the man. You know.
Yeah, I mean, technically, Not even technically. I mean, in terms of what it's actually done, in the confines of the relationship. Okay, maybe they're not actually doing much with each other sexually, but I mean, since it is one big marriage, everyone in the marriage is a spouse of everyone else in the marriage, right? So in that manner, wouldn't it also be a form of same-sex marriage? We can't hear you, Vaughn.
I think the way the Mormons did it is that the man would marry one woman, and then he would marry another woman, and then he would marry another woman. I don't think they all got married simultaneously. Whereas in a pagan hand fasting, you could. In a pagan hand fasting, I could be up there with multiple women, and we would all get married at the same time. Boom, big wedding. But I believe the Mormons did it individual. Each wife individually. But I could be wrong on that. I'm not a Mormon.
I don't imagine they necessarily have to, I don't know, all under the marriage simultaneously or whatever. But I mean, isn't it one large kind of relationship? Like,
well, it is.
Everyone in the marriage is spouse of every other person.
No, they don't look at it that way. They don't look at it that way. Each woman considers herself the wife of that man. They don't really look at each other as being. It's not like an orgy or something. It's not like an orgy. They're just each woman considers herself the wife of that man, and that's it. The women don't interact sexually amongst each other, at least not as far as the Mormons go. Not that I'm aware of, anyway.
Yeah, but they're women, so there's probably got to be some type of jealousy or some type of pull.
No, actually, they all get along quite famously.
Women?
Wouldn't that be all if they didn't actually get around together?
Yeah.
As far as I know, they got along great.
Yeah, but they get bored.
Each woman would take up a task in the home, and all their housework would be done in half the time. Who doesn't like that?
You can't be with them all at one time? What would be the point?
Like I said, I don't know how the Mormons do it. In paganism, you can have a hand fasting where you marry them all at the same time. But I don't think they did that in Mormonism.
Ham fasting sounds nasty.
It's not, though.
A lot of glazing going on.
What's the point in Mormonism?
Right?
Now, the pagan thing sounds like it'd be great because you can just have a big party.
Yeah.
The Mormon thing just sounds boring.
I would rather not field questions for the Mormons. I would rather you find a Mormon and ask them, because I'm not a Mormon, don't claim to be a Mormon, but I do agree with having more than one wife in the home. I think that is a good idea.
Is it just help you out, or what would be the point to have so many women in the home? What would be the benefit of that?
Protection of the children. And the children would get better care. No more latchkey kids, man. No more kids running the streets, because there'd always be someone home to see to them.
Makes sense.
Yep. That's exactly why I'm a proponent of it.
I'm going to grab me another wife. Hear that, Catherine?
I know you ain't either. You don't want to go to federal prison.
You got to catch me first.
It won't be hard.
I'll take one of them classes and become an ordained minister and marry myself to all kinds of chicks.
Well, it's a matter that, you know, you've also got to consider that you have to be sincere about those marriages too, and you have to be willing to take care of those women.
I could be sincere for about 15 to 30 minutes a day, each. Then back to their rooms, lockdown.
It don't work that way. It don't work that way, bro. You go into this, something like this, you got to go in it for the long haul.
I can do it. Nah, I'd just be too much trouble.
I'd love it. I would absolutely love it.
I'm like, 20, 30 Cabana boys. I'm like, oh, welcome, Kitty May. Oh, like, throw me into, like, 20, 30 guys, like, all banging each other. Don't bunch of them,
Are you going to be in the middle of that mix?
You betcha.
Just reverse it with women, and I'll be in the middle of that mix.
Well, good luck arranging that one.
I don't have enough money.
At least got front and back. They can take you two at once. And with any luck, there'll be a third. Three at once. Yeah, buy stuff for 20 or 30. At least 100. What do you think?
If it works, and you can handle it.
You got to be committed. You got to be committed to it. If you can be committed to it, you shouldn't have a problem.
What do you betcha? What do you think, Katie? What about polyamory? Never mind, it's mixing Latin and Greek.
I used to think that it was bad, but the more I've thought about it, the more it's just whatever. It's not for me, but I understand that some people find it more fulfilling or whatever. I don't know.
Well, that works.
Let people do what they want to do.
Personally, yeah, I could definitely use a whole stable of nuts. Granted, I'm not meeting a whole lot right now, but
You have to get yourself a farm, get a barn, and keep them all in there.
okay, well, not in that literal sense. Actually, even I don't know, like the sizes of like apartments in New York and such, do not increase linearly with size.
Right.
So Yeah, you're talking like enough room for like only 5, not even 10 people. You'd be paying upwards of like 20, 30 times the price of regular kind of like one-person apartment.
Yeah, tight squeeze. Both ways.
Yeah, I'm not sure you could actually have like a shared household. At least not in New York.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the owner of the property. Probably coming to check once in a while or.
How are the Mexicans do it? Find out how the
Holy shit! Want me to tell you?
find out how the Mexicans are doing it, and we just do the same damn thing.
You get about 10 bunk beds in the living room, 4 in the other room, a couple in the kitchen.
I'll tell you what, my mom rented out an apartment up in Ohio to some, and she went up there one day, man, 25 of them motherfuckers come streaming out of that damn apartment.
Oh, yeah.
Where the hell did they all come from, man? It's like, holy shit.
The rent's cheap, though.
It's real cheap that way, right? Your rent's hardly nothing then.
Right. Everybody pitch in their $4 and...
Yeah, everybody but that's why they do it, man.
Well, the Filipinos and the I forgot what they are, but they're like a Muslim. I don't say Muslims, but Chaldeans. They'll buy up a whole apartment complex and move everybody in there, and they'll have multiple families in each one. And the Filipinos do it too. They'll buy up like 2, 3 houses and move in 10, 12 families. It's kind of smart if you think about it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, meantime, probably be looking for one bedroom.
Yeah, privacy would definitely be an issue.
Yeah, I'd say.
Privacy is something I appreciate because I never had it much of my life. Had it for a while back in 2000s, but not enough. I don't need the fancy garage or much floor space or anything like that. Just frigging privacy. Welcome, Simon.
Hey, Simon.
Hello. There's something wrong with my monitors. My monitor, there's all this white stuff, all these white dots everywhere. All over you, Nadia.
Yeah, you know how it goes.
That could be a really good joke.
I was trying to get it there, but didn't make it.
No, failed miserably.
There's more. Yes.
More voice, the better.
How are the communists online today?
Now, we had a Christian anarchist on earlier.
I need to go up and have a cup of tea, and I'll be right back. I hate to start the conversation, sorry.
Alright.
No worries. Your mic's kind of breaking up.
I'm going to grab a cup of coffee myself. I'll be back.
Yeah, that sound was definitely on the local side of his wiring or some such.
Yep, that's true.
It's usually some kind of well, not just usually, but earlier when Jim was still on, there was a bit of a sexual ethics kind of, I don't know, challenge or something. I was like, we got ethics and they don't preclude, well, things like casual sex or multiple partners, or even multiple partners at once. Yeah,
there is always a party at the Temple of Diana, man. You need to become pagan. There's always a temple to party at the temple of Diana. Always.
Hi.
Welcome, Jack.
Hi, Jackie.
My best friend in high school and I used to joke around that we're both going to hell and we're gonna have a rave orgy in hell. Just a joke.
So,
How the hell do you see
probably
anything?
Huh?
Similar
Two people
to-
talked at once.
I'd probably be more Kibble than Diana.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, Nadia, why do you have Simon here? He kept muting me yesterday for no reason.
Simon's a regular.
Simon, are you there? Darn. It's a joke. Basically what happened was, there's a glitch on the phone app where, sometimes if someone mutes you, then every other time you mute yourself, it'll say that that person muted you. So, yesterday, I guess, well, I was okay with the mute, because Simon muted me, probably because of background noise, which is fine, because I was walking around. But then every other time that I muted, it said Simon muted Jackie Kite, Simon muted Jackie Kite, like, over and over again. And we were joking, yeah, we were joking around about how he wrongfully muted me, but he didn't, actually.
Okay. It's probably. Yeah.
Well, I'm boring. I'm sure you all want to talk about religion or whatnot.
Well, I think our believers here are basically Vaughn in a way. So, and Vaughn is very much in favor of polyamory.
Yes, extremely in favor of it.
Yes.
We weren't talking about religion this time, Jackie. We were talking about multiple partners, or the lack thereof, as the case may be.
Multiple partners?
Yes,
I endorse that.
You endorse that too? Oh well, see, now we have a quorum. Okay, so we're good. Now we have a quorum.
I used to go out to Eden Underground, Park Slope in Brooklyn. Boys would line up. That would have been my idea of a good time and fixed up for the occasion. Yeah. Things all fixed up downstairs and putting the noise on.
Can I just say one thing about the multiple partners thing?
Go for it.
Yeah. I'm totally for it, but people need to be smart about it and be safe. Safe sex, you know? Get tested, use protection. Yeah. Just all that jazz. Just had to throw that out there.
Well,
we're a lot of showers.
Well, I was actually in reference to marriage. Which,
okay.
Yeah,
I want that too.
Well, Nadia is the one that wants to have the orgy, which I'm okay with too, as long as it's done in a Diana temple setting. But you know, as far as the multiple partners, as far as I was concerned, I was actually referring to marriage.
Yeah, I endorse it.
Because right now it's a felony to have a multiple wife or a multiple husband, and
yeah, that's ridiculous.
That needs to be repealed. That needs to be repealed.
Yep.
Clubs I go to will tell you about it from here back. So, and there's no two ways about it. Just And make sure he wraps himself. And we can keep going all night at the club.
But guys, if you allow polygamy, then what's next? Bestiality? I'm just.
Actually, there's people already petitioning for the legality of bestiality.
Yeah, and that's insane.
That's gross.
There's a guy out in California that married his dog. It made the headlines. I don't know whatever become of it, but he married his dog out in California, and as far as I
remember that.
Yeah, and as far as I know, everything's okay. So I mean, you know, if we can now, and I heard the military is being allowed to marry their. I've got a field mouse, and it's starting to aggravate me. Anyways, you know, I heard the military is being allowed to marry their pets now, also. So,
yeah, but the dog has no feelings or anything to say about it. I mean, the guy's getting it on every night. The poor dog's getting his ass raped every night. You know.
That dog has a pair of very sharp teeth, man. I mean, if it didn't like him, I think it'd let him know. Right?
Still wrong.
Make sure you use some jam that it likes. That's all I'm saying. Oh, that could be painful.
Stock up on peanut butter.
Can we not talk about this? This is kind of disturbing. Not gonna lie. I just like.
Better watch out if you use Marmite. That's the only problem.
Huh?
Use what?
Marmite? Have you not heard of Marmite?
Right.
Oh, is that Australian spread?
You love it or hate it? Yeah, Vegemite, same sort of thing.
Right.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty good. I like it.
Right.
Simon,
Yes,
you know we're kind of at odds right now because of the shit you pulled yesterday.
Yeah, well, you were being so out of order. You were being a complete bitch.
Well, you were being an absolute cunt.
Yeah, but the thing is, Jackie, you can't talk to me that way. You just can't. I'm a man. You're a woman. You have to learn respect.
You're men and your patriarchy.
That's right.
Patriarchy. I call patriarchy second to social justice warriors.
I call patriarchy my penis.
What kind of social justice warrior princess?
Nadia doesn't have a problem with patriarchy as long as there are Chippendales and there's at least 5 of them. Nadia?
Just 5?
Speak for yourself, Von.
At least repeat what she said.
And welcome back, Jim.
Thank you very much.
I'm all here all week.
Put back together.
Right.
There we go.
I love you, Jackie. Please forgive me.
Jackie's lying.
Get all this
I forgive you. I forgive you, Simon. It's okay. All's good and well.
Excellent. Thank you. I almost did it to Airmean yesterday as well.
Forget all this patriarchy stuff. I'm more of a matriarchy. I got it. Small men, like, governor muscles, standing me with palm fronds, dropping great swim out, rowing me down the Nile. You know what it is.
I like the down the Nile part.
I'll be one of the fanboys.
Absolutely. I mean, all my fanboys need palm fronds to family. Maybe I'll give them some kind of logo.
A branding? Special marking?
Yeah. Absolutely.
That way they can't run away.
Steel poker with the NYC on it.
Hey, since Christian Hillbilly is here, can I wanted to ask him a question. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I is. How can I help you this fine and lovely day that the Lord has made? Let us rejoice and be glad in it.
Awesome. Okay, so.
I just need to say, yeehaw!
Yeah, you forgot the yeehaw.
Them Duke boys in some big trouble this time.
I just waiting for somebody to pick up.
So the other day I heard you say that you refused.
And you're
Huh? Oh, the other day I heard you refuse service to make a sign for a lesbian couple who was getting married. Right?
That's what they called it, but it was two lesbians, and that's not marriage.
Okay, well that doesn't matter. My question is if
It does matter.
Well, not to the question I'm gonna ask.
Okay.
That's what I mean. So if one of those ladies came up to you for a service that's not related to their marriage, would you still refuse service, or?
Mm-mm.
All right.
No, they wanted to
I was just
and
wondering.
said, you know, yard sale this way, or, you know, such and such family reunion, or the numbers of their house. You know, I could care less. But I'm not going to create something that promotes or supports homosexuality, because that would go against my deeply held religious beliefs. That's what the new Indiana law is all about, protecting us Christians, so we don't have to engage in acts that we would find totally reprehensible to our religious beliefs.
It's your goddamn given right to be mean as hell.
No. Matter of fact, I was very polite when I told the young lady I couldn't help her.
Still probably hurt her feelings.
I mean, so would you respect my right if I was a business owner and I decided Christianity was a horrible moral atrocity and I'm not going to serve anyone? Like, I'm an artist, so if someone wanted me to draw like Jesus or the cross and they were Christian, would you support me refusing service to them?
I would.
Well, what is your religion?
It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. Because you have to refuse service based on a deeply held religious belief. That's what the law says.
But, like...
So what is your religion?
My deeply held belief is that Christianity is a moral atrocity.
What is your religion, ma'am? Because, see, here's the problem. You just can't say, you know what, I've just started me a new religion, and that new religion says black people ain't worth a crap, and I ain't serving them. You can't do that. You have to document your deeply held religious beliefs. See, people just think it's all willy-nilly. I ain't going to serve you because I don't like you. No, that's not the way it works. The way it works is you say, I'm sorry, I'm a Christian, you're a homosexual, I can't help you. But there's a shop down the street that will take your money and do whatever it is you want done. But me personally, I can't do it, because I can document Christianity has been against homosexuality since day one.
So you're hating people by proxy because the Bible tells you so?
I just heard, I'm an asshole. I hate people who like assholes because I'm scared of people who like assholes.
I'm not afraid of anybody, Simon.
I know that, Jim.
That was actually funny.
I'd never accuse you of that.
What about someone that's Muslim that refuses service to a Christian because they believe in a different God?
That was It depends on what service they're requesting. If they come in there and they've got something in their store, and a Christian comes in and it's in the window, and the Christian says, I want to buy that, well, they've already created that. That thing is already for sale. They have no right to refuse to not sell that to that individual. Now, on the flip side of that coin, if a Christian comes in to a Muslim, let's say a butcher shop, a halal butcher shop, and says, I want me some pork chops. How well you think that's going to go over? Do you think they're going to serve them? No.
What if they asked for a painting, like Jackie said?
Again, deeply held religious beliefs.
So you're for the refusal of service of Christians?
No. Again, did you not
if it's
hair in your ears or something.
If it's in conflict with someone's deeply held religious belief.
Well, again, you have to prove that in the court of law. I just want you to be aware of that.
So
that's what the law states. The law states that if you do take that path, that you will be required to prove that in a court of law. You can't willy-nilly just say, I'm not going to serve you. You have to say, okay, here's my deeply held religious belief. Here's what they asked me to do. It goes against my deeply held religious belief. I have the right to the freedom of my religion. Have a nice day.
Should Christians be killed for worshipping icons?
What?
Well, I'm just saying. You go in most churches, they've got a picture of Jesus.
Maybe I'm breaking up or something. My internet may not be right because you're garbled. What did you say?
I got what he said. He said there's a picture of Jesus in a church, therefore they're committing idol worship. No, they're not. They're not praying to the picture. They're praying to God. They're not praying to the picture.
Yeah, usually he's like hanging up there with blood and all kinds of crap all over him. Kind of freaky.
They're not praying.
Well, then you're talking about the cat.
Yeah, you're not talking.
I'm actually talking about the altar, but that's okay.
No, Katie left. I was just about to tell her how pretty she was.
Unless they were prostrating themselves before that picture or that statue, then no, they are not worshiping the picture of the statue.
I hate to tell you this, but I think that was a guy.
No,
that was a girl.
I doubt that highly.
Now,
if that was a guy, it was a very pretty guy.
If that was a guy, or if that was a girl, they have an awfully deep voice.
And a big Adam's apple.
And a big Adam's apple, yeah. But anyways,
well, she passed. That's all.
Well, I was actually going to try and gently broach the subject of whether this was a person that was in Nadia's camp, so to speak, and never really got a chance.
Are you camping, Nadia?
By what?
Yes.
Are you camping?
You're camping.
No.
Okay, I'm just trying to lighten the load. I'm trying to keep it serious instead of everybody attacking each other all the time for who they are.
That's right.
Not what they think.
That's right. Anyways.
Yeah, like when Simon was muting me over and over again. You just,
Jackie, get over it.
You just don't like me for who I am.
Jackie, get over it. It was only 50 times in a row.
It needs to be alone, man. It needs to be alone.
Love you, Simon.
Love you, Jackie.
Anyways, now I completely lost my train of thought. So
I think the debate is like, okay, either way, you're gonna have some form of discrimination. So the debate is whether business owners have a right over customers or customers have a right over business owners. Is the real issue.
No, the real issue is in a free market society. If it's a free market society, I have the right to serve whoever I dang well want. Now, that's the big point. The other issue is this. If it goes against my religious beliefs, my deeply held convictions, religious beliefs, I am not obligated to serve anybody.
You don't have
I wasn't
in your world.
I wasn't taking a position in that statement. I was just saying that the big debate is between whether business owners' rights are more protected over customer rights.
Well,
that's the core issue.
No, I have a question for Christian Hillbilly. Christian, is it okay to not serve people of color because of your religious beliefs?
Ma'am, you weren't here, I guess, when I said that. Again, if you've read the law states that you have to have a deeply held, documentable, religious background and belief on why you are going to refuse service to anybody. A person cannot walk into your store and see something on your shelf and you say, sorry, I'm not going to sell that to you. You can't do that. No, but what you can do is if a person comes into your store, like let's say if I am a sign maker, which I am, and a person comes into my store and asks me to make a sign for a homosexual marriage, I'm going to refuse them service, and I'm going to be able to say, because my God has said no.
Yeah, but
the
reason I'm asking the question specifically is the way the law reads is if you are open to the public, you can't deny that. Now, if you are not open to the public, such as Costco and a Sam's Club or a golf course, you can deny it.
No, if you are a company or a business owner, the way the law reads is it protects your religious belief, your deeply held religious convictions.
No,
you cannot be called by a homosexual couple, so-called couple, to make, if you're a baker, to bake a homosexual cake.
That's not the way the law reads.
I disagree.
I didn't know a cake could be homosexual.
It can be homosexual in nature, and that is you can actually have two men on top, two women on top, say this is Sally and Sue's wedding cake, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean, Jackie.
If the cake, Jackie, if the cake's made of beef, then it can be homosexual, because it's beef cake.
What was I going to say? Incorporated joined the hangout, so I'm going to leave because I can be assured that we're going to get off topic. I'll talk to y'all later.
No, don't go. We love you.
Yeah, stay.
One of the few sensible people online.
Christian Hillbilly, we were discussing earlier about the man who married his dog in California. If that man that married his...
A natural course of the way this is going to go. Because if you don't have any absolute standards that God said it, that settles it, then anything goes. Man makes the rules as he goes along, so he could marry his dog, he could marry his cat. I think one woman out there in somewhere in California actually married her car or something stupid like that.
Yes. Anyway,
there's a guy who married it.
She went with a 3-inch exhaust pipe on that one.
Yeah.
No, there was a guy who married his power drill.
The thing of it is, the man that married his dog, would you be uncomfortable making a sign for him as well?
Vaughn, I swear, sometimes you surprise me. Yes, because that would be just as bad as anything. Why would I support anything that's not natural, traditional, God-designed marriage?
He'll probably want to paint it toxic red.
I would think that the reason why you wouldn't make that sign would even just be that bestiality is rape.
Oh my gosh! I'm sorry. That's funny. That is funny. Bestiality is not rape.
It's a form.
Rape only occurs to a human being.
No, bestiality is rape.
Without any reason.
The animal can't consent.
Jackie,
against their will.
The animal doesn't have consent. You own the animal.
Well, it depends whether the dog's wagging its tail or not.
Animals can't consent. It's wrong.
Dear Lord Almighty.
Just like children can't consent, that's wrong. But two same-sex adults can consent, so it's fine.
Yeah, they could consent to commit murder, commit pedophilia, to commit bestiality.
Here goes the Christians again.
To cheat, to commit adultery. Yeah, two consenting adults can consent to a lot of crap. What difference does that make?
I can't get them all down. Slow down.
The law is the law.
Well, now wait a minute, now Christian.
What was the third one?
I can return. I can turn that
baby
around.
Rape. They always say baby rape.
I could turn that around on you, though, Christian Hillbilly, and say that you took away my polygamy, which I have documented historical cases of in paganism going all the way back to the beginning of mankind. And the Christians, through a misinterpretation of Paul's letter, a specific letter to a specific group of people, I might have.
Completely wrong, because God didn't design Adam and 47 women. God designed Adam and Eve, one man with one woman. Jesus Christ validated that when he said, haven't you heard it read? That is, don't you read your Bible? That in the beginning God created them male and female. And for this reason, a man will leave his mother and father and cleave to his
Well, then
wife.
why
Again, you can take that stance, but you can't use the Bible to hold it up because you're going to fall.
Wait a minute. Simon had how many wives? David had how many wives?
Oh yeah, there's lots of people. Cain killed Abel. Does that mean we're going to go ahead and make that right too?
But even Simon Peter, if I recall correctly, said, "I have to go tell my wives." He was talking to Jesus. Said, "I have to go tell my wives."
Chapter and verse.
Well, I believe it was. I believe it said wives.
I think really it's a misprint, and it should be Amanda and Steve. It's not Adam and Eve.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I'm not fluent in Hebrew. Don't claim to be, but
Woman came first.
What if? Hold on. What if it was Adam and Eve and Steve?
No, it was Adam. Actually, it was Adam and Lilith, and then Lilith got
wait on. You know that's stupid.
Now, wait a minute. How do you say that's stupid? I mean, where do you...
Because there's only 2 or 3 references to anything or anyone called Lilith, and those are in some very obscure rabbi texts.
Wow,
so, all of the manuscripts that we have say God created Adam and Eve.
Are you denying Lilith?
And they are the original human beings.
All right. Are you denying
Adam, Lilith, and Eve would be a three-way, I think.
That would make it more sense as well. In terms of tribes. In terms of tribes splitting up.
God wanted to make a poll and it went out of hand.
It would make more sense instead of in case of the tribe splitting up. That's what I don't understand. You see.
I don't either.
You know, if Adam was half a man, he'd never let his kids argue.
Yeah, why did he just stand there and let Cain and Abel have an argument and do nothing to stop it? That doesn't
could have just given a clip round the ear, like Christian would have done. Christian had been if Christian had been Adam, we never would have had this problem.
Well, you'd think they would have intervened. You would have think Adam and Eve would have intervened if Cain and Abel were arguing. You would think that.
Do you think that he was there? Do you think he was in close proximity when this occurred?
I don't know. Well, they weren't allowed to.
Yeah.
How big's your garden?
The Bible says specifically they were out in the field. They were out doing what they normally do. That doesn't mean they were out with their mom and dad. That doesn't mean they were out with one of their hundreds of other brothers or sisters.
Oh, well.
So they never bothered speaking to their parents.
But
maybe it's because
that's your great.
Maybe it's because none of them existed.
Maybe because you don't exist, Jackie.
I'm not working. I think the fact that Christianity has robbed me of my polygamy and polygamy roots, I think is unfair. I think I have a valid case. I believe that's unfair. I believe it's a mistranslation or misunderstanding.
Well, just wait for homosexual marriage to be the law of the land, and then you will have a case, Vaughn, because there will be no absolute authority to say you can't marry your blender, you can't marry your garage, you can't marry your power tool, you can't marry your dildo.
I just call the line of power tools.
No absolute authority to say you can't do any of these things. So what will happen is, yeah, you can go out and have 2 men, 2 women, and a dog, and a horse, and a power drill. Yeah, that would be called marriage at that point.
Wait,
because there will be no definition of marriage.
That's pretty much what my first wife wanted.
Homosexual marriage leads to. It doesn't lead to anything. It just means that 2 people get to be happy.
Hi, Joe.
I can hardly wait till you grow up and see what really happens.
What do you mean by that? I'm not.
What I mean by that is you have no clue what you're talking about.
I do have a clue what I'm talking about. I'm an LGBT activist. I've been.
Oh yeah, well that makes it all right. So you're a homosexual activist. Big deal. You know what? You could be a murderer activist. You could be a pedophile activist. Does that make it right? Heck no. Even if you were, you would still be wrong. You do understand that, right?
Homosexuality is not even on the same playing field as pedophilia and murder.
Yes, it is, because it is a sexual perversion.
It doesn't harm anyone.
Like bestiality, just like pedophilia, just like adultery, just like fornication, Any of those are sexual immoralities. Now,
Doesn't
they are
hurt
all on the
anyone.
same
Hello,
playing
Christian.
field.
Hello, Mr. Christian Hillbilly.
Yes, Joe.
Hi there. What are you shouting for? Calm down.
I'm just a loud individual.
Oh, well, sorry, but are you comparing homosexuality to pedophilia now? What?
No, I'm saying they're virtually the same thing.
You sound like a bigot.
No,
Stop shouting
no,
at
I'm
people.
not. No, I'm not comparing, but they're the same thing. What?
Yeah. They're almost the same thing. He didn't say they were the same thing.
They are
The only
sin.
similarity is that they're done by people.
Right, but
They're actually
They're done by
it's
perverted people.
more than that, Jackie. They're also condemned by the same bigots.
Right, right.
Point that out. You know, there's a lot of similarities.
Actually, there are people that are pushing for the legalization of pedophilia as well.
Right, and how many people are doing that?
Muslims.
Was it all Muslims or just some?
Well, yeah, their prophet Muhammad had married a 6-year-old girl and consummated marriage at age 9. So yeah, actually they are.
Right.
Actually they are.
I mean, just because that occurred in their holy book doesn't mean they're necessarily
How many
pushing. Are you talking in America or in the Middle East?
Not talking anything, Jackie. Come on.
Okay.
Really, Jackie.
Next.
He did say all Muslims.
It's already
okay.
legal. They're trying to make it legal here in the West.
I would disagree with that. I don't think they are trying to make it legal. You know, I think it's basically the Catholic Church that's trying to make it legal.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know that the Muslims want to emulate their prophet, and that is one of the things that their prophet did. And you know, in fact, I saw a picture just the other day on Facebook where these men were lined up, and their young brides were lined up next to them, and yeah. So I guess the oldest been over 10.
Yeah.
Most Muslims I know are actually against that, so I don't know where you're getting
They're against their prophet then.
Yeah,
Because their prophet did it. It's documented.
No one's saying religion is consistent. Believe you me.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see, won't we? We'll have to wait and see. But I got a funny feeling that
pedophilia laws. I mean, I've heard they've been.
There's going to be a push for it.
I've heard they're using Pope now to protest.
Well, the Pope, where the Pope messed up is he kissed the Quran live in front of a live audience. That's where he messed up. So, you know, that's on him. He kissed the Quran in front of a live audience, and he's never gonna live that down. That's never.
Hey, I want to know how many people in here are for the legalization of marijuana.
Oh, fucking send them all to hell. They're worse than the pedophiles.
There's nothing wrong with marijuana. As far as I know, marijuana's never killed anyone. However, when you lace marijuana with something else, then it'll kill people. But marijuana by itself, as far as I know, has never killed anyone, ever. However,
so it should be legal.
Now wait a minute. Having said that, do I want people behind the wheel who are doped up on marijuana? No.
I think death penalty. Anybody gets caught with more than a gram, they get the death penalty.
Well, you wouldn't need the death penalty if they get behind the wheel and they're high as a kite, man, because then they go kill.
Solving the problem, though, isn't it? Because if we kill them all as soon as they smoke, then they will never get a chance to get behind the wheel.
Oh, well.
I mean, you're a horrible human being.
I am. I do my best. I do my best.
Get out, Jackie.
I think he's went rogue.
Simon and I are just playing.
We're not. She's a bitch.
Oh. You take that back right now.
You just muted me. again.
That's literally the only time I've muted you. Like,
I'm actually gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and support what Christian was saying.
Oh shit.
If we're gonna have an institution of marriage, there has to be some sort of standard to it. I mean, it can't just be an anything goes type thing.
There is a standard. There is a standard.
Hold on. And I'm not even saying that the standard has to be along his ideology. I'm not even saying that. But what I'm saying is there has to be some sort of parameters to it. Otherwise, you're just going to get all kind of crazy lunacy stuff, like people marrying their goldfish, or people marrying a tree, or a turtle, or so. You know, I mean, to me, what that does is it trivializes it, and it makes it, you know, it makes it not worth anything. It takes the value out of it.
If people are stupid enough to marry a goldfish, fuck them, let them. So-called legalized homosexual marriage, marriage is not increased. It is decreased because marriage means nothing now. There is no marriage. There is just, So, again, since it doesn't mean anything, why should they do it?
So marriage to you isn't love?
It gives them certain, what's that, law, status in law. That's why they want to do it.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's clearly been, the law has clearly been set up and discriminates towards heterosexual people. And that's immoral. Once again, the Bible is immoral. It's a proven fact that this book has got too many contradictions and immoralities within it.
How many wives did Simon have? How many wives did David have? How many wives did Daniel have? How many? All these Old Testament guys, they had all kinds of wives, man. They had all kinds of wives.
I know, dude.
And concubines too. And concubines.
How many wives did Jesus have? How many wives?
You know what? You know what?
How many wives did Jesus have? He didn't have a wife.
I thought he did.
Not be married. You see,
I thought they found a
Christians shouldn't
document.
get married. Christians should not get married because Jesus didn't get married. That's the point I'm making. Jesus did not get married. It is immoral for Christians to get married.
I just think people take marriage too seriously. It's just a contract. It's just a legal document.
Oh, you're a prophet and leader. He didn't get married, therefore.
Well, you did hang around on him prophets. Maybe he had a little sugar in his tank, so all Christians should be like humping a bunch of dudes, at least 12 now. Well, the argument to what Jackie was saying is if you're saying people taking it too seriously, but I mean, if you're not going to take it seriously, then what value does it have? I mean,
it doesn't.
Well, it's good for a crack, as the Irish would say. It's good for a crack.
Marriage is representational. I mean, there's other ways to represent your commitment to someone, and marriage just happens to be one of those ways.
I would make the argument that marriage is the primary. I mean, historically, it has been the primary way for two people to express their commitment to one another. So, I mean, I'm really not sure what you're talking about. Well, there's other ways of what do you mean? Child support? Is that another way of showing your commitment to a family? I mean, not having a family.
How do you get child support from that?
Well, showing your support is sticking around after you've done the deed.
Well, what I mean is like marriage is supposed to be a ceremony where you commit to someone. I can think of a number of different ways that two people or more can commit to each other. Like I could do a little dance around the table with my boyfriend and we exchange flowers or something, and maybe to us personally, that's our lifelong commitment to each other. I mean, that's how much I believe. I mean that's the amount of meaning I give to marriage. In the sense that it has like historical traditional roots that that's cool. But like, without those, it's just a commitment ceremony, and there's many different ways you can be committed to someone. There are couples. Oh, one more thing. There are couples who never get married and are with each other for their entire lives. So
yeah, I'm kind of old-fashioned. I'm almost kind of like Christian Hillbilly over there. I'm a little old-fashioned, and I believe that if a guy gets a girl knocked up, he should do the right thing and marry her. Now, let me give you a scenario. This guy's got multiple girlfriends. He gets 2 of the girlfriends knocked up. Which one does he marry? He can only marry one because of the stupid bigamy laws.
Right.
So which one does he marry? Well, now he's in a quandary. He doesn't know which one he's supposed to marry because of a law based on the misinterpretation of a prophet out of the Bible. I don't think that's right.
No, marry the one with the better sense of humor.
The one with the best sense of humor.
I don't know why people are getting the whole knocked up. How people are getting the whole knocked up thing out of what I'm saying.
Child support. Because of child support, dear.
No, we're not even assuming there's kids involved. What? Why? What? This is just the love between 2 people. Marriage is very trivial. Now, if 2 people want to have a child, I would suggest going to the court and getting married or a civil union or whatever floats your boat. But I just don't see marriage as being like necessary. I don't know. Never mind. My point's not.
Sometimes I think marriage is just a big pile of bullshit. You know, if you want to be together and show your love for each other. You don't have to have a piece of paper or something, you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you just commit.
Yeah, but you got to make it official, man. I mean, I could, you know.
By whose standards? By the states?
Yeah, I could have a girlfriend right now, okay, and you know, we may get along. I like her, she likes me, or whatever, and we could say we're committed to one another, but that commitment is not necessarily binding. Okay, I mean, I could cheat on her.
If it's true love,
it would be okay.
I don't see why
she would cheat on me, and there would be no
separate ways
against it.
Do you know what I really wish, right? You're talking about devaluing marriage. I really wish heterosexual people would stop devaluing marriage by getting divorced.
Well, what I'm trying to say is
both
like,
heterosexual and homosexual people get divorced.
Why is it okay or more okay for someone who's not, for 2 people who are not married yet, for one of them to cheat on the other? You know, why is that more okay than a married couple if someone cheats on the other person? I don't understand that. I don't understand the thinking that like a certificate binds 2 people magically somehow. It never made sense to me.
It's like, more of a legal document.
My relationship with my boyfriend is not less than a married couple's relationship. That's not how that works. My boyfriend and I are fully committed to each other. Hopefully lifelong. That's ideal. But we don't need a freaking certificate to prove it.
All right, well here's the
I'm on the party though.
It's one thing to say that, and I'm not saying that, you know, I'll take you at your word that, you know, you and your boyfriend are as close as you claim. But here's the thing. There has to be some sort of mechanism, okay, that you can show to the world that, okay, we're together. Okay, when married people get married, that's when under the law, legally under the law, that is very powerful. Okay, you get all types of you know, there's certain rights and things that come with that. For instance, if you testify in court.
Oh, now it's getting the money now.
Okay, if you testify in court, only one of the married couple has to testify, and it counts for both of them. They count as one entity. You having a boyfriend or girlfriend and being you guys are, you say that you guys are real close. Well, you could be close, but you're not binded to one another under the law legally.
Well,
Okay,
then when we're in a situation where we're gonna and we are going to end up living together, that would be an appropriate time to say, hey, we're probably gonna mix our finances and all that, and we want hospital visitation rights. That would be a good idea to go get the legal stuff, but it doesn't have to be necessarily called marriage. It's just legal stuff. Legal shenanigans, But that doesn't make that it has no significance to our actual relationship.
Right. So let me ask you this: if you guys are together and you're not married, but you're just together, what's really gonna stop either one of you guys from cheating? I mean, you could say one day that, we're together, we're in love. The next day you guys could be at each other's throats. What's gonna stop
That happens between married people too.
Oh damn.
Okay. And you know what's gonna stop me from cheating on my boyfriend? The fact that I love my boyfriend, and that I'm not attracted to anyone else. Simple as that.
Yeah, I've been married for over 16 years, together for 20, and the only reason why I got married legally is because my wife thought it would be romantic, but there has not been one point that we had to pull that piece of paper out or any type of argument over rings or bullshit like that. It's all about love.
Exactly.
What's his name, V?
Huh?
What's his name? Your
Say
wife. What's his name? Your wife.
His name is Catherine.
Just checking.
Catherine's a pretty name.
Yeah, she's
great
sweet.
Name. It's a great name.
Anyways, I guess I don't understand the mentality of people who don't see that love doesn't need a certificate.
Okay, but for some people it may not, but I think that for most
the ones that do, they should not be getting married.
Need a mechanism, okay, that binds them, okay, in order for them to.
Oh, that's the part that I don't.
You know that
if you need a mechanism to bind to people, then I would question whether or not you should marry that person.
Well, I mean, we gotta look at human history. Every culture has marriage. So evidently,
every culture has murder.
Most have polygamy.
Okay, yeah, but you're comparing two unlike things. Okay, don't sit up and compare murder to marriage. Okay, murder is.
You're just saying that culture has marriage, therefore it's like some intrinsic thing that society needs.
Well, and absolutely. Well, you may not need it, you may not need it, Jackie, or you may feel that you may not need it, but that doesn't mean that there's not people out there who do.
Well, sure. I'm just saying. I'm not.
Just mute during corporation.
And here's another thing. Let's say I have a girlfriend, and whatnot. And we decide to be together. We decide to go buy a house together, whatever, live together, have children, whatnot. What am I gonna say to my child that I have with her that comes up to me and asks me, well, Daddy, do you love Mommy? And I say yes, and then they say, well, why didn't you marry her? And what am I gonna say to them? Am I gonna say, well, you really don't need a certificate. You can just kind of go along with it the way you want to go along with it, and as long as you love each other, but if I'm not showing,
wait, what the heck is the deal?
If I'm not, you know, and they might ask, well, you know, all my classmates, their parents are married. How come you're not married? I mean,
You know
you
what?
know, what do I say to them then?
Incorporated. Are you married? Incorporated. Are you married?
That their
Incorporated.
parents love each other. As
Are
long
you
as
married?
they're
Incorporated. Are you married? Incorporated.
No, I'm single.
You're single. Okay. So, what's your justification for pronouncing on marriage and what people should do with marriage?
I didn't say what people should or shouldn't do in marriage. I was simply asking Jackie, what do I say?
Hang on. Yeah, go on.
If my child sees me and my woman together,
and they come
but
up to
we're
you
not
and ask
married, what
I
that
don't know.
does in the child's
Interrupting.
mind is it makes them say, well, you know, Dad, he didn't value Mom enough to marry her.
What?
Because everyone else is married.
No,
Right.
hold on.
Hold on.
No. If a child,
I would make that argument.
If a child sees that their parents are loving to each other, marriage is such a complex thing to a child. A child's not going to care. Seriously. Do you know the psychology of children?
You don't know it either.
You don't know. You're right, but you don't know if the child's gonna care or not.
Well, I know they have primitive minds.
Well,
That's all I know.
You don't know the long-term effects.
Well, you don't know if they're gonna care. How do you know that they're gonna care? How do you know that they're gonna care?
That they're not gonna care?
Nobody knows. We should not talk about this anymore. Nobody knows here.
Nobody knows. I mean, that's the point.
Where's He-Man when you need him, eh?
You know what? All I know
I've been through. Sorry.
Hold on. All I know is that if a child sees that his or her parents love each other and they're in a safe environment, they're in an environment full of love, then you know that's all that matters.
Wait, give me the age of the child.
Any age.
It may depend when they get older or something. I don't know.
12. That's a good age.
If there's more women in the home, the children will get better care. That just makes good old-fashioned common sense.
Vaughn, you want all them wives, man.
He just wants lots of wives.
Well, so what? Maybe I do, but the truth matter is that the children will get better care. That is an absolute truth.
All right, Vaughn.
Are you saying that men are incapable of giving the same care that women do? I would argue against that.
Here's the thing, Vaughn. That may have been true if this was 1820, okay, and we were still in a patriarchal type of society where all the men did was work and all the women did was stay home and take care of the babies. These days, these young girls are into clubbing. Okay, they're into reality TV. Okay, they're into social media, spending time with their friends. Okay,
we're into having
you get 5 wives. If James Paul, even if you went and got 5 wives, they're all young and they're all hot. Okay, I doubt all 5 of them would be as dedicated on the same level to whatever child you had with them. Now, that's just in this day and age. Okay, maybe in the past it was different, but not now.
I think what Incorporated meant to say is that women are actually getting lives and starting careers and accomplishing things that they weren't able to in the past because of stupid laws and discouragement by society. Yeah, I think that's what you meant.
Absolutely, and because of that, Von Helton, they don't want to spend their whole lives taking care of your lousy babies.
Well, he can find women. He can find women who'd be perfectly fine with doing that. There are women who are perfectly fine with being housewives.
Yeah. There's a few, but not many.
I don't see anything wrong with what Von Helton wants.
The point is, there are marriages without children. We are allowing people beyond childbearing age to get married. We are allowing people that are barren to get married. Heterosexuals can get married, even if they don't. What if they're asexual, pretty much, and don't want to have sex, and they both don't want to have sex? They still can get married. We're not blocking anybody from getting married that's not going to have children. And by interviewing people who have come from same-sex parenthood, a lot of children aren't complaining. So those arguments are very odd to me.
I'd make a I'd refute that. I think that the media has a very pro-homosexual slant, and because of that, I think that a lot of the underbelly of what goes on, with homosexuals in society, and specifically same-sex parents, doesn't get as much play as it should. I'll try to find the link, but there was a YouTube video I saw a few years ago of this woman who had grown up in a same-sex household, and at the time of the interview, I think she was either in her late 20s. Okay, but she grew up, and she had a relatively good upbringing, whatnot, had a roof over her head, was raised well, went to school, and later on got a career and all that type of stuff. But the thing was, she said as a child, she remembered being hurt because here she is, a girl child, and it was her father and his partner that were raising her. So it was a male homosexual same-sex parent, and she said that in that household, her femaleness was not validated. She didn't grow up seeing her dad, kissing her mom, saying "I love you," or she didn't grow up hearing, that she was beautiful and all that from her father or anything like that, because her dad was gay. Her dad liked men. Her father thought men were beautiful. So, can you please let me finish the story? Okay, hold on, let me finish.
Let him finish.
Before you attack me, and, it ended up, she grew up and she ended up, it took her years to really get, after growing up and leaving that house to, I guess, to really find herself, because she kind of grew up feeling hollow because she was not validated. She simply was not validated gender-wise growing up, so she had to wait till she grew up and left the house to get that.
Okay.
And she spoke about that, and I thought that was very interesting and very telling. And if we're going to have these types of conversations, we have to have a 360-degree conversation. We can't just say, "Oh, we all agree on one side is right," or "all agree on the other side is right." No one's right. Okay, we just have to look at things objectively and come to an objective conclusion.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Jackie, go ahead first.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Who's going ahead?
You go ahead first. I can keep my
Okay, go ahead. Whoever wants to go.
Okay. All right. The way I would repeat that is that, that's just how that particular family was. There are plenty of gay men, married couples who love their children, even if they're their daughters, and tell them how pretty they are. Their sexuality and their gender did not play a role in how, if they tell their daughter if that, they validate her gender, that doesn't correlate, it just doesn't.
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
You're saying that the way you feel validated as a young person doesn't correlate with.
Well, I could be the child of a straight married couple, and still, maybe my dad never told me that he thought I was pretty, and my mom was always at work or never maybe there are also boys in the family, and both parents were so obsessed with taking them to baseball and football that they didn't pay attention to their daughter when she wanted to take ballet. I mean, that's not an exclusive problem to a house with same-sex parents.
Okay, yeah. The other thing I was going to point out is that I came from a broken household, honestly. So I'm not a model in the sense of heterosexual union working out. But I would say that my parents, were heterosexuals, but I never once growing up was told I love you, ever. I was never hugged or kissed. My family wasn't like that. My family was stoic.
Yeah,
Did I feel like I was
that's
missing something? Yeah, because I kind of needed that. And I ended up finding that in my friends' parents, actually, and a little less in my parents. And my mom is actually the most generous person I've ever met. So she's very generous in other ways, and she shows love, but she doesn't ever show love in a verbal way or in an affectionate way. Do I attribute that to her being heterosexual? No. I attribute that to something else. So I don't know. That's interesting. The other thing is I know two people who are in their 30s as well as I am who come from same-sex household parents. They are productive citizens, good workers, nice people. Obviously, their experiences, they are not bitter. They speak well of both of their parents.
Well,
So
I
I
got
don't
to
know.
correct you here real quick. I've heard this term twice. There is no such thing as same-sex parents. You have a single-parent family with two men or two women. That's not the same thing.
So hillbilly,
Not
I'm
biologically.
adopted. I'm adopted. Are my parents not my parents because I'm adopted?
Not at all, because if you're adopted by a heterosexual couple, that meets the design and the definition of marriage.
But this heterosexual
But if
couple
you
made
have
a mockery of marriage.
two men are not biological parents. They cannot be.
Yeah, I already said that. Not biologically.
Okay, hold on.
That's it.
We're having a completely different discussion. Can we just, for the sake of argument, Christian Hillbilly, just say that there are same-sex parents so that we can have this discussion? Because if we can't,
Well,
then
sure,
we're
go right
not
ahead.
gonna.
Just be aware the terminology is completely false and fallacious.
Well, I disagree, but just allow it for the sake of argument. So what was being said? We completely went off the rails because of that interruption. Oh, we were saying, yeah, that the whole whether your childhood and how you raise is not directly affected by what gender your parents are, or something like that.
Yeah, and I would say, I'm not going to devaluize, and one thing I think Hillbilly is sensitive about, and I'll agree with him, I'm not going to devaluize the male influence. We all need to have a positive, I think a positive male influence. I'm a little less of a androgyny, everybody melt in the middle kind of person, as much as I would say that there's a spectrum of people that kind of hit different kind of lines. And maybe this girl who was feeling alone and had a hard time in a same-sex male household, maybe in her case, maybe she was the extreme to the feminine side. Or maybe she feels like, I'm a tomboy. I'm a girl, and I think like a girl in a lot of ways, and sometimes I do boyish things, sometimes I think I joke and say I'm a failure as a woman, and I kind of joke that way only because I'm not really good at makeup. Me in high heels is a joke, but I can help change a tire, So sometimes sexual identity or what roles we play sometimes get kind of skewed, and that can kind of confuse us a little bit. But it depends. It really depends on the person.
I just think that this whole male-female thing, it's just a social construct. Just be who you are. We don't need to define femininity or masculinity. It's all an illusion, really. I mean, if a man wants to, I I want to stop attributing certain activities or lifestyles to being masculine or feminine. For example, like I feel like a man can go wear a dress outdoors if he pleases, and in my ideal world, he wouldn't be ridiculed. No one would even think of it, you know. In my ideal world, there wouldn't be anything like gender. And I just think that's ridiculous.
Well, see, I don't think there's anything wrong with identifying as a gender, as a certain gender line. So like,
Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying.
like even my what I'm attracted to, I am not attracted to men that look extremely masculine, that look like this is Sparta, and they watch football all day. Like to me, that's unattractive. I'm sorry, but my husband likes to rock climb. He's kind of a leaner build, you know. He's got muscle. He likes to rock climb. He can work on a car, and he likes to go shopping with me. I mean, I don't know, like. I don't know. I agree with the gender role thing too, but there's some people that really fit the gender role, and let them if they want to. You know,
Yeah.
I don't care. I know some really girly girls, and I'm not gonna be like, get over yourselves, you vain people. You know, let them be girls.
No. What I'm saying is not like, yeah, they can be girls and all that, but why do we necessarily have to attribute those qualities to being feminine? You know, like why can't they just be, oh hey, this person likes to wear dresses and go shopping? You know, I don't know. I just.
But some of that is social conditioning, and some of that's natural. You give little kids that, you know, like very uninfluenced little kids, like little boys blocks and little girls blocks, and little girls typically, usually, mostly, are fairly nurturing, and little boys are a little bit more, you know, Godzilla came through. Yeah, you know, I think that's generally often true. But I think there's a sliding scale to it. So I see that some gender roles are a little too pushed by society, and I think some of it has got to be some natural.
Actually, my girls are the mess makers, and Jerry is actually quite reserved. Believe it or not.
There you go. There's that sliding scale, you know.
Yeah, I would make the argument that gender roles are social constructs. You know, what we think of, you know, what men usually do or what women usually do, those are social constructs within given societies. But actual gender itself, that is a biological reality. Okay, either you're a male or
there's actually a difference between gender and sex.
And biologically,
what's the biological reality?
Naturally have different traits, okay, that allow them to survive in their environment, and they complement one another. Biologically, for the most part, I'm not saying in all cases, I'm not generalizing, but for the most part, there's a reason why the human species evolved with two genders rather than, say, like a fish species that is asexual. There's a reason for that.
What are the biological differences and which ones matter?
What are the biological differences and which ones matter? Well, I mean, Nadia, I think you know what I'm talking about. I mean, I don't really want to go. Purpose was not really so much to go down that road with you, Nadia. Well, you can. I mean, it's your room. You know, you can do what you want to do. But I kind of think that if we're going to talk about...
let me run down the list.
And let me just be clear. I don't think it's...
We can run down the list. We can run down the list and
we'll
check what's important.
Can I just say one thing real quick, please?
Yeah, there is facial cartilage. There are breasts. There are, of course, body hair. Chromosomes. Various dimorphisms in like the brain, shoulders, hands and feet. Which parts are important? incorporate? And also, why are they important?
Well, I mean, they're important. I would say that they're only important in a evolutionary sense. They're not important in terms of our modern society, our democratic society that we've created, where people can, where we don't necessarily go by all of the how should I say it? We allow people to be who they are, okay? But evolutionary wise, okay. What do you mean important? What are you talking about, Nadia?
Which ones are important? Which ones say which gender you are? They disagree.
I would say, okay, first one I would say is, and I'm speaking basically. First, I'm gonna talk about basic. Then I'm gonna talk about now. First, I would say, okay, genitalia and muscle structure and muscle makeup. We know that males have a certain genitalia that allows them to perform a certain reproductive function, and females have a certain genitalia that allows them to perform a certain reproductive function. Okay, men are more. We have bigger muscles. We can exert more energy. Okay, whereas women, they have more of estrogen chemicals, which allows them to be more nurturing. Nurturing of other. Okay, if you're gonna interrupt me, Nadia, not even let me explain.
Hello.
Yeah.
Testosterone. Excuse me. Testosterone and estrogen in the bloodstream are things you're saying are important. Okay.
Yes, I would say that.
What are chromosomes?
Huh?
What of chromosomes?
Chromosomes, I would say that with chromosomes, I'm not as well versed on the whole chromosome side of it, but I will concede that modern science has shown us that someone's brain structure can be indicative of what gender they are. So I would also go along with that. Okay, even if you're in a female body but you have a male type brain, then I would say that person is a male. And if you're in a male body but you have a female brain, I would say, okay, that person is a female. Okay, modern science has shown us that.
But science also shows us there's a sliding scale of gender identity and a sliding scale of attraction. They are now linking that to things that are happening in the womb and that affect your brain and that flip that switch.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that there's a whole lot of different things that happen in the womb that we inherit traits from ancestors and stuff like that go on.
Incorporated, have you heard of the village of females who were born females, raised as females, and then suddenly puberty struck and gonads appeared and they were actually males and their actual body parts were inside their bodies and kind of dropped down. And they acted like females until they hit puberty. And the puberty was the kicker, and all of a sudden they were acting like boys too. And so that's interesting.
Now, where was this? Where did this occur in the world?
Dominican Republic.
Okay, the Dominican Republic. Okay, I would attribute that to. I mean, that's a very interesting case. If you can post a link, I'd be very much interested in that. But I would attribute that more to me, it seems like a genetic outlier type of incident.
It's interesting. This is a curveball that was thrown to me by an anthropologist gal on this debate, and it kind of stuck with me as like, oh, that's kind of an interesting problem. So I just was going to throw that out. It's a complicated looking thing. The question is it a social construct? Gender identity. And in this case, they were raised as girls, and then puberty kicked in, and all of a sudden they were acting like boys.
I do want to make a distinction. So the term gender refers to like presentation, and the term sex refers to like the physical body parts. So yeah. just to make that distinction, I mean, people usually use it interchangeably, but technically, like, those are, like, the correct ways to use those terms. So when I was saying gender, I was referring to purely the social construct.
Okay, so this actually still addresses social construct, being raised as a woman, and then when puberty hits and enough testosterone hits to where, for gonads are appearing, suddenly gender identity is flipping.
Well, I mean, are they boys or girls? Like, okay, so their sex doesn't have to match gender.
Okay, so their sex would have been, if by puberty they were boys, they would have always been boys, but they were raised as girls.
Yeah.
So
But their
society
gender
versus
was female, and then there you go.
So because they didn't know, they were like, well, we'll deem you female until otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
So this is kind of an example of how hormones affect your brain. I would say that's how I kind of read it.
I find like gender and sex studies so fascinating. I mean, if I wasn't an artist or anything, I'd probably get into like the sex education and all that. I've always been very well educated about all that stuff. So I don't know. It's just interesting to me. Anyways.
Rejoice, for the Lord our God is good, and his love endures forever. Yeehaw!
Sure, man.
There's a yeehaw.
That's the yeehaw right there. You got that right, Miss Jackie.
See, Hillbilly and I can agree there that the Lord is good.
All the time, God is good, and God is good all the time.
Except for in the Old Testament, I would argue. Except there was a new covenant, so technically in Christianity, the Old Testament doesn't count.
Miss
I
Jackie,
say grace.
You
Grace
realize
the commandments.
that the God of the Old Testament is the same God of the New Testament, right? You do realize that, right?
Well,
It
some
should be.
people argue otherwise.
Well, some people think that homosexuality should be allowed too. I can't help that people are wrong.
Well, let's not. Okay, let's move away from homosexuality.
I would be happy to. Let's move far away from it.
Yes.
Well, I mean in conversation.
Oh, okay. Darn it, I lost my phone.
Just to make that clear. Just in conversation. I mean, in real life, in all other aspects of my life, I will continue to be a raging, not straight person.
A raging what?
I mean, the terminology is technically raging homosexual, but like because I'm not technically purely homosexual or purely straight, then never mind.
Would you declare yourself bisexual?
I would declare myself pansexual if you're familiar with that.
Yeah, you have sex with a pan. So what? Big deal.
Oh my God.
No,
That's the way God designed you to be.
That won't feel that good.
That's not what it is. Pan means all. So all sexual, which means I don't have a gender preference like basically bisexual is when you like men or women. It's too, for me that term is too constraining. So I would say that like I would be attracted to people of all genders, of all sexual preferences, and yeah. Because you can be like gender fluid, or sometimes arguably bisexual can mean like just cisgendered men and women. But I would go out with transgender people. I would go out with anyone. But yeah, so I'm not constrained by gender.
If you want to be around people, misery loves company. Right there's perfect proof of it.
Huh? Well, it doesn't matter because I'm in a relationship right now, so. Meh.
Do you prefer Tupperware or regular dish pans?
No, come on.
I'm just saying, again, we are all born heterosexual.
But that's not what pans.
You choose what you do with your heterosexuality once you become older.
I literally, I've never been attracted to someone because of their gender. That's never been a constraint for me, and I don't know how someone can choose that. It's just never been a factor.
The only choose comes in, we all have autonomy over our bodies, and that I'll give Hillbilly. I agree. You can choose to do with what you will with your body. And if your conviction is that sex remains between a man and a woman in monogamy, there are Christian gays who abstain from sex, and I think that's a valid position to take. I'm not gonna slam them for that. It's just a difficult road to walk.
No, ma'am. There are people who are Christian that struggle with homosexuality, but there's no such thing as a Christian homosexual. That would be like saying a Christian pedophile, a Christian murderer, a Christian rapist. No such thing.
Once again, you're comparing two different things.
No, I'm not.
Or actually, three different things.
No, I'm not. They're all the same thing.
No,
yeah, dude, you just went full-blown retard on that one.
I would say that you shoot your own in that case when you treat them that way, because I'm telling you that there are people who have never been attracted to anything but the same gender, but then abstain from their desire. And
does that make them, are they saying that homosexuality is right, or are they saying that what they are struggling with is a sin?
I would say for them maybe that they're convicted by the words of Paul and they're following that.
That's not an answer.
Okay. Well, some people's reasoning might be different than yours, sir.
Doesn't matter about my reasoning, Paul's reasoning, anybody's reasoning. What matters is the way we are created. Jesus Christ validated the design of the family when he said, haven't you heard it read? That is, don't you read your Bible? That in the beginning, God created them male and female. God said this. So he's validating the design that he put into place. And for this reason, a man will leave his mother and father, example the family, and cleave to his wife, example the family. So right there we've got the perfect example of the way God designed the family unit to look. Now, if they say that they are struggling with homosexuality, admit and acknowledge that homosexuality is a sin, hey, they're Christian. I can understand that completely. But you cannot tell God, hey, God, guess what? You know what? I'm not going to do this act, but this ain't wrong. I don't care what you say. This is not a sin just because you say it. No, if they are going to say that what they're struggling with is a sin, that's one thing.
I'm not saying, I said abstaining.
It doesn't matter. You got to talk to them about what it is. Is it a sin or is it not? Is homosexuality right or is it homosexuality wrong? If they say that homosexuality is right, then guess what? I doubt their Christianity, because you can't be a Christian sinner. You can't continue on in whatever sin it is you happen to embrace.
Wait, but
You just called God an idiot.
Hold on. I thought that everyone's a sinner.
No, everyone has sinned. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. But once we repent, we are justified. Justification means that God sent his son to take our place. God sent his son to take my place. So now my sins have been laid on him, and he paid the price for those sins. So now I am sinless. Does that mean I don't ever make mistakes? No. But I acknowledge those mistakes. I repent of those mistakes. and then I'm sinless once again.
Hey, Hellbilly, the church, the Orthodox Church, believes that we work out our salvation daily, which is a very severe way of looking at things. But we work out our salvation daily, meaning that there isn't one single prayer that you pray to be saved, that you actually have to continually be repentant and continually having to work out that salvation. Do you think that? Do you agree with that? We work out our salvation daily?
I think we work on our salvation one day. We accept Christ. We are saved. Now, if we sin on that day, we need to work on repenting. We need to work on acknowledging, not shove it under a carpet or whatever. We need to repent of our sins. When we are saved, we are saved. But that doesn't mean you can't walk away from your salvation either.
I've heard other Christians say that even after you repent, you still sin, but you still strive to be Christ-like. It's just no one is perfect, and you're not gonna always be getting it right even after you.
That's what I said, wasn't it, Miss Jackie?
Huh?
I believe that's exactly what I said.
Okay. I'm also working on a project, so I'm like, I don't know.
Yes, abomination is a loosely used word there, because it's selfish is an abomination too. I always thought that was kind of funny, and mixed fabric.
Well, you got to know the context in which it's put there as well. Again, those laws, those dietary laws, those other laws that were given strictly to the nation of Israel to keep them unique and holy in a pagan land.
Rabbinical law and ceremonial law is in there. There also would be an argument with the homosexual law that it's practical because Israel wanted to populate, and it's a population game within the tribes of that area. So if Israel didn't populate, they would fall victim. I don't know.
That would be denying God's law, because God said to go out and reproduce. Reproduce according to your kind. And you know what we see? This is why evolution is such a lie. We see everything reproducing according to their kind.
No, it's not.
Not this discussion. No, I don't want to go into evolution. Please no, please no.
I want to get in there so bad.
All right, let me go ahead and address Christian really quick. You talk about in biology, animals reproducing with their kind. Well, that's because animals have to produce with their kind, because that is how they survive in the ecosystem.
But he didn't design them.
Okay, a pigeon he can mate with a dove, but he's not gonna do it. Because if he does, the offspring will be unviable. They won't be able to pass their genes on. So he just goes ahead and mates with
genes. That's information. Where does information come? Always an intelligent source. Game over.
Intelligent source, yeah. There's more than one.
Okay, but
I would make the argument, Christian, that information does not have to come from an intelligent source, but it takes.
But even if it did, it's still going to be wrong.
Show me one example where information does not come from an intelligent source. Just one would be nice.
Okay, I would say, let me say, well, for instance, wasp who instinctively know how to build a nest.
Wait a minute, whoa.
No one teaches them that.
Showing me information that doesn't come from an intelligent source, to actually showing that information is encoded in a life form. So why don't you show me a code, a language, information that does not come from an intelligent source? Why don't you go ahead and show me that?
If you're going to say an intelligent source, you're going to have to prove to me that there is an intelligent source, or that there's
No. Even if you did, he's still going to lose no matter what.
No. We can validate always without fail comes from an intelligent source.
Guys, I have an example. Okay, if you chop down a tree and look at the tree rings, no one decided to draw those in. That is information because you can tell how old a tree is.
It's a code. It's a language. There's a transmitter. There's a receiver.
You can get information
There's
from
a
it.
language. No. Sorry.
Yeah.
A nice try.
You can tell how old the tree is by the rings.
Hillbilly.
Not information.
Not information.
No,
Yeah.
hillbilly. Even if you were right about the information thing, there's still more creator deities than just your own. So you're still going to be left losing here.
Oh no, not at all.
How do you?
Yes.
How do you even?
Because I show that God said He is the information. He's the information provider.
Yes, that's a claim. But you can't prove that that's the case, and there's other creator ones.
I can prove it.
Yahweh.
You can't. It's actually
And
impossible.
So 2,000 years of Christianity surviving against all odds for me is enough to make me think about it.
The origins. Have you looked at that? I haven't, but I
Comes
know
from
it's.
Judaism, and before Judaism, there was actually even Job. Job is an undeclared religion. Job believes in the living one God, but that is before Judaism.
I have a question.
I would go farther.
Even if I grant you that the world is intelligently designed, how do you come to the conclusion that it was designed by any god? Like, how? Why does it have to be
I can answer that question for you really quick. When you look at everything it is, time, space, and matter, what does first verse of Genesis says? It says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Well, no,
Guess what?
Says that.
In the beginning, time, God created time. God, the energy behind the creative act, created the heavens and the earth, all the universe, galaxies, everything that there is, and then He created the earth.
No, we know how the universe is made.
Well, so right there shows you that the one God, every other religion has some kind of freaky different belief system, but the one
and
God
they say
is
it
the
the
one
same
who created.
way. Christianity isn't unique. It's the same as every other fucking religion, for God's sake.
That's what I've been saying this whole. I don't know how that's any. I don't know. I don't see how that's proof. It's just a claim in a book, like other ones. Yeah,
it's not an explanation.
Really?
It's a claim. It's
Show
nothing.
me,
it's
show
still
me
a claim.
one other religion where the
Aztecs,
founder
well,
of that religion died for the sins.
Wait,
of
why
the
does
hearers.
that even matter?
Because we're all sinners, Jack. You know that.
That's what changes. That's what's different about us.
Do not understand that. It's not an explanation. If you're going to make a claim, you've got to explain how your God made it, rather than just claiming He did.
Oh, no, I don't. I can show that there is information latent throughout our
No. Even if there wasn't,
proves that we come from an intelligent creator. Now,
You're still
I don't
missing
have
the
to explain
point.
how God did it. I just show that the evidence is there.
What?
You're still getting it wrong.
I'll give you a perfect example. I don't have to explain to you how this camera works. I don't have to explain to you how it turns all those little pixels and blah, 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 this, that, and the other. I don't have to explain to you that. Nothing. All I got to do is show you the evidence of that it works and how it works. And then that right there is evidence
You're still
of
getting
the
it wrong.
creator, the designer. And you know what? Right here we go with the information. Guess what it's doing? It's taking ones and zeros, and it's making those ones and zeros into a code, sending that code down a line from the transmitter to the receiver, converting it so you can hear my lovely voice, see my lovely bald head, and guess what? That is evidence of a creator and
which one? Which
designer.
one?
Guess what
Creator?
DNA
Which creator? I'm
does?
still waiting
Guess
for
what
the
DNA does?
example.
Guess what? DNA does the same darn thing. You have a transmitter, you have a receiver, you have an agreed upon language, which the codes
Which
are
creator,
built
you
into the
dumbass?
genome, so you are who you are.
That is not evidence at all.
That is the worst example ever.
Can I actually?
Which creator? Oh my god.
No.
Okay, can I kind of change the subject real quick, and then we can go back to it? Hey, Christian Hillbilly. Okay, so I'm making this like mini. Is he there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, yeah. If you look at my camera, I'm making like this mini like Ferris wheel thing that I'm gonna put candy in out of paper for a project. If I pay you to like make a wooden model of it for me, like sometime in the future? Would you be willing to do that? If like this is how it looks like so far.
Sure.
Awesome. I might actually do that because I really want one of these for my new apartment.
Do you want it in the same dimensions, or do you want it a little bigger?
Probably a little bigger.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like, after I finish making this, I'll send you a picture. And, yeah, we can get that sorted out.
Or a design or anything you went by, or you just cut it yourself?
I'm cutting it out myself and I'm making this out of like Bristol board paper, but it's not like the construction's terrible because I'm terrible at this. So I was hoping to get like a wooden version for the new apartment.
You have Corel Draw or InDesign?
Well, yeah, I mean, I can make it. I can 3D model it in Maya and send it to
Because I was thinking,
like,
if he's gonna be doing woodwork, you could vectorize it to size and everything you want, including the size of the holes or where the dowels would go and all that, and that way he just gets it and goes straight from there.
Yeah. I'm sorry to change the subject. I just.
That's all right.
Yeah. Because.
Cool things down a little bit, so.
Yeah. That's what I was kind of hoping to do in a way, because I like it when it's a calmer discussion.
That's cool.
Yeah. I don't know. I've been turned off lately by the whole evolution discussion, just because like I guess that this sounds really okay, regardless of if it's true or not. I guess it's just frustrating for me because I can't see any evidence of intelligent design. All I see is evidence of evolution. I guess maybe sometimes I feel a little stupid for not understanding the intelligent design arguments. So it's just frustrating for me.
It's just a different way of interpreting the end result, really, because in the end, it doesn't matter if we were here by an intelligent designer or not. As far as I'm concerned, I'm more concerned with what a person does.
Yeah, it's just an interesting subject to me, at least.
Yeah, like the whole thing with information. I think people are still forgetting the fact that animals do change into other ones. I mean.
Yeah.
The information thing,
Really?
even if that.
Can you provide one example?
Well, an Archaeopteryx would be one, but that's a dead.
Oh, wait, no, that's not scientific. That's just your speculation.
It has both
Scientific
avian
would
and
be
reptilian features.
observable,
That's exactly.
Provable, repeatable, testable.
It's observable.
How can you? Above.
So you just want to ignore it.
You know, you had something that was dead, or something was alive, and now it's dead. So
you just want to. So that's your way of ignoring the
one
evidence.
kind to another.
That is your way of ignoring the evidence.
And show some scientific evidence.
Yes, that is your way of ignoring the evidence that's right there.
Christian Hillbilly, I find it ironic that you're asking us for evidence and explanations when you fail to give us either to prove your particular God created.
No, it's actually impossible.
Right and left, and you just don't like it.
No, you have not.
No, you still have.
Miserably. You give the worst examples. Your bald head is not evidence of a creator.
And even, like I said before,
It's actually evidence of evolution.
Even if I grant you even if I grant you that everything is intelligent design, like how do we even attribute it to a god, at least in the way that we can see what a god is?
Well, I mean, for us, for me, who thinks that evolution could be true, the Catholic Church in general, I'm not Catholic, but my family is, I think we believe in a creator that could set forth things in motion however he deems worthy and however he pleases. Christians and theists that will jive with evolution would believe that God sort of made an elaborate domino set and set it off You know what I mean?
Wow, well, then those Christians really got a big problem.
How so?
Yeah, I think it is a big problem.
How so? Because they have to deal with how did God, using evolution, to get us, to be man, to go from using death, and death, and death, and then all of a sudden we're man. Well, wait a minute. What's the Bible say? The Bible says that sin came first, and then death. The Bible says that in the beginning we were created. We were created on day 6 of the creation week along with every other land animal. And then we sinned. And that's why we have death, disease, disasters, deformities of all kinds.
Because a man ate a fucking apple, that means everybody gets cancer, AIDS.
Technically,
You really don't know the Bible, do you?
Technically,
that's not it at all.
It doesn't specify if it's an
But it
apple.
never existed.
Aren't apples?
No, actually, that's not the problem.
Christian.
That is not the problem.
I just want to point
This is
out
what
that
kills me. People
apples
think
are.
they know the Bible, and they don't know crap about it.
They don't know anything. But I just want to point out that the apple is a domesticated fruit.
I just want to point out, Simon, that the apple is not the issue.
Yeah, well,
It never said it was an apple. It actually never says apple. It's just a fruit. That's
okay. Well, and I'm going to tell you right now, the fruit is not the issue.
Just one of the other lies in the Bible. That's all I'm pointing
Why
out.
don't you go look up why God cursed? Why God cursed the earth and mankind with it?
Because he's Irish.
He's an asshole.
Nope. Because
okay.
Why do we call it the sin of Adam then? If Eve is the one that ate, why do we call it the sin of Adam?
Because God is messed up. And he.
So Adam knew the facts. So God told Adam. Adam didn't tell Eve. So Eve was swayed. Eve comes over to Adam, who knows the truth.
Absolutely wrong.
I remember
absolutely wrong, because Eve quoted it to the serpent. Well,
but
no,
she quoted
wait a minute.
it wrong.
God
Look
said
at
we
it.
shouldn't do this.
She didn't quote God verbatim.
Basically, sin.
No,
according
she
to
added
Eve.
to it.
According to Eve.
But
sin
she knew
is-
the premise.
Sin. Yeah, but according to
still,
Eve.
you're
sin,
not getting the picture.
Yeah, but well, you're not getting
When
sin.
God says he's
sin
cursing the earth,
for
Simon,
Eve,
Simon,
for
Simon,
Eve, I'm just
Simon,
pointing out that
Simon,
for Eve,
Simon,
sin
shut up for a second.
sin,
Simon,
for Eve,
Simon, Simon, shut up for a second.
For Eve,
Okay.
sin
When
is
God
unknown,
cursed
unknown.
the earth, when God cursed the earth and mankind with it, he did so. He did so because of one thing and one thing only. And what it was had nothing to do with the apple itself. What it had to do with is not following God's law.
Simon, talk now.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that for Eve, sin is an unknown unknown. Okay, that the inconsistency in that very story should tell you something about how we must communicate with each other in order to get things right.
There's no inconsistency in the Bible. Especially when we're talking about Genesis, especially when we're talking about why God had to judge all of mankind. Not just Eve, not just Adam, but all of mankind. Why?
Why?
Because here it is. Here it is. You ready? I'm about to teach you something. Are you ready? Are you taking notes?
Are you
Because
ready
here it
to
is.
give the
It's not that God didn't say, hey, because you ate of the tree. God didn't say because you ate of the tree. You know what he said? He told Adam, because you have listened to your wife and eaten of the tree.
They were married. Are you saying
yes,
they were
that's
married?
exactly what it says.
Are you saying they were
Because you
married?
have listened to the woman that I have given you, because you have listened to your woman, your wife, you have listened to her rather than to my law.
Where
And
did it say
he was standing right there when all this went down.
Everybody
He
go
didn't
punch their wife in the
stand up
face right now for
to
this
be
shit.
the man of the family he should have been. He
There was
didn't
no-
stand up and be the godly man of the family he should have been.
There was no marriage ceremony, as I recall in the Bible. They were not married.
They were married in the sense that God deemed it. God was in their presence. So yes, He deemed them man and woman. Be fruitful and marry.
God brought Eve
That's
to
an
Adam
assumption
and
you're
gave
making.
her to him to be a helpmeet. The word eter or eder that's used right there is basically a helper, a come alongside. And guess what? That's what God calls himself for the nation of Israel. So it's not a term of disrespect.
Right. So women in comparison to man are gods. Is that what you're saying?
No,
This
that's not
kind
what I
of
said.
this God helper that God gives man, because it's the same term being used. If God is that to the Israel nation, then woman is that to man.
The relationship with Israel and God is interesting and it's important. They call Israel, well, the name Israel means he who wrestles with God, which is always interesting to me. But Israel is referred to the bride of Christ or the bride of God, being the bride. So Israel is prized and valued and loved, and it's
below.
considered a elevated state. It's not necessarily a bad state. It's
Right,
not
sounds
lower per se.
sounds
I
second
mean,
class.
it is lower, but
Sounds second class to me.
it sounds like what?
Second class to me.
I mean, I am totally okay with being second class to God.
Oh, are you? Okay. What about to men?
To men, I'm an egalitarian there.
Right. So that's the point. Christian is saying that women are created. Christian is saying women are created to be helpmeet for men.
He's a complementarian, I'm pretty sure.
Right. And don't know.
I have no idea what that means, Miss Deidre. But let me go ahead and point something out real quick. Again, when God created, He calls woman the weaker vessel. Does that mean that it's not that the vessel's not important? Does that mean that man is more important? No. That's like saying, you know what, a 5-gallon bucket is more important than a high-dollar piece of fine china. You know what? You're going to treat each one of those in a unique way. They both have their purposes. They both have their roles to play.
But is it one better than the other?
Is more important than the other.
So let's perpetuate gender roles, basically.
No, I mean I'm a little sympathetic to complementarian theology because that's generally the traditional view. It's only recently where egalitarian's been brought into the mix with Presbyterians and stuff like that. But I was gonna say the idea is that we are different and we complement each other. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but we are different, and that's Hillbilly's stance. And not everybody that has that stance treats women badly. Some people do, but not everybody. I've met plenty of complementarian couples that treat each other well with respect, and they're like a power team together. But in the end, they believe that maybe the man has the ending say in the house. They'll actually attribute that to the man.
Oops.
I mean, if the woman is okay with that, then I don't see anything wrong with it. But like a man asserting himself onto a woman and justifying it with, you know, you're the weaker one, or we're gonna have gender roles here. That's not okay.
I mean, let's look at it logically here. Hillbilly and I, let's say we're working on a project together, and we're building a house. I would venture to say Hillbilly can lift more than I can just by looking at him. He looks like he's a stout, strong man, and I probably can't lift what he can lift. Does that make me lesser than him?
That's not what.
No, in general.
As a matter of fact, because you probably came up with the design that I'm using to put the darn thing together. No, but here's the other thing too, Jackie. You're not understanding the biblical idea of marriage. The biblical idea of marriage is that God has called us as men to love our wives. God tells us to love our wives. Why is that?
Because He knows that
it
goes beyond that. It says, love your wives as Christ loved the church, which is
as Christ loved the church. Exactly. That's what I was getting ready to get to. Love your wives as Christ loved the church. Why is that?
Okay.
Because Christ loved the church enough to lay down His life for her, the church. Now get this.
Okay, well that's great.
If I'm a husband, hang on a second. If I'm the husband and I'm treating my wife like that I'm willing to lay down my life for her, not just once to die, but lay down my life and my desires and the things I want daily. Do you think she's going to have any trouble submitting to me? Because that's what God tells women to do. God tells women, honor your husbands. That's the part I have and honor to your husbands.
Why didn't God tell the women to love their husbands?
Because it comes naturally to women. They are designed to be nurturers. They are designed to be lovers. Oh my God. Guess what? For men, it doesn't come so easy. But you know what doesn't come so easy for women? Submission, honoring, lifting up.
Yeah, that's the part I have a problem with, asserting that there are certain qualities like that men and women have. I get the nurturing part for women since we do have the hormones, and yeah, we are generally more emotional, right? But traits like honor and traits like honor and love and stuff like that, that's not a gender specific thing. I mean, men can love just as easily as women can. And
you're not listening to a word I say. You got your homosexual blinders on.
Wait, how is it
homosexual blinders? Like women can. Guess what? We're not wired the same way. Men and women are wired differently. Guess what?
Well, no,
that's just the way it is.
Well, I think there's a sliding scale there, Hillbilly, but we'll agree to disagree there. But
God.
But at the same time, I do think like there is some complementary and that is probably visible in most marriages.
I mean, some of it is biological, and some of it is social and cultural, and I think that
little girl, you're showing that you don't know what you're talking about.
I do know.
Well, I think she does.
Okay, now we're getting to the point where you're being condescending, so that's where the.
Honey, I'm being condescending because you really are acting and talking like you don't know what you are speaking of. You do not have enough information to make these kind of claims or statements.
Neither are you.
Just saying.
We don't care.
Especially with the whole intelligent design thing.
That's not true. I know what I'm talking about.
See, don't listen to him. He's just a dick. And if that's his chat up line to get himself a woman, then yeah, you can see how he's a massive virgin.
Oh man.
I mean, I wouldn't go as far as to call him a dick. He's still my friend. We have our disagreements, but I just don't like it when people are condescending to you.
Treat people like dirt, man, despite, their views and whatever, and even religious beliefs and whatever differences we have. There's no reason to disrespect each other. But if they are to disrespect us, then yeah, they're gonna get what they get.
I'm not disrespecting Jackie. I'm not disrespecting Jackie. If I wanted to disrespect somebody, I'm good at it. Don't worry, you'll know. Now the fact is, because I call her little girl, I think of her as a daughter that needs to learn more before she speaks. She doesn't know about what she's talking about.
So don't you?
I do know what I'm talking about. I've been an activist for gender and sexuality.
I look at you as a little girl who's got this little mindset, got these little blinders on, been told what she needs to do by others. Oh my goodness! Oh wow! But you know what? As you get older, you're
okay, so the real problem here is that when you only refer to one book, you're by definition putting blinders on. All right. The problem with it is Jackie doesn't refer to just one book. She's an educated lady that has studied many books, and that means she does have at least the right to talk about those books.
And you know what?
Sorry, Jackie.
Sorry.
Little lady, please. Yeah, so she has the right to express her views at least on those books. Just even her views. And I think if somebody's been educated in a particular area, then we should at least be listening to them with regards to the books that they have studied. I always listen to you, Jim, about what you're saying about the Bible. Okay, because as I said to you yesterday, it comes from a place of honesty. Okay, but when it comes to other books, really, I don't listen. Okay, and that's the point. I do listen to Jackie about the books she studied.
And I have studied sexuality and gender, and even though I don't have like a degree in it, you know, I chose a different degree. I still feel like I have the amount of general knowledge about the subject that would validate me to be somewhat of an expert. Not professionally, but what? Okay, sorry. Yeah. Thanks for muting yourself. Copyright music. But yeah, I mean, I would consider myself a voice of authority when it comes to that subject because I am an activist.
I don't know about an authority, but somebody to consider. I would definitely say somebody to consider. Definitely wouldn't throw you out if that's your gig and that's what you do.
Yeah, it's what I do. Yeah.
Well, you know, if you're studying a particular subject, and that particular subject happens to be sex, and then you're studying it from, I don't know, let's say a pervert, a rapist, and a homosexual, you know, I'm going to tell you right now that you're studying from the wrong people.
No, I studied it on my own. I self-educated myself.
Oh, yeah, well, that's going to do you a lot of good.
It does, because I make sure I go to reliable sources. I make sure I see both sides. I make sure I was going to the correct sources, that I wasn't going to statistics that are faulty. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, in addition to being self-educated, I've also worked with leaders of the community who are involved with all this, you know, activeness. So, I mean, it's not just, it's mostly me self-educating myself, but it's also, you know, people who say, hey, you should read this and this and this, on both sides. So, or I wouldn't say both sides, I say all sides, because everyone is their own side. So.
Yeah, that's true.
Mhm. Anyways.
Yeah. So.
Oh, I love that Von Helton is like okay with polygamy, because like whenever I say I'm okay with polygamy, people are just like, "What? You crazy?"
Yeah.
Are you okay with polyamory?
I would never do it myself. Yeah, all of that.
Mixed in together? Polyamory is Greek and Latin.
I'm totally okay with polyamory. I know some people who are polyamorous. I'm not polyamorous.
It looks complicated.
I mean, if it works for, okay, like here's what I would say. If there's a person and they're having two relationships, right? I would say that the people who they are in relationships with need to be consenting about that person being in those two relationships.
It's more than that, Jackie. It's not just about being consenting. You have to really work hard to not show.
Oh, yeah.
Or not. Hang on a minute. You have to really work hard not to express negative emotions, because that's the first thing that triangles really break down in is communication.
Yeah.
So you have to work extra hard to make that. Yeah, sorry, Jackie. You have to work extra hard to make that kind of relationship work. It's very demanding, as you say, complicated. You have to really.
Gee, Simon, I wasn't even finished when I was talking.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Jackie. You just need to read a few. You need to read more books, Jackie.
I'm just a little girl. I don't know what I'm talking about.
You're far from that.
But anyways, no, yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say, Simon. It's hard for a polyamory relationship to work out because jealousy is a very strong emotion. But if it works out, it works out, and I don't see any reason to just completely just say, hey, that's not gonna work even before trying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I mean I've definitely had successful relationships like that, and I don't really see a huge issue with it. It's more a question of self-discipline and not letting emotional issues fester. I mean, that's the thing that destroys the relationships, and it destroys a three-way relationship much quicker than a two-way relationship.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But it doesn't mean that it can't work. I mean, I've had relationships where I've not had sex with one partner and had sex with the other partner, and that's been okay because that's what was wanted.
Yeah, I know actually a relationship where there's three people, but all three of them love each other. It isn't just one person in two separate relationships.
Well, it doesn't have to be sexual love. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah. Oh, no relationships have to be sexual.
Yeah. Well, I think over a lifetime you're going to struggle if it's not. But yeah. Okay.
There's some people who don't have that big of a sex drive.
Very true.
And if it works for both people, then it works.
I would say that's a pretty rare situation. Maybe in later relationships, in the later stages of relationships, you can develop that, but I don't think that's necessarily a healthy thing. I met a woman once who said, she looked fantastic. I mean, she was about 50 and she looked like 25. She was incredible, and she's put it down to having an orgasm every day.
Well, I agree that orgasms are pretty healthy. Yeah.
Yeah.
They are. They make you happier. They make you relax.
So I think it can be quite an important thing in marriage to have that trust and that ability to be that intimate. And I think that's quite an important thing sometimes. Well, over a lifetime,
you can
as I'm
be
saying.
intimate without sex. I just don't think that sex is a necessary factor. Obviously, it's necessary for most people, but in general, I just don't see sex being the most important thing ever.
Well, yes, I'm not saying the most important thing. I'm kind of saying that I think it's a very rare example where two people meet and fall in love and not wish to have intimate sex, and then to say that could happen over a long period of time of having the relationship, you'd have to be fairly dedicated people to your
asexual.
Well, you have to be dedicated to
sliding
that.
scale there too. Sexual drive as a sliding scale. So you look at sexual, or as I like to call them, gray sexuals, people that aren't necessarily abstaining of sex, but maybe they
yeah, I'm a gray.
Really low on their drive.
Yeah, I'm actually a gray. So.
But getting two people like that together, I mean, how often does that happen?
I have a friend who's in a relationship that doesn't involve sex at all. She's been in that relationship for more than 5 years now. And if my partner wasn't into sex, then I would have no problem not having sex. It's not that big of a deal to me.
See, it's a big deal to me. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm married to somebody that's okay with that. So, but again, it depends on your relationship, and there is some coordination, involved in that.
You know what my favorite type of sex is?
Indeed, and kind of, hang on a second, Jackie, that was kind of my point about the polyamory,
Yeah.
is that it's the same deal. It's just more complicated because you have to take somebody else's, it's not just one other person's consideration that you can either overspeak or come to some compromise with. You're now compromising with two people. And
Well, I
that's
was
a
reading
lot harder to do.
about it because I just read about different things, and it seems like they put a lot of elaborate rules up. Usually, rules are actually a big deal. I don't know.
I don't think so. No, I mean I come from the hippie end, which is more about not being resentful for other people's love.
You know what my favorite type of sex is? Is
Doggy?
a premarital homosexual sex with lots of women. That's my favorite type of sex.
Lots of women?
Yeah.
With a washboard? What?
I like
Orgy. No. A lesbian orgy. And none of us are married.
Has this happened to you, or is this a fact?
No.
you
No. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. It's
I was gonna
okay.
say,
How does one get on that guest list?
I'm
so
trolling.
excited.
Yeah, can you? I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Jackie. Can you give me a link?
I want to see pictures.
Picture didn't happen.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
God, yeah.
I see what you did there.
That's what she said.
Yeah, your face. Yeah, all the gamer stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, boys and girls, I got to head out. I got to get ready for my second run. I had a really good run today talking to that little girl about she'd really been hurt. So it's good to know that these kids feel good enough to open up to me.
You talking about your dick?
I'm talking about kids that have been through a lot of crap, and God has put me in this position for a reason, and I really appreciate the opportunity to try and help these people, help these kids to understand that God loves them.
Help's always good, man. Helping people is always good.
Well, you all have a great day, and may the God of creation, the God of salvation, bless you all.
You too. May Allah be with you, sir.
Hard.
Allah Akbar! I kill you dead!
You're still an asshole, but I love you.
I just can't. There's people I can't love, and there's people I don't care what you do. I'll never like them.
Yeah, that's cool. Everyone has a view, man. I try not to take it to heart. Hey, is that who I think it is? Oh, wow. We could have done with one of your insults a moment ago.
What? I'm not paying attention to the screen, so who's me?
Afternoon, Ray.
Oh,
Ray.
I haven't got my real microphone plugged in, so.
All right.
Can
You're
you
much
hear
quieter. It's better.
Good. Hold on.
Yeah, I have glue all over my fingers. Ew.
Oh, I missed the big fat fucking dipshit, didn't I? No, I actually, shit.
I wanted to apologize actually to him. I called him a dick before. And really what I wanted to say was he was a child-beating fuck. That was I hope he realizes I didn't mean it when I called him a dick.
Oh, I
He's a
remember
monster of a human being.
that conversation about the child being.
Your sincerity overwhelms me, Ray.
Right. I mean, I felt bad about it. I've lost quite a lot of sleep.
Well, as long as you're sorry, that's what matters.
It's hard to get on, right? I mean, sometimes you make these mistakes.
How did you live with yourself? You disgrace.
Yeah. It's difficult.
Has Jesus forgiven you, Ray?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's the most important thing.
Did you pray really hard?
I love him. He's a special person to me, and I said to him the other day. I said, "Do you like milk?" And he went, "Yeah."
Yeah. Milk.
Although his words are quite commanding, he's got a very low voice. He's almost inaudible most of the time. It's strange. You'd think he'd have quite a powerful voice, but it's really quite pathetic.
He is dead after all, isn't he?
Right. It's hard to speak when you're fucking brown bread, right? I mean.
Yeah, I try not to get in conversations with him because I just get nothing but pissed and scream. I can't talk to him.
Yeah, he's the epitome of shit. He's just it's hilarious because if you ask anyone that you want to see people that are causing damage to any sort of religion, it's not us. It's not people that talk about it. It's people like him. It's people that plant their flag so fucking hard in the floor that they just literally anyone that was like slightly moderate just sees that and they're just like, well, what the fuck's wrong with them?
That's difficult if you're more of a moderate or progressive Christian because they'll immediately say, well, you're not a Christian because you didn't do X. Like even me saying that a person could have homosexual desires and be homosexual and then take that Catholic stance of, well, I'm going to abstain from my homosexuality, but I still have these feelings, is being thrown out, you know. I just think that's really, really strange, and that really ostracizes even more people than you'd imagine. And that other stance is really difficult to take too, but I mean, it's just extremely like nothing will be good enough. Nothing's good enough.
But he does have some biblical warrant for saying it, though. That's the problem. You know, I mean, he is quoting the scriptures to justify that position. So that becomes a problem because you have to argue against the scripture.
Thorns don't get taken away. Paul describes a thorn in his side that never gets taken away. So things don't always magically disappear when you become a Christian. Sometimes things stick with you, whatever they are.
Right. But that kind of, he's still got a verse that says otherwise. He's got a verse that says that this is a sin.
Backs up, I mean, maybe sin, but it doesn't back up that it just magically goes away.
Yeah, but unless you go down the Catholic theology, you're not going to get a satisfactory answer, right?
That's not true either, because this is an evangelical American thing. This is American evangelical Christianity, usually in the Midwest, but this stance, this particular hard stance, is evangelical Christianity.
Well, I've heard of it in Protestantism as well.
I think everybody's a Protestant. Protestant means non-Catholic. That's all that means.
Yeah. So I'm saying unless you go down the Catholic road of saying, you know, well, you can have sin and then you can get to the gates of heaven and Peter will forgive you. As long as you don't actually do the sin.
It's not only Catholics that take
this is sophistry to me, and that's Jim's point. It's just sophistry. You know, you have to come up with a exegesis or whatever, eisegesis, I don't know, to justify some particular phrase. That seems to me a problem.
There's a lot of pride in straightness in the evangelical American church. There's a lot of pride in something that really you can't control. You can't control what you're attracted to, so why be prideful of that? I don't know.
No, I'm not. I think the more bum sex that people have, the more they'll realise people are just people.
Ray's like doing origami or something. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, I'm just ripping some paper in half. I waste it when I'm...
The gentleman that just left the room, he had a bunch of numbers. Was he like that with everybody else with no portrait?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was it?
Kind of a dress, isn't it?
I thought maybe I was glitching out or something.
That looks like an error message from Android when they come up on the screen.
Last night, Nadia was talking about how she wished that more of us would use actual live cameras. And how portraits... Huh?
It's easier to see if you're passed out asleep.
Yeah. I think sometimes it's easier to see, kind of read body language, you know, and it creates a different experience.
Yeah, there's quite a few people I wish would get on cam. Roy is one of them. I'd love to see what Roy's face looks like when he's talking.
Roy is interesting because he talks a lot about original sin, but doesn't know where that doctrine comes from other than the Bible, but he doesn't know where it comes from theologically, which is interesting. Like I said, I mentioned St. Augustine, and he was like, who's that? And I'm like, what? What?
He didn't seem to know what Calvinists were the other day when
Yeah.
someone questioned on it. So I think he may be one of those people that uses the one of these arguments to mask the fact they don't really know shit about what they're talking about, which is a surprise considering that's we don't see that much with pre-suppers, do we? It's not.
I actually told him origami was one of the church fathers. And he didn't question it.
No, I think Roy's afraid to give up his Christianity. He told a story one time when his wife, him and his first wife were going through problems. He was actually gonna. He would have had a gun. He would have took everybody out in his family and committed suicide. He said he was real. So
dark shit.
It doesn't matter if you're a Christian or not saying that sort of shit. You should send alarm bells to anyone.
There's a lot of people out there that come to Christianity later in life, and I think that's what it is. They have a traumatic experience.
That's fucking weird.
You need to keep them straight and hold them in a line like that.
You know what? He doesn't. I mean, I've just interacted with him maybe twice. He doesn't strike me as a conspiracy theorist. He just strikes me as a very God said it, it's done, Bible bitches, you know, kind of thing.
His ideology is very black and white. There's no gray area.
Can we have a moment of silence for the sleeping zombie known as Nadia Chambers? Moment of silence.
Moment of silence.
Moment of silence.
So I'm just to check, am I the only theist in this room now?
Someone's sleeping.
I think you are.
Oh my gosh, you're all gonna kill me.
Hey,
Well, you know what? You're okay. You're okay because we don't have enough barbecue sauce, so you're all right for now.
I could never sleep on my face like that.
I could never sleep in a room like that. I mean, look.
The curtain's open.
No.
I'd
It's
never
not
sleep
curtain.
on camera because that would freak me out.
It looks like she OD'd. I mean, look at the pills on to her bedside, and she's got some cigarettes over there. Then she's got like the boxes. What's in the bag?
Then I wouldn't like to show you the contents of my bed or underneath it.
Definitely not underneath.
That's fucked.
Look at all the drugs.
Shapoka.
Someone poke her with a stick.
Yeah.
Nadia, wake up! Nadia! You're on camera, Nadia!
That's impressive if she's actually got her speakers on and she did not wake up to that.
Nadia!
No.
Nadia, I joined to talk to you! Wake up!
If she wants to sleep, let her sleep.
Wait. What if she, like, dies on camera?
Don't say that. Why would you say that? That's pretty douchey.
I'm just theoretically, I'm thinking out loud. What if she OD'd on the pills on the bed, smoked some cigarettes, and then I don't like the look of this.
Wait, are you trolling here?
No, I'm not trolling. I'm sincerely concerned. I mean, the house looks in shambles. The hills are a clear distinction. Something's up. This is genuine concern in my voice.
Okay.
Well, she was on certain medications, right? So that probably explained the pills. Are they prescription bottles or?
Yeah, she has to take like 4 or 5 different prescriptions. She got thyroid issues.
Yeah. Yep.
I'd say leave her alone.
I say sleeping on camera. Did she give mod controls to someone?
No, probably not.
I know.
Better.
Let's speak up here. Does anybody have mod controls? Can they at least turn off her camera so that she at least
I haven't got a fucking clue if I have it.
No.
Okay. Well.
Control room. What's happening? Fuck.
If you got control room, just turn off her camera and go from there.
She usually leaves it on while she's sleeping. It's just what
Yes,
she does.
but this is... It's undignified for the individual. I mean, if you can actually do something to at least have some dignity for the person and some respect, that's something you can do in...
For you, that would be undignified. I don't know if it's undignified for her.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, if she wants to sleep on camera, she's done it before, so...
Yeah, she seems comfortable.
Right. This isn't an unusual occurrence.
Right.
It's like in fact it's so normal that we're all quite used to it now.
And he's gone, and Simon left too, huh?
I think Michael was drunk again, so I think he might have been.
Who's a dick?
I was going to ask him how you celebrate National Atheist Day.
Is it National Atheist Day?
Yes, it's April Fool's Day. It's National Atheist Day.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, Simon seems like a cool dude most of the time. I've never seen him act uncool.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool dude.
Even in heated discussions, he's kind of held his coolness, you know, not really gotten too heated.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
The only problem is he kept muting me the other day. You were there? I don't
No,
know.
but I heard you guys talking about it, so I figured it was maybe a jokey, like a...
Yeah, it was a joke.
Yeah, you guys were getting, along pretty well about it, so I figured you guys were just goofing around.
Yeah, I was on my phone, so like when someone mutes you when you're on your phone, he probably just muted me for background noise because I was walking around. Mm-hmm. And every other time I muted myself, like it would say that he muted me.
Oh.
So that was the joke. So I muted and unmuted myself over and over again just to make it look like he was muting me.
I was drunk off my ass last night when I was in here. I can't remember half the shit I said. I think I hit on Hermione.
Hermione, yeah.
Hermione, yeah, I can't get her name right.
Hermione's a beautiful woman, so.
Yeah, that's what I said. I wasn't hitting on her. She was just she was on camera, so I was just telling her. I was like, "Wow, you know, she's on camera. She's beautiful. She's gorgeous. Good to see her face."
She's easy to talk to.
Yeah.
She's a good person.
She's always been really quiet, so I can't really get a read on her.
The second time I talked to her, we got into it big time. I mean, we were almost arguing with each other. I can't remember exactly what it was, but like the next day, we're just, just like friends. So it's, she's really easy to talk to.
Yeah, I mean, she and I have been at odds a couple times, but it doesn't seem to affect anything.
Mm.
don't know. I guess, and I've been criticized for this, obviously, but like maybe I'm not talking about Ermine, but like apparently I'm too nice to mean people. I don't know.
You just have to act however you feel like. I mean, you just have to act out the way you. I think if you force it and you were to encounter someone that other people wouldn't like, you got to treat them how you want to treat them. I mean, if you want to call them a fucking sack of shit, or you want to just say no and then move on, it's fine. I don't think there should be some sort of group mentality about it. I mean,
yeah, me neither. I think that's ridiculous. I've always been against like people just being assholes to people because they're theists or an atheist.
Right.
Well, I think people deserve respect to some degree.
Right.
I mean, if you want to get respect, you have to extend it. I would imagine. I mean, just normal respect, not like necessarily as authoritative, but just as a human being.
It's feel like a two-way street. If you don't give respect, you're not likely to give it back. So, as far as I'm concerned, if people are nasty to me, I'll be a dick to them.
Right.
That's about the sum of it in a nutshell, in my opinion. But I guess it can be a bit situational. For example, if your boss is being a dick, you're not going to throw a chair at him, are you?
I got fired twice.
It's how you read a situation as well, so. And seeing what's going to be the outcome of what you do. Right. So it's a bit of an awkward one.
Yeah, that's like the one fellow that was on here earlier. I try not to get in conversations with him because he'll sit there and say, "Oh, well, I respect them, but he doesn't. He'll cut him off, he'll talk over you. He talks down to you. He talks down to you, and he goes, but then he'll go, but I love him. I love him like a daughter. I respect him. You don't know. Not the way you're treating people. No.
Yeah. Well, that's someone that hits their own kids. So I mean, he's pretty two-faced like that, right? I mean, someone who's gonna to your face insult you and then say, if someone's gonna insult someone, just insult them. Just call them. If he was calling Jackie, what was he saying? Little girl.
Little girl. I don't know.
It's not. I mean, like my daughter. Well, you hit your kids, so it's not really a good place to be in one of your daughters there, is it? But I mean, he's just a sack of shit.
Yeah, what got me was it was the little girl part he said was pretty fucked up, but then he said something like, you don't know enough to speak yet, and I thought that was kind of fucked up.
Oh, it's all love. It's all out of love, right?
Well, see, I don't know. I guess like I look at the Bible as a kind of a trump card. Obviously, I'm a Christian, but at the same time, I believe that we are creatures designed to attain knowledge, and we live amongst people that think differently than us. And so I don't know, maybe I just come from a different perspective. I think there has to be some sort of tolerance and some sort of understanding. Even if you think that you have the absolute truth, I think that there has to be some sort of respect, I guess, just for being human, if anything, you know?
Yeah, but see, he doesn't even have that because he works on a bus. He's like he doesn't drive the bus. He's like a security guard on a bus or whatever. And he'll tell the kids what he believes to be the absolute truth. And it doesn't matter what the kids' parents tell him, you know. He'll just tell them, oh, no, that's wrong. This is what the truth is. You know, he won't say, in my opinion, or this is what some people think. He'll say, no, this is what the truth is, and this is how you should live.
No, that's not cool.
No, it's not. It's you can't have respect for anybody if you're going to talk like that.
Yeah.
Wait, is he allowed to preach on his job or what?
If he's in a public school, I don't think there's a single state that will allow him to do that outright. If I remember.
He lives in South Indiana.
Okay, because he's in Indiana, I don't think it's legal, but he probably can get away with it.
I was gonna say, yeah, like the one place.
Another place would be Oklahoma.
I didn't know there was that.
It's not.
Plus, I know some schools own their buses and others contract them out from different companies. So I wonder how that would go as far as their rules and regulations.
The drivers have told him it's wrong, and he says he don't care. The drivers have told me he should be doing it. He don't care. I'm going to tell him.
Oh, no shit. He's been warned before.
Yeah, the guy's a human sack of shit. I mean, what?
Well, I don't know about a sack of shit, but I'll say that like.
All right.
Usually Christians that are like that, they think I like to call them people that want to wrestle people to God. I'm going to punch you out and drag you with me. And apologetic lawyers and stuff, and I don't know, it's not particularly my style. And Rev, I don't know if you know Rev. Rev was trying to argue that like there might be some people that need that. Maybe. I don't know. I know that in street ministry, so to speak, and the ministries here in San Diego where it's like ex-gang members and things like that, they really dig that stuff. They really dig this hardcore,
Oh, Christianity stuff?
Like the hardcore, like turn or burn kind of stuff. They dig it.
Oh, yeah, especially gang members. I knew a lot of them. They still do. And it's almost, they have that mentality where they have to hold on to something, whether it's a gang or a church.
But for me, it's repulsive. So I don't know. It's interesting. But I mean, I always maintain that the center of being a Christian is trying to follow Christ, and the two greatest commandments boil down to love God, love others, period. So if you're failing at one, then that becomes an issue.
I just see how it's hard for people to say to love God when, how can you love something that you don't see or it's not there or you know what I mean?
Well, this is for Christians. I wouldn't expect an atheist to be like, yeah, love God.
Oh, right. But I mean, there's got to be an explanation for it. I mean, just because I'm an atheist, I would like to hear different reasons on how they would see that, how would they interpret, a love from something that's not even visible or there or tangible. Strikes me as kind of odd. That's all.
Well, when I look at the universe, it reminds me of this viral thing that was going on, and I can't remember which thought catalog. No, I don't know. There's one of those cheesy ones that goes through on Facebook,
Mm-hmm.
But there's this one with the universe, and it was like all these pictures of how big and vast the universe is, and like how small the Earth is compared to the sun. And
yeah, I like watching that.
And all that stuff's really cool.
And what kind of fascinates me is like the nebulas kind of mimic or they kind of look a lot like brain neurons, or you see like some clusters that almost look like an eye or something like that. It's kind of trippy.
So us theists, I'll just open it up to all theists. Most of us look at nature and the universe, and then we go, like the top comments were these two comments. One was, how can you see all this and not believe that there's a God? So we look at all the vastness and the wonder, and we think, wow, like, how can you see this and not believe there's a God? And then the second top comment was the atheist comment, which was, how can you see this and believe there's a God? Newsflash, you're not the center of the universe.
That's the way I see it, yeah.
So it's interesting how we come to our conclusions just on something like that.
Yeah. Just have to see what side of the fence we're on when we die.
Well, if an atheist is right, oblivion isn't going to matter, right? Because we don't remember what we were like before we were born.
Right.
So it would be the same, I would imagine. I would think the hard part for an atheist, and I've never been an atheist, so I'm just going to stretch out and imagine, and you guys can confirm or not confirm. But I would think the hard part for an atheist would be the finality of death, and then trying to deal with that. And
like non-existence, just absolute nothing?
Yeah, you think about all the people who have come before us in history. How many of them are forgotten? Like, let's look at Pompeii and all those people that died in Pompeii, and we see the cast of them, but we know nothing about many of them. And so sometimes that can be kind of a scary idea, I think, for an atheist, like this lack of a legacy.
Well, I figure whatever's out there is out there, and if it's nothing, complete darkness to where I was before I was born, I'm fine with that. I can use the rest. I think I would deserve it.
But do you have like some sort of desire to leave a legacy?
But kind of, if you're thinking about like the people down, the neighbors down your street, there'll be people that live down in your street. You'll never talk to you never meet, you never see, you never know. It's the same thing. It's like, but that's no big deal, even for theists. I mean, so not knowing and not leaving a legacy or anything behind is no big deal either.
Right.
No, I'll never.
Well, it's like I got my brat, so those little fuckers could carry on my bad name.
Tom, do you mind if I address you when you're typing in chat, or do you prefer me to just address you in chat?
Yeah, I'm on my cell phone, so I can't even see his chat. And sometimes I'll get a bad signal, I won't hear you, or it'll drop out, or I'll probably break up. But there's a lot of atheists out there that were, I mean, Christians that were, 4 days a week Christians that believed, really believed hard and had the experience of God and everything, and they've gone away from it.
Yeah, I was never a theist at all. I grew up around it. My mother was Catholic. My father was Christian. My brother's hardcore Christian. He reminds me of Hillbilly. He has the same attitude and look, too. It's really weird, the way they talk, But I've been around it. But I just can never see it.
Well, I think some of it is like they were talking earlier with the way your brain functions on how you're attracted to certain people and how you could not be attracted to certain people. Mm-hmm. I think that works with religion too. You're attracted to that thought of something greater out there, or you're not. And
yeah.
Well, I think that never-ending. Palm's talking on the side here. Imagine never ending in that existence. I think for us, the idea of having an afterlife isn't necessarily frightening because we believe that all will be made right and there's a reconciliation. If the world was as it is, would I want to live in it forever? Absolutely not. Can you imagine the tragedy and the pain in this world? I wouldn't want that forever and ever.
It's way too much of it now.
But when you get up to heaven, you're supposed to be happy forever, right? You're supposed to be praising God the whole time.
There's supposed to be no tears, yeah.
Which
your
What's that?
might have exploded. Well, I think too sometimes have this image of heaven where it's like you have a harp and you're on a cloud and you have to worship God. You're like hallelujah all day. I mean, like we have these weird.
Here comes that fucker again. I'm gonna start praying.
Actually, the best image I can think of is if you've ever watched the first Fantasia. And it shows the demons, and the demons are awesome. They're like making things happen, boom, bang, bang, and it's like this great animated, with Wagner, I think, in the background. And you're like, wow, this is pretty crazy. And it goes to heaven, and it's like little circles for heads, and it's boring, and they're going up in a ladder, and they're like, oh, and you're just like, really, is that the best version of heaven, really, guys?
That would suck.
It was kind of revealing of Disney a little bit.
Right.
The occult was fascinating, but heaven was boring.
Now, what do you guys think about past lives? There's been a couple of documentaries, and I think even Sam Harris mentioned something about an interview that he has done with a small child who remembered things that he shouldn't have. And he wanted to get more into it, but that was about 4 or 5 years ago, but I haven't seen anything from him about it.
I'll be curious to see Sam Harris's take. Not that I really completely dig on him too much,
Mhm.
but you know, he is into the neuro stuff and
Right, that's what I was talking about. It was in a debate, and he went into it, and he started talking about this young child that they have, or a couple of them that they're doing. They want to do a documentary on, or a story of. That'd be interesting.
It would be kind of hard to believe he believes in that kind of stuff, even though he does follow some of the Buddhist ideas. But I wouldn't think he would believe in something like that.
Yeah, I think it's more associating it to memories that maybe somehow could be passed on from parent to. You know what I mean?
But that has already been proven. That's not the way it works, and I'm pretty sure he understands that way more than I guess a lot of people do.
Yeah, that's probably why he dropped it. He's probably forget it. Bad idea. Scrap.
I mean, who knows?
I had a lady meet me for the first time and then freak out. Like freak out. She hadn't ever met me. She didn't know anybody I knew. I wasn't wearing a crucifix around my neck. She freaked out and said, "You're a Christian." Oh my gosh. And then she said that in some other life I was involved in a witch burning. And I was just dying. I was dying. I couldn't take it seriously. But like she was dead serious. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Apologize for burning you at the stake? I don't know.
Oh, you did the burning?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you should have. That is something you should apologize for.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm like so confused.
Doesn't our brain, isn't it like a known fact that our brain a lot of times just build stuff out of nowhere, just constructs idea,
Like
yeah,
imagination without you thinking it up.
Yeah, like people that doesn't have both sides of the brain connected,
Mhm.
and if they I guess cover one side of the eye and somebody puts a can that wasn't there, but they didn't see that happen, and their brain tries to make things up that can got there somehow. So it's not that it's not that they're lying.
It needs to make sense of it. It has to make a pattern for it. It has to.
Right.
Yeah.
There's another perception thing where they have a screen and they put your hands behind the screen so you don't see it, and then they put a fake arm in, and they start to like use a paintbrush on your fake arm, and you start to have these sensations. Like your brain starts going, "Oh, that's your arm, the fake arm that you see."
So I don't know.
And then all of a sudden he takes a hammer and he goes whammo on the guy's hand, and they're like, "Oh my gosh!" Like immediate shock and pain, and it's not real. And I thought that was interesting, but it only worked on a percentage of people, not all people.
And a lot of times your brain also ignores things that doesn't think it's important to you. It's like they can look into your brain, like on a brain scan, and they can read the images that would match with how the image is read when the person's actually looking at it and comparing it to the brain. And a lot of times that image is picked up by the brain, but the person itself doesn't see it because the brain didn't pass on that image through the filter. It just thought it wasn't important enough. But the brain picked it up, and your conscious necessarily didn't see it because the brain didn't think it was important for you to actually see it. I don't know if you guys ever seen this.
Well, I know the brain will actually dump memories or things that have no meaning to them, especially during sleep.
Right.
Yeah.
It's something that Sim Harris says. He says that he thinks it's important for everybody to do psychedelics because the brain acts as a filter to the world around us, and the psychedelics would break that pattern, and you can actually see the world in a completely different way.
I wouldn't mind doing psychedelics as long as I know that it's safe and it's controlled, just to get that experience. I mean, I smoke pot, shrooms, and peyote, but I mean, like DMT or LSD or something like that. I would like to try that out just to see what it does, just to see what happens.
Yeah, well, most people think it's not safe, especially because it's illegal.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's hard to say if Sim Harris is just he's completely connected to the idea, not necessarily thinking it through to how safe it is or it's not. Because he even suggested that he wants his daughters to do it even before they go to college and stuff like that, or maybe.
Oh, that's not cool. Yeah, that's not too cool.
Yeah, he thought it was a good thing for them, so they can perceive life the best way possible before they can even, you know.
I remember reading a chapter in one of his books where I guess him and his buddy had popped some mollies, which is, I guess, what, ecstasy? And they were just talking about how they felt nothing but love, and that's all they kept going on about.
Right.
Yeah, ecstasy's so funny. Like, I remember my friends took some, and I was like, what's wrong with you? And he's like, nothing. And then he was, like, touching me, like, your arm is just so soft. And I'm like, what is going on? Something's wrong. And it turned out that he had used ecstasy, and he didn't want to tell me because I don't use drugs. And I was like,
oh, shit.
Okay. But he was acting weird. And this was years ago, so, like, I think Charlie's Angels was out, you know, in the theater. And we went as a friend group to the theater, and everything in that movie was scary to him. He was terrified of Charlie's Angels, and I was like,
man.
yay, ecstasy. That's
Bad
awesome.
trip.
Yeah, he's practically rolling around on the ground saying it was soft, and I don't know, it's just weird.
Yeah, I was watching this one thing where these two dudes said, we're going to pick up women on ecstasy, so they popped ecstasy. And the whole time on the video, they're looking at this trash can, seeing the shape of the trash can and how the lid comes off and how it works.
Oh, so the dark side is that a negative thought or something negative is like an intense feeling, so it's not all positive. So if something out of control in your environment happens, that could be a really bad situation.
Yeah, you get a bad trip. One time we had bought some bad shit when I was about 14 or 15. My brother and my cousin went out to go buy some weed, when there's one dude's like, hey man, I'll sell you some shit. And it was laced with some crazy shit, because my little brother was crying, my cousin wanted to go to the hospital, he tried to call 911. It was pretty funny. Could have been worse, but it was funny.
Just a curious question about content. Are we allowed to talk about drugs like this? Like, we're not like endorsing it, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think there's nothing wrong with it. It's not like you guys are saying, you know, I mean, you're not giving away anything that's.
Come on, kids, you want to try it? It's cool. I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
I don't know. I guess you gotta ask Nadia.
I better shut up because I got in trouble yesterday.
About this before, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to shut up because I got in trouble yesterday.
By why?
With Nadia.
By why? I can speak English real good.
I was on camera and I forgot I had my camera on. I was kind of drunk, so I took a hit. And she got a little upset.
Oh.
But I done it before plenty of times and on other hangouts, so I didn't think nothing of it at the time.
I guess
marijuana, or what are you talking about?
Oh yeah. I don't do any hard shit. Yeah, just that. Yeah, just marijuana.
I guess YouTube doesn't allow it, huh? They would just erase the video.
Yeah, she had to delete that part or something. I apologize.
Yeah, but
I didn't know.
It all depends. If you're in a legal state where that is legal, then it's not supposed to be a problem. But if you treat up like.
Oh yeah, I'm legal. I got my card and everything.
Man, you're lucky.
I used to work for dispensary.
Man. So it's gonna be a while around here.
Where you at?
I'm right outside of DC. So I was waiting for DC to legalize it, but they only decriminalized it. So.
I'm in California, so it's like, yep. Anybody can get it.
Anybody can get it, but it's very confusing about where you can smoke it and stuff like that. I'm a little confused by that.
Pretty much in your home. That's about it. You know, I've been a user and had a card. I've carried a card for over 10 years, and I wouldn't get behind the wheel. I might go for a stroll or walk the dogs, but I treat it pretty much as I would, like, you know, a good stiff drink, you know, just after hours, something to help me sleep. I have neuropathy, so it helps a lot with the pain when I go to sleep.
So I know somebody who is a post-traumatic stress disorder veteran from Afghanistan, and antidepressants was interfering with his sex life. So his doctor said, "I'm not going to tell you to use marijuana, but it might work for some people. But don't tell anybody I told you this."
Oh yeah, I used to work for a dispensary, and it was right next door, and I used to help them out a lot. And we had so many like vets, cancer patients, AIDS patients. It really does help. You know, it really does help them out a
Well,
lot.
I've
cancer
even
for
seen the
sure.
child. She had some kind of like severe brain disorder where she couldn't like function at all as a human being.
Mhm.
And they gave her like the THC pills because they didn't want her to scrape her lungs that early, I guess.
Mhm.
And she basically just became like a normal human being again. Like
I
she
seen
ate
that.
and like playing with dolls again and just
Yeah.
like, completely functioning again. It's
I
freaking
seen
bizarre.
something like that where I think it was a gentleman who has some kind of like not a speech impediment, but more like I guess a speech impediment with motor skills at the same time, and they gave him. I think they just gave him a joint and to try it out, and he was talking, he was having a conversation with everybody, and he was doing fine.
Yeah, it's very interesting when you see stuff like that. It's like, what the heck?
Yeah.
I don't know. For me,
Nothing to it.
my experience with people that partake, obviously I'm in California too, so it's all over.
Mm.
My experience is that for most people, it's been relatively harmless in comparison to alcohol.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And the only criticism I would give the stoner culture, like people that are more than the occasional user, but like really get stoned all the time,
Mm.
is they like to brag about I can drive while I'm stoned, no big deal.
Oh, that's bullshit. Yeah, I hear it all the time too.
Me. That bothers me.
I'm a little bit in that same boat, but I'll take like one hit and then I'm not gonna get like high as shit and then go drive around. But honestly, it's probably not a good idea.
Yeah, I believe in being safe for society. So I feel like if your reaction time's slow on a California freeway, it could cause an accident. And
yeah, I wouldn't never go on like a highway.
Oh no, hell no.
I couldn't go more than like 40 miles an hour while I'm stoned.
You know, one time I remember it was in the middle of the night. Well, it was like towards it was really late. My friend called me up, needed a ride, and I had just smoked a couple of bowls. He's like, "Dude, I have a flat tire." I was like, "Shit." Okay, that's what I can do. I got in the car. I went 2 blocks down. I was like, "No, I better turn around." I mean, yeah, I wouldn't. It also depends on your level, but yeah, it's not safe.
there also seems to be a tolerance level, like just like alcohol. I've noticed with some people.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
But it also depends on the strain. I mean, you could go like, I could go from strain to strain. I could get like a hybrid and then a straight indica and then a straight sativa, and then that kind of keeps it changing. You know, so I don't become too immune, I guess, to it, or switch it up a little bit.
Yeah, I see what you're saying too, but also I've heard of people like, especially in California, they get used to like the oils and stuff.
Uh-huh.
It's like so freaking high THC percentage.
Oh, I hate the oils.
And then, they can't even get high from weed anymore, basically.
Yeah, I heard about that too. I wouldn't touch the oils or waxes or that dab stuff. It's real high. It's real, highly concentrated and.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried it a few times, but I wouldn't want to do it nearly as regularly. Maybe like once a month.
Yeah, if that, yeah. 'Cause I'm just more of a blazer.
I was wondering too, like you see like the vape cigarettes. Can you do that with?
Oh yeah. I know how to do it. I just have to get the money together to do it. It's quite a process, but yeah, you could do that.
I was just curious. I was wondering because I know that I don't know. My friends that partake say like if you put it in a hookah, it loses potency.
Uh huh.
But obviously, a water pipe or a joint, it doesn't. So I don't know.
It does lose its potency in the oils. If you're gonna use like a regular vape, like a cartomizer or a clearomizer, it will lose some of its potency. But it lasts a lot longer, and it just it keeps it mellow,
But like I said, I don't partake. I just was curious.
Oh.
Yeah, that new that jokes of it. That stuff that what was it called, like Fuego or whatever, where kids are having heart attacks from it. The synthetic weed. That stuff is really bad for you.
I heard. Yeah, that's crazy. That's nuts how somebody would do something like that.
Why would you make synthetic weed?
Well, it literally like it was sold as incense, but everyone knew what it was, and like it even was sold in like grams and stuff. So, like the point of it to buying it was to smoke it. It wasn't for incense. And then I had like chemicals and stuff that would increase your heart rate. So kids would smoke like joints of it instead of just taking like a one hitter. And they would like literally have heart attacks and like die.
Holy shit.
So yeah, don't ever do that if you see it.
Oh no.
A lot of it gets banned though, so they have to like the companies keep changing the product so that the way they can stay ahead of the laws.
Is it from incense chemicals you said?
I actually don't know like what gets you high on it, but yeah, it's basically like incense. That's what they market it as.
So I guess incense can't be good for you either. Might not be good to light those up.
Well, again, this stuff is specifically like it has like synthetic stuff on it, so it's supposed to get you high. It's not like normal incense.
Right.
Yeah, that was really bad for a while.
I didn't even know that existed, to be honest.
I heard about it, but I never tried that.
I tried it one time because my buddy had it, and it made me, I mean, I felt my heart rate freaking skyrocket. I was like, never again, dude.
Holy shit, it's crazy, man.
That's the bad thing about illegal drugs. You can't control what's out there, and people, you know, just get hurt by it.
Well, the problem is that they kept trying to, like, they'd outlaw it, and then the company would be like, well, we'll just change the product a little bit more, so that way we can stay ahead of the laws. And that's been going on battle around here for like 3 years now.
I was wondering too, a lot of people say that weed isn't addictive, and then there's a lot of people that say after years of smoking it, they decided to get off of it because it was affecting their lives. Do you guys have like heard of bad experiences about weed addiction? Is that even true? Or?
Well, I have my brother-in-law. He's like a stoner. I mean, this dude, it totally impacts the way he works. He can't, if he could get a job, he can't hold it very well. I mean, this dude is always constantly stoned out of his mind, and he drives that way. He gets tickets. He can't work, you know. On the other hand, I just usually just do it at night, so it doesn't really affect my day.
Yeah, I mean, I have my brother was having the issue where he like couldn't really handle it, so he would be getting high all the time and like wouldn't be able to go to work and shit, and get in a lot of trouble legally. But my uncle, on the other hand, has been smoking every day for 35 years, and he hasn't had a problem, and he has 3 kids in the house and is decently successful, so it just varies on the person, in my opinion.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I could smoke, even if it like, I kind of make it a little thing on the weekends, like on a Sunday, you know, I'll probably smoke all day if I have it. But when I talk to people, they have no idea that I just smoked. They have no idea at all.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, to be honest with you, I've been for the last 20 minutes. And so, you know, it affects people a lot differently.
Yeah, I mean, some people, especially, again, it comes down to the tolerance thing a little bit. You get used to it, and it doesn't affect you as much.
Well, I have like a lot of voices, a lot of. I'm on psych medications, but I do not like taking. So what I usually do is I will smoke weed instead, if I have it. That way, it does the same thing, but I don't have all the side effects of the grogginess, the upset stomach, the sickening feeling in my throat. But it does just about exactly the same as what the psych meds do. So I would rather do that.
Yeah, I mean, I have taken anxiety medication, and I just honestly I stopped getting the anxiety medication because marijuana was just doing the same thing,
right?
And without the side effects. So
exactly, yeah.
And some of the anxiety medicines are brutal. I can attest to that. Like some of them, for some people.
Oh, I was trying. I mean, I've been through at least 17 different medications, and you know, we'd think it would work, and then all of a sudden it would stop working. And marijuana consistently has been working for about 5 years now. So
cool. Yeah, it's worked for me too, man. You should see what they just gave me just last week when I went to see the psychiatrist. It's a I can't even say it, hydro something whatever. But it's a generic form of Xanax.
Yeah, I've had that before.
That's
Have
why
you?
I was trying
Yeah,
to.
it makes me a zombie. That's
I haven't
why I
tried it
said.
yet.
Yeah, it
Yeah, it
makes me a
makes me
zombie.
feel. That's what my mom takes to sleep actually, and yeah, it makes me super tired.
Oh man. I'm afraid to try it because I look at everything, you know. I look at all the side effects and what it can do, and I hate that.
It depends on you. The only thing is like I think trazodone I think is one where like people were having addiction issues from it, and they actually had to go. Some
Yeah, isn't that a
people had to go.
benzodiazepine? Some of them are benzos
Yeah.
and some of them aren't. And benzodiazepines are really, really bad for you and
Yeah,
addictive.
that's what this one is. That's what I was reading up on it.
Yeah, you have to be really careful with a lot of anti-anxiety in particular, because they are pretty heavy, and so you have to kind of weigh the cost and benefit. So if you're having panic attacks, it might
Yeah,
be
I only had
beneficial to
one
shut that
panic
down.
attack, so I kind of lucked out on that regard, but it
Yeah,
wasn't fun.
don't people say that the bad thing is like when people either use it the wrong amount that their doctor is prescribing them, or they get off of it too fast without having that slow, the slow intake, so it could die off slowly. Isn't that what usually happens? That like the side effect from it.
Oh yeah, dude. They put me on. It was about 5 or 6 years ago. No, it was long ago. It was almost 10 years ago. They had me on Abilify, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was taking Abilify, and I didn't like it because it made me feel more antsy than it was helping. So they said, go ahead and stop it. So I stopped it. I literally thought I was gonna freaking kill myself. I was going nuts. I couldn't stand still. My heart was racing like crazy. I couldn't sleep for days.
Right.
I mean, yeah, getting off
Anyway,
that stuff.
you were able to see that it was because you got off the medication. You just cold turkey.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
So I had to take half a pill just to kind of, but it really didn't work too well. But I took a pill and then half a pill, and yeah, I got off that shit quick.
Yeah, that's good.
It's so funny. I was talking to a psychiatrist. This was like years ago, maybe like 7 years ago, and I was having a really hard time with depression and anxiety, and I was having suicidal thoughts. And so, but I'm married, and I still had a sex drive, and so I was like, can I have something like, I don't know, Wellbutrin or anything that's like known to not kill your sex drive? And my psychiatrist looks at me and goes, do you want to kill yourself or have sex? And I said, hold on, I'm thinking. Hang on, I'm not sure yet.
A tough one, huh? It hasn't affected mine too much, but I've been married for a long time, so it's not as common as or as usual as usual.
What you're saying is it's like a once every 6 months occurrence?
Oh no. Once, twice a week, maybe 3 times a week. I've been married 16, 17 years, 16 years.
Congratulations.
Oh, thanks, man.
I've been married 13.
Cool. Congratulations.
Good for you as well.
Yeah.
I got married at 21. I got married young.
I got married at 20. Oh, shit, 21. Yeah, 21.
And they said it wouldn't last.
That's what my family said too, because they're all my family's nothing but a bunch of like alcoholics and wife beaters, and nobody's married or they've been and they're not anymore, you know.
Well, you're the black sheep then.
Oh yeah.
Because you guys were saying that weed can be addictive, but I was wondering what is the line? Because if the person has a addictive personality, like I'm pretty sure anybody that takes heroin would get addicted to it.
I mean, I can tell you right now, I'm probably addicted to marijuana. Just to.
It's
I'm
hard
not
to
gonna
say.
deny it.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of people say that, but it's like marijuana. I guess it's easier for you to get off of it. It doesn't push you too much for you to actually do it. You're not as dependent as the harder drugs.
Well, I'm looking at it more as like a cigarette addiction, where like, yeah, it's probably affecting me a little bit, but it's not like directly killing me this instant.
Yeah, cigarette's really bad, I guess.
So there's two different kinds of addictions. There's one that is like a psychological addiction. So like that would be like biting your nails.
Right.
Or like, you know, and then there's a physical addiction where your body is compelling you almost, and the chemicals in your brain. I mean, they're both in your brain, but one is sort of more on the emotional level, and the other one is on a actual, your body is reacting in a physical level.
Yeah, I say marijuana is more on like a emotional or a definitely.
I don't know. I kind of disagree almost, just because of how marijuana like it releases dopamine in your brain, and that's what gives your brain pleasure. So it's been kind of proven that if you release dopamine unnaturally in your brain with like a product, then your brain will stop producing dopamine naturally because it's just used to you like unnaturally feeding it, kind of.
That makes sense.
That's why you shouldn't masturbate. Dopamine. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, I lost that shit a long time ago. I'm gonna keep smoking.
But yeah, I would say just for that reason that it's kind of more of a physical addiction.
So I guess the drug itself doesn't really affect your life, because people can live normal lives even though they're just users, like daily users, and they can still go on and do stuff.
Oh yeah, in moderation,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, like if you have a tolerance for it, like if you try to smoke right now and then you went to work, if you haven't smoked in a very long time or haven't smoked at all, then you're not gonna be able to function.
Oh yeah.
Someone who does it all the time, like they just have that tolerance. I mean, to be honest, like people who are alcoholics, they can go into work like drunk as shit because they're functioning alcoholics at that point.
Right. It's just messing up your body. You're just not getting maybe the same effects.
I was at work one day, man, and I was making some labels. As graphic artist, I was making some labels for a dispensary for some brownies, and the guy brought me in a sample. And one dude said, "These are the strongest brownies we have, so just take a quarter of it." Or, well, I ate the whole damn thing in the morning. It was the funnest day I ever had at work. People call me drunk. One day I came and he goes, "It's like mainly like there's a lot of Spanish people there." He goes in there, he's all like, "I need this, that." He's all pinche borracho. I'm like, yeah. It was fun.
Yeah, brownies are nice.
Yeah.
They last a really long time.
Oh, dude, yeah, it was all day.
What's a pinche borracho?
A pinche borracho? Pinche is like fucking.
Yeah.
Borracho is like drunk.
Oh, okay.
Drunker,
Wow.
yeah.
They didn't know you just had a brownie.
Right, yeah, you just saw my eyes all glossy, I guess. And I dropped his change twice, so.
Man, that would be a fun job.
Edibles have a different effect, right, from smoking it?
Yeah.
It's more psychedelic, like.
I would say, but it makes me sleepy as hell.
Oh, it does?
Uh-huh. Yeah, whenever an edible, it just makes me tired. I don't know what it is.
Don't people get paranoid? Wasn't there like a cop that called in saying that?
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Him and his wife ate like a shit ton of brownies.
Yeah.
That's probably what it
I've
did.
seen someone have that reaction on brownies because like a lot of people don't know it takes a while to kick in with edibles. It takes like 40 minutes or so to start affecting because your stomach has to digest it. So like this person ended up eating like 4 brownies and she hadn't smoked like at all. She had no tolerance.
Oh man.
So then she was like, "Am I dying? Like, am I gonna die? Is this gonna last forever?" No, just go to sleep. You'll be fine.
That bitch be tripping.
Yeah. So I mean, like, people. That's when I think like they probably just ate a shit ton of brownies like before it started affecting them, and were freaking out.
Yeah.
It probably didn't even come close to actually killing them either, huh? Because marijuana is considered like a drug that you got to take a whole
No,
lot.
you can't OD on
You
marijuana.
can't. Yeah,
You
there's no way you
can't?
can. No. They say the only way you could OD, not OD, if you could die from marijuana is if you were to smoke like 500 joints at one time, but that's only because of the smoke inhalation from the paper.
Not the drug itself.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I saw a study because like the most dangerous drugs out there, and marijuana was at the bottom of the list, and by far, like apart from all the others. So it's
Yeah,
like, why
I'm
would you?
sure there's a few like accidents that happen because of it and stuff, but you can't just like die from doing it like the way you can with most other drugs.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, the other drugs, man, that's some crazy shit. My dad was heavy on all kinds of. My little brother and my dad were heavy on that stuff. I mean, like I'm talking like heroin and meth and crack.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Oh hell no, they're a wreck.
That's one thing I never touched was cocaine or anything like that.
Yeah, I would never touch that.
If you wanna get high, you better get yourself some cocaine.
If I lived in the 80s, I probably would have tried it, but alas, too young.
My brother used to do that, but he used to lift weights, and he was kind of like a jock dude, so he would do it, and he would just get all stupid.
And get all pumped up.
Yeah. You know, like dumb and start hitting himself, and come on, do it, get to the chopper now, Bennett's coming.
So that stuff probably just alters your personality. You become a different person.
Oh yeah, he would totally different. It was just nuts. He'd go outside and try to tip cars over. He did a couple times, a truck, but yeah, crazy.
Yeah, I feel like cocaine's really similar to being drunk as shit, except you're a little bit more hyper.
I would say hyper as hell, because my dad done it. My little brother done it. My little brother used to roll Primos, which is like a joint with weed.
Some people get pretty hyper when they're drunk, though.
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
So I guess it depends on the person, but yeah, you get really hyped up and like you're just ready to rock.
Yeah. Get those fighting drunks.
Yeah, if you get drunk, that's pretty much considered OD'd, right? Isn't that what they say? You just OD on alcohol? That's horrible for your body too.
Yeah. I don't like drinking that much. I don't know why I do it.
Yeah, it's definitely not as fun as getting high.
No, definitely not. It's like a waste of time. It takes too long. You piss a lot. You feel sick. You don't want to wake
feel like
up.
shit in the morning.
Exactly, yeah.
And you're like, God, I gotta smoke now.
When they're trying to come up with the pill that takes away all those after effects, or something like that.
Oh, for like THC?
For alcohol.
Oh, alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh.
That would be a bad idea in my opinion. Because like some people wake up and you're still drunk. Because you drank so much the last night, and that would be bad if you took the pill too, in my opinion.
And then you sleeping, and then you're getting more dehydrated, I guess. Just the effect is overwhelming.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they should just legalize everything. And I mean, if people are gonna do it, they're gonna do it.
I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah.
It's just in the person, and the more you have control over those things, the better it is for the people that are unaware what their personality
that's the whole
is.
reason why I think it should be legalized, is because like people who are doing it now, if you're buying crack or whatever, it's like got a bunch of baking soda and like all this other bullshit in it. It's not even what you're really buying any. So it's like if it was actually a government regulated product, then at least we're not like giving poison to customers and stuff.
I don't want government regulation either, and that probably would be a big joke. I mean, there's certain drugs that'd be very difficult to regulate. Acid would be one.
Well, if it was all produced by the government, or like kind of like marijuana is now.
Yeah, I can't see the government
to produce drugs. Let's think
Where do you
about how
think acid
dangerous that
came from?
sounds.
Where do you think acid came from?
Do we want the government to produce drugs?
The
government invented LSD. So they might as well just sell it to the population and make tax money off of that shit.
Right.
No, you don't want the government selling drugs. I don't understand why you think that's a
Absolutely. I
problem.
mean, they already sell tobacco.
The government doesn't sell tobacco. Private companies sell tobacco.
Yeah, that's what I meant. When just legalize.
Well, I'm talking about regulating. They're regulating those companies.
That's not the same as selling it, though.
Yeah. I guess selling is way too.
All right. Well, yeah. We'll change.
I was like,
to
that's
regulating.
dangerous. Let's drug the masses because we want to get away with something.
No, I mean, come on, time out for a second. Because are you gonna do heroin if it's legal right now, or like?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't. There's some idiots that would because they're idiots.
Yeah, but they're gonna do it even though it's illegal.
My opinion is that most people who are gonna do heroin are probably already doing heroin, or are gonna do it at some point, regardless of whether it's legal or not.
I mean, I take a libertarian stance on drugs. I think that if we legalized them, it would take away, honestly, it would take away a lot of the business and a lot of the crime around it.
Right.
And there will be a couple weirdos because they're weird that, think that because there isn't a law, then it's beneficial. And I think that's stupid. And that's part of the problem with America, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that our population is just incredibly uneducated. But I mean, wouldn't that, like, if we legalize all these drugs and then we started selling them the way that we do marijuana, for instance, then wouldn't people become more educated on it, hopefully?
I don't know. People seem really uneducated about sex.
And also about marijuana,
you can just have
too.
sex at your house. I mean, you don't have to go to the store to have sex.
You don't need to go to the store to buy drugs.
If it was regulated the way I want it to be, you would have to.
So it would be legal to use drugs, and it'd be legal to buy drugs, but you couldn't manufacture it yourself.
Yeah, you could grow probably some weed.
Yeah, I mean, certain stuff we would let you grow, like marijuana, you'd probably be able to grow in your house. You wouldn't be able to just make LSD tabs and sell that, though, or like crack.
Right, give me a second. I gotta get the door. I'll be right back.
Be right back, cooking methamphetamine. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Because you have like other countries, I don't know if they legalized the harder drugs, but they
I know, yeah,
legalized.
Portugal and Uruguay, they did decriminalize everything, and their drug use has gone down dramatically.
Yeah, that's one step. You can start by doing that and then see how it works out and go from there. Because the amount of money that they spend on fighting crimes and just dealing with people that are not committing violent crimes out there that are in prison, it's like just money thrown in the toilet and lives being ruined for a little joint and stuff.
And also, they come out worse than when they came in a lot of the time.
Yeah, exactly. There's that too.
Actually.
So it's like,
yeah, I mean,
really
in Portugal, I'm pretty sure that if you get caught up with like one of the harder kind of drugs, like heroin or something, they offer you to go to rehab for the first time for free, and you might have to pay like $100 fine or something. So it's like treated as like like an illness basically over there.
Yeah, they try to put you in the program, the 12-step program. Which is a joke. My little brother was in that.
Yeah, it's a complete failure, but it's something.
Yeah, it's mostly just a bunch of addicts talking about how much fun they had when they were on the shit.
Yeah, like, God damn it, I wish I could go and do this now.
Huh? But there, one time I was driving my Toyota, whacked out on crack, and they just tell their stories. It's entertaining. I went with them a couple times just to check it out. But it's pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I think the success rate is like less than 1% with AA and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I would venture to say it's probably higher, only because everybody I've known that's gone to NA or AA has said it's made a difference. So I don't know where you're getting your percentages from, except for maybe an anti-theist state, because it is sort of theistic.
I got that percentage from Father Martin's rehab facility, so...
I got mine from family members.
Yeah, for some reason, the people I've run into have described it as a life-altering experience. So I don't know. I don't know.
It can be for some people, the ones that actually work the program and are successful with it, but most people don't.
Yeah, people I know, they don't give a shit.
Don't you have to have like a higher reason? Like you got to decide something to be your God, more
You have
powerful
to acknowledge a higher power and surrender to it.
And they push to Christianity because all these damn things were held in church basements, you know.
Yeah, that wouldn't work with somebody that doesn't believe in a higher power.
Yeah, and you have to give yourself up to higher. I think that's step 2, isn't it, or step 3?
Something along those lines. It's pretty early.
I remember my little brother told me that. I was like, fuck that shit.
You know that atheist podcast Dogma Debate? That they had some sort of advertisement for a secular, I think it was a secular drug rehabilitation, so that you could kind of have an option away from the higher power thing. Because the higher power thing, I mean, I'm going to say that it makes sense to me, but if somebody's adamant and in their gut feeling, they're like, no, I don't agree with this, I never would want to force somebody to theism that way, you know, like if it's a court-ordered thing or something. So having an option for the secular community, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but a lot of people have no problem with the higher power.
Well, some people need that. Some people need they need something to hold on to. If it's not drugs, it's got to be something else. And if the church is there, you know, it's all, you know. I don't agree with it, but if it helps them, it helps them.
I don't know. I always found that argument lazy.
The crutch thing, the wanting to be in a group with other people that are like yourselves, be wanted. I don't know.
I always felt the crutch thing was because it's, what does it matter? It's not about feeling. It's about truth. Wherever that takes you.
But some people need that or want that or
yeah, I mean, it's like going down to, do you want to lie to someone in order to save their lives kind of thing.
Would you say that again?
Would you lie to someone in order to save their life?
No.
You would not lie to someone in order to save their life.
No, I'd let them die.
Well, I would actually find that immoral.
If it's somebody you worry about, you wouldn't think that way.
It's a good thing I don't worry about people.
Yeah, well, in that case,
well, to you guys it's a lie, but as theists it's not. But you know, I was gonna point that out.
No, I'm not. I'm not just specifically talking about I'm talking about just like any instance.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't necessarily saying a lie, although it is a lie. But I was saying because it's about truth. That's ultimately, all religions make the truth claim about reality. That's really what it's about. I mean, the benefit, of course, is that once you create a community, you, of course, reap the benefits of being in a community, but of course you could be in any community. So I don't see that as justification that the crutch is needed.
But it's still a community. You just said it. They need a community. Whether it's that community or another, it's still a community.
Yeah, it's not something objective. It's not like you can say it's true or not true. It's just something you decide to be more meaningful to you than other stuff.
Right.
Yeah, well then they'll just have to find a community elsewhere.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with people wanting a community, but if you're going to join a group, you know, Christian, Muslim, theist, whatever, if you're going to join that just because you want to be part of a community, then that's not a good reason. Find another group somewhere else.
Oh yeah, I think most of us Christians wouldn't be Christians if it was just community. There's a small percentage like that, but I would say it's the minority.
Yeah, it's similar.
Yeah, there's some that are like tradition. I go because it's tradition, or they go because people are nice and they like it. You know.
But it's also a starting point. You know, there are going to be people that will stop going, but they'll form, you know, a poker playing club or something. And they all leave, or they'll get heavy into it, or they'll break off to a different type. You know, they tend to. Not me. I don't. But some people tend to stick in groups.
So there's a question to all you atheists.
Huh?
do you guys feel the need for community, like close-knit community? And if you do, how do you go about it?
I'm a rebel, Dottie. I could spend the rest of my life in a room with one light. I really don't tend to.
I just get my community from my friends, to be honest. Most of my friends are atheists, and just hang out with them as much as possible.
Do you feel like you can benefit the community with your lifestyle as it is? Like, do you give to charity? Do you give back to the community in some way? Do you connect with other people? Like, do you guys get involved in stuff?
I'm still a tax-paying citizen. I just put out a forest fire yesterday. Well, a fire that could have became a forest fire. But me and my friends saved the day, and we became heroes.
I think paying taxes is pretty minimal since it's required legally. So I'm not going to count that, but forest firefighting is awesome. Good job.
But not everybody does it. There's a lot of people that doesn't do it. So
I like to talk to like younger kids that are having troubles, you know, because I came from a pretty fucked up home, a lot of drug use and a lot of crap. So I like to give advice to kids, you know, or try to help them out a little bit.
Doing your part to make a better world.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think being an atheist really has like any kind of effect on like really my worldview, to be honest. Because it's such like a back thing in my mind at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference really.
You're a human. You can't walk away from that. You have the feeling, the necessity to help other people. Isn't that what they say, that not necessarily material things bring you pleasure, but you see pleasure on others? That's just in us.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep. Whenever I go down to GameStop to trade games in, I don't trade the games in. I give it to the kids that are going in there, going into GameStop. Yeah.
Nice.
The way you said that, it's...
Huh?
I don't know, for the first thing, when you said that, the first thing that came to my mind was like some dude in a van handing out candy.
No.
Wow.
Free game, spray painted on the side.
No, he just gives them and walks away. I think that's how he said it.
You know what? You should give him Spec Ops The Line.
No, you know what I gave one kid? I gave him freaking Marvel versus Capcom. And I heard that was like a pretty. It still has a good resale value to it. That kid was happier than shit.
You know what? I bought that game recently. Wasn't happy with it.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy it either. That's why I took it. That's why I gave it away.
Which game was that?
Marvel versus Capcom.
Oh yeah.
I was never good at fighting games. It's just so hard to get the mechanism and remember.
Oh, I know it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can never memorize the combos, and I always have to like pause and check it. And I'm like, well, this isn't fun.
Yeah.
But I guess there is like a similar system to all of them. Like you can pick up on air combos and stuff. They're all in a way connected. You can, but it's still hard.
Yeah, they say they have those certain moves where it's like a half moon around and an A B or something like that. Weird. Yeah.
But I can see it's like very competitive. It's like like a sport basically. It's like you gotta have abilities and you gotta be fast about it and you gotta be able to think out what you're gonna do by the end of the fight. So it's like really, it's like you can be like a professional thing.
Yeah.
People that does it really good. I admire that.
And then you get the button mashers that beat the professionals and they get all pissed off sometimes.
But that doesn't really happen, right?
I seen it, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
My son was just button mashing. This guy's going to kick his ass, and he had him down in like 2 minutes. And the dude was just like, button masher, button masher.
That's the children lead strat. Just mash the buttons that work.
Yeah, that little son of a bitch can play. He's 12, but man, he's good. Headshots all day long.
I was hoping they had Bloodborne for PC, but I guess it's never coming out, huh?
Bloodborne? I haven't heard that.
It's like similar to Dark Souls.
Oh, the new one that just came out?
Yeah.
It might get released eventually, but it's probably going to be a few years, if anything.
Yeah,
Didn't Dark Souls 1's like just come to the PC 2 years ago or something?
For what?
The Dark Souls 1, didn't that come to the PC just like recently?
Oh yeah, I think so. But I don't think Demon Souls did. That's like the one that came before that. And I guess Bloodborne's not either. Lies.
I don't know. I haven't heard good things about Bloodborne.
Oh yeah, what's that?
What is it? It's a lot more fast-paced, so it doesn't really feel like the same game.
Oh, it's not technical like Dark Souls?
No, it's
that's...
more button mashing now.
Oh, well, in that case, then I guess I'm not so sorry that it didn't come out for PC.
Yeah, I hate that. The game used to have put thought behind it, you know. Now it's just really fast paced, and it's just not. It's shit.
Yeah, you look back at those games from the 80s. It's like it's impossible if you give any of those games to kids nowadays. There's no way they're gonna be able to play through those things.
My son always tells me how good he is, and I always tell him to his face, I'm like, I beat Mega Man 2, motherfucker, you know.
Yeah, they got to bring it down to try to please the market.
Yeah, they're missing a lot of like those strategy tactical games nowadays too. That what used to be like JRPGs and stuff.
Yeah. I guess it's just part of it.
What gaming system are we talking about?
Gamer
really?
Yeah,
Xbox.
Yeah, I play Xbox One and PC.
Oh, good. My dad has a Wii.
Those are fun. I got the kids that. They have a lot of fun with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mario Kart's pretty fun on that.
Yeah, I like Mario Kart.
I'm looking forward to all the virtual reality stuff that's gonna come out. Steam has one that's like it can track your body in the room. So I don't know. Hopefully it's not gonna be like all the other gimmicky controls that they had in the past. That it might stick this time.
Something good, like virtual massage. Now with bonus level happy ending.
You gotta go to the Asian place for that one, happy ending.
Yeah.
That's the DLC.
Right. You gotta pay $300 for the sweetest massage, but hey, it's worth it.
I guess Joe Koo is asking if the Japanese Mega Man was harder than the original version.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't played that, but I did play the Japanese version of Ocarina of Time. That was hard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it came out with a special edition, Nintendo 64. It was the Japanese version of it, and half the platforms in the game were fucking invisible.
I never got to play any of the Zelda games, but it's like there's such a big following behind that I always wanted to give it a try.
Oh, they're fun.
Ocarina of Time is one of the greatest games ever.
Yeah. I like Wind Waker. That was a good one too.
Yeah,
it
that
was
was really
cartoonish,
fun.
but it was
kind of
good.
easy though, to be honest.
It was, yeah, but it was fun though.
Don't they have like a new one that's coming out? That's like open world. I saw it somewhere. Maybe it was the one you're talking about. I don't remember. Hopefully, well, I guess it's just gonna be Nintendo's console that's gonna have those. They're never gonna.
Yeah, they'll never share it. That's their money maker right there.
I'm pretty sure if they actually, let other companies use their stuff, they would make a lot of money from that.
Yeah.
But I guess they don't believe that.
Yeah, it's weird how they decide to do the console exclusives. It's like, why do you decide like this one's gonna be the console exclusive?
Oh yeah, they probably pay a lot of money up front to that company, to the company that's making the game. So
yeah, I heard.
I feel like that would must like, if I was a gaming company, I want to release it for as much stuff as possible.
Yeah, that's what Sega done. They broke away from the consoles and just released it to anybody.
Yeah, they do PC now too.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound like a PC master race type of person, but I guess that's kind of bad for the... I mean, but I can understand that it's impossible for you to keep up with the advancement of computers. So if you have a console, you can actually... You have something to work on for 10 years, but I guess that kind of holds back the potential in games, in the future. It's hard to say if it's bad or if it's not bad. But the console exclusive thing is definitely it's just not good for anybody.
Oh right, yeah, PC is always better. But like you said, you got to keep on top. You got to get those fucking video cards and keep everything up and.
Yeah.
Yeah, my PC just kind of fell off the end, unfortunately, with this new generation that just got released. So now I gotta buy another one.
That's what I have to do too.
I guess the future would be cloud gaming, but I don't know if the internet's fast enough for that kind of stuff. So you could kind of just pay for like a monthly fee, and you can play the games on their machines or whatever.
Yeah, it has its advantages, but for some reason I don't like that. I don't like that cloud, that pay as you go.
Yeah, boy. Yeah,
I'd much rather just own it.
Yeah, it's laggy too. That's the problem. The internet's not fast enough. Everything's too far away. I think in Japan it's possible. Because the internet is really fast, everything's close together, but I don't think it's possible in other places.
Yeah, there's enough lag as it is.
Yeah.
What kind of work you guys do?
I do delivery for this food company.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm just doing hard labor stuff.
I'm in between jobs now. My last one was graphic arts. Before that was auto mechanics. Both suck.
No, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the cars nowadays, they're getting pretty advanced too, huh? You got to keep up with all the...
Everything's just tighter, closer together. Everything's basically the same. It's actually...
Computerized too?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I had to change a computer out inside of a transmission on a Cadillac one time. I was like, what the hell? It's submerged in the fluid, It's...
You think they're going to... What do you call those people that are saying that they're going to be able to have drivable cars next year or something? It's like they work... Yeah.
Oh, Google's working on that, right?
Not the Google one. It's like electric cars basically that they work with. And the guy, I guess, he released all the
guy who does Tesla and like SpaceX.
Yeah, Tesla motor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They say they have, they have like self-drivable cars coming out.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Where how many glitches they have.
Get drunk at a bar and not have to worry about my ride home.
There you go, yeah.
Then you're gonna see kids like just spray painting the speed limits to like 200 miles an hour in your car, just following that.
It'll take the fun out of it, though. 'Cause I'm a car guy. I like working on them and souping them up a little bit, have fun with them. So I think it'll take the fun out. When they talk about electric cars, they talk about things like that, or like self-driving cars, or it just kind of like bums me out a little bit.
Oh, you don't like the, like the lack of muscle cars that they have nowadays?
Yeah, well, I just like working on them a little bit. I have a little fun with them. Like, I have a '66 Plymouth in the back that I put a 4-barrel on, a wing, high-rise intake, exhaust system on it. And I have fun driving around. I don't speed or like death race or anything like that, but it's fun to have that power and that feel.
Right.
You won't get the same with an electric motor. And then on my other car, my wife's car, she has a Volvo, and I put a Stage 3 turbo on it, so it looks like a grandma car, but it's got some balls to it. It's fun to drive.
Don't they use Volvos or Volkswagen? It's Volkswagen, right? The company that makes them?
No.
Oh, no, it's different. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Volkswagen that merged with Audi.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Volkswagen always been like I was thinking they always been like used for racing and stuff. I don't know if the Volvo has to, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Volvo's for like rally races.
Yeah,
really good cars.
Okay,
yeah.
so it is Volvo then. Okay. Yeah, I always like muscle cars, but I mean, I wouldn't mind if they had, cars out there driving themselves or.
Yeah. I guess for like highway use or long distance traveling, people have to go to work an hour away. That'd be great, or things like that. That'd be great.
I can understand why some people enjoy driving. It's just not in me. I just drive because I have to.
Oh, I had a '69 Volkswagen Carbon Ghia that had wires for seats, and the stick shift didn't work too well. The clutch stuck, the throttle, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was all gutted out and nasty, and that was just one of the funnest cars I ever drove.
Because you could feel the whole car.
Yeah, it's like you're riding a go-kart. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can see that. It's like nowadays you don't even feel like you're in the car.
Yeah, I just
floating around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they still haven't come out with those flying cars.
Man, can you imagine how many people would die?
They promised that so long ago. It's still.
Uh-huh. I can't imagine it. I mean, if they come out with a system where, like a self-drivable car where they can't collide into each other, but then you're going to have like power failures, electrical failures, engine failures, and then what, And
you're not going to have anybody to blame it on.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I guess we just got to accept that it's never going to happen.
Yeah.
No, at least in our lifetimes.
True, yeah.
Or the floating skateboards.
Oh, the hoverboards?
Yeah, the hoverboards.
They should have those travel tubes like in Futurama.
Oh yeah, I guess what's his name was talking about that. The guy from Tesla Motors.
Huh?
He was talking about something like that.
Oh really?
I don't know. Let me take a look.
Like conveyor belt system or some type of like.
It has something to do with like speed traveling that replaces trains and stuff.
That'd be cool. What game is being played on there?
Good question. Seems like a Phoenix is fine.
Yeah.
Smite. Never heard of that one.
You have to like defend something?
That's I think that's a MOBA, like Dota or League of Legends.
Oh, okay.
That plays differently. It's third person instead. Looks kind of interesting.
Yeah, World of Warcraft is another hard drug I don't think I would be able to get into, or I'll get addicted.
Yeah, I never played that.
No, World of Warcraft is a drug of its own. Plus, you have to pay for it, which makes it like.
I played Eve.
Is that the flying one?
Yeah, but it's so fucking boring though.
Yeah, I was playing. What's the name of that one? Let me see if I can find it here. Elite Dangerous. I was looking for. Yeah, it's like I think it's like Eve, but it's the same principle, but it was funded, and they promised a lot of stuff, and it got boring after a while too.
They just kind of axed it, or still around?
Yeah, you fly around. They were promising that you can actually go on the planets and stuff, and have but it was just basically you have your plane, your ships, and you just gotta make money. I mean,
that's how Eve is. Yeah, you gotta do mining, or you have to do these little missions, and they're all the same and mundane.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly the same.
Yeah, it's just kind of MMOs, to be honest. I can never really get into that kind of game style.
I have like ADHD. I can't just do that. I gotta do some different shit.
Like Minecraft. I can never understand why people like Minecraft so much.
Oh, my son plays that.
Yeah, it's like everybody loves that.
Yeah, I don't even play. I have never played that game, but my nephews freaking love that thing. They play it on their phones.
I guess it simulates what work would be like, and they haven't been through that yet. So once they actually experience the real thing, they would realize that's not as fun as it used to be.
I never even got the point of it.
I used to play just to piss my son off, because him and his buddies were like build shit. So I would go in there and I just start destroying something, and then you hear him cry.
Oh yeah, I can see the fun in that for sure.
Why'd you do that?
Why did you even build that?
It took him like 12 hours. Took me like 5 minutes to wreck it.
Yeah, all it takes is one good swoop to destroy a masterpiece.
Maybe that's what I forgot what I was gonna say. Well, I gotta go. You guys have a good day.
All right, dude.
Take it easy.
Take it easy, man.
Man, this one seems to have died down pretty significantly.
Yeah, it has. We need to get another Christian hillbilly in here, or a controversy going on.
Right.
I'll play Christian.
You're wrong.
You're going to hell. Jesus died for you.
Jesus wasn't real.
Damn, I'm trying to think of something. You're right. That was a quick conversation.
Yes, I win.
I was thinking about doing that just for fun. I was going to make like a whole different account with some kind of like crazy Christian looking dude and just like go all balls out Christian on everybody and see what they say.
And this time at the end when all the other people are agreeing with you, yeah, he's so right. Well, this whole time I was just kidding.
I know, I get this whole big old following and shit. Like Forrest Gump, everybody follow me. I think I'll just go home now.
And Nadia's been out for seems like a bit now.
She has, yeah. Oh, 2 hours? Okay, she's moving. Yep, this is exciting.
Very.
Have you ever believed in God?
Yeah, I actually did for 16 years.
Oh, wow.
Until I was 17. I wouldn't consider myself a Christian until I was about 2 years old and a half. So.
Mm.
But yeah, I bought into the whole shebang and thought I had experience and whatnot, but the more I learned, the more I questioned.
At first, the more my mom was Catholic, so it was a
That's
bunch
what I
of
was for a while.
sitting, kneeling, standing, praying, and they're all talking Spanish. I know what the hell's going on, so I just got kicked out. Get that fat little white kid out of here.
So you went to a Latino church?
Huh?
You went to a Latino church, or
Yeah,
was it?
yeah. My mom is Mexican. Well, she's not my real mom, but she's Mexican, so I had to go along with them. And then when I was in a foster home, they're big time Christians, so they went to like this huge Christian type, with cameras and everything, and and I was never really I could never really believe everything, so they made you stand up in a line, and they like push you down and pray over you and all that.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. I was like they were pushing me back and pushing me back. I was like, screw this, I'm going home.
Yeah, I was all into it for a while.
It was like, I don't know, it was just odd to me. I couldn't get into it. I couldn't.
Going to it now is very bizarre for me. When my grandma died, well, not recently, but like 2 years ago, we had to go to her funeral, and that was weird as shit.
Oh, man. That sucks. I never knew any of my grandparents. But I went to my little brother's funeral. That was kind of weird, because my mom's Catholic and all her whole family's from Mexico, yeah, and they're all over the place.
I'm sorry that's happened.
Yeah, it's his own dumb fault. Drugs. Got shot in the head like a dummy.
Still though.
Yeah.
Yeah, talking to my parents about their religion, I mean, they don't even have answers, and that's really what. Because then I started looking stuff online,
Mm-hmm.
and then you read more. I kind of went from Catholicism to Calvinism, and then I actually changed for a while to deist.
Kind of worked your way out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my brother's heavy to the church. I help him. I help the church out quite a bit, even though I don't believe in anything. But it's for the kids. They have like kids' night, and I'll help them put up little awnings and tents and set up, basketball courts and stuff like that for the kids.
Right. So is your wife Christian?
No, but she never really was anything, I don't think. Her mom is hardcore Christian though. Her mom's like Facebook page and every other fucking thing's like God bless you Tuesday, God bless you Wednesday, God bless you for my toe. Everything, dude. It's crazy. And she does kind of hate me for not believing.
Yeah.
She gets on me a lot about it.
That's unfortunate, but yeah, kind of. That's the way it is with a lot of people who believe.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, somebody's here. Hi, McKay.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Too bad. Waiting for the party to start. Waiting for somebody with troubles to come in.
Oh, damn.
All right, sweet resin hit.
Oh, gross.
I know. But I'm out. What can I do?
I guess that.
That's about it, yeah. Damn dog.
What kind of dog you got?
Oh man, I bought my wife a Dachshund, long-haired Dachshund, about a couple years ago. Perfect dog, trained it and everything. She decides to go get another dog. Fucking Great Dane puppy. This shits are gonna be bigger than my arm. I know it.
Yep.
Yeah, fucker's only like 3 weeks and he's already. Damn, he's up to my hip already.
Yeah, be careful with that dog, especially with your kids. Don't let them jump up on them.
Oh yeah, my kids are older, 12, and the other one already moved out.
Oh, okay.
Through the coop, took off with her boyfriend in Arizona.
Hello to McKay, who is playing an FPS, Christian anarchist, and all others. And to all dogs.
Was that a greeting?
Hello to McKay. speech synthesizer.
When you play RPGs or something like that, do you like to choose a chick just because she's hot to look at while you're playing?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I usually just pick. Honestly, I always go dwarf.
Yeah?
If I can.
I always go mage or some that uses magic and battle. But it's always a chick so I can check out her boobs.
Yeah, I have tons of friends that do that. I don't really care.
Mages are
I just
usually
like to tank a lot. Sometimes I play the healer.
I don't think I ever played the healer. I'm too much of an asshole, I guess.
Yeah, I like to be the support guy because no one else likes to do it.
Right? Yeah. I'm the guy that gets out there and gets killed first, and you're like, why the fuck you running out there for then? In the most impossible place to try to get to me.
Well, that makes it more fun for everybody else then, though.
Yeah.
Fuck, now I gotta go rescue him.
We all die. I was on hey. I was on a raid. I'm sorry. Let me shut that dog up. Close the window. Hello?
Hello?
Oh yeah, I was playing a raid, on Destiny.
Yeah.
Is it a raid with the long ass ones that last like 4 to freaking 8 hours? Is that a raid?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, and they have some kind of modifier on there. If you die, you have to start all over. We're at the last point, and I fucked up. I cost the whole game. I got 3 people threatened to kill me.
4 hours of people's experience.
8 hours.
Or 8 hours.
8 hours.
Even worse.
Yeah, 8 hours.
Yeah, that's when people start weeping. Ah, fucking damn you. You're going to hell.
Yeah. Oh man, you should have heard it. I was getting like death threats. One kid was crying.
Nice. Yeah, I play really old games. For the most part, I don't even have an Xbox 360 anymore.
No? What do you play? Just PC?
Yeah, I play like Red Orchestra 2, Warcraft 3, StarCraft 1, Brood War. That's the best game ever.
I used to always play like I guess like third person type shooters. Like I got into when I built one of my first computers. It was a 233 Pentium, and I had the NVIDIA. It just came out, the fucking NVIDIA something, I can't remember what it was, 128 or something. And I had gotten American McGee's Alice.
Oh yeah, that game's sweet.
Yeah, that was pretty badass.
Really dark take on Alice.
Yeah. Pretty cool. One PC game I liked is really old. If you could find it, you probably played it already. Grim Fandango.
Oh, I haven't played. I've heard of it though.
Oh, it's cool, man. It's really cool. A lot of twists. It's got a good little story to it too.
Yeah.
You'll be talking like the main character when you're done to everybody, and they don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, their oldest game I probably played was like, I guess Baldur's Gate. That game is pretty freaking
Oh,
old.
that's old, dude. Yeah, I remember that one. I used to have Command and Conquer for DOS.
Wow.
Yeah. On a mono screen. I had a mono fucking screen. That's how old I am.
Yeah, that's a little bit older than me.
How
I do
old are you
remember those
anyway?
really old Macintoshes with like Snake on them and stuff.
Oh,
It was like
yeah.
8-bit screens. My buddy had one of those at his house.
When I was in computer class in 7th grade, that's what we were messing around with. Hey, Bill Sykes, 75.
What's going on, buddy? You good?
Yeah, how you been?
Yeah, sweet as, mate. Cheers.
Cool.
Just chilling out.
Cool.
How you all? You all good? You all been alright?
Oh, yeah, I've been pretty good, yeah.
Doing good.
Was you playing some computer games on here then, yeah? Is that what I come into?
Well, we were talking about them.
Oh, I thought I see one playing on there or something. Like, I thought, oh shit, I'll keep quiet. I don't want to interrupt him or nothing.
'75, is that the year you were born?
Yeah, mate.
Cool, man, same age.
Hey, good night. When was your 40th?
What's that?
Have you had your 40th yet?
My what?
Your 40th birthday?
Oh, no, May 19th.
Mate, oh, you've got that coming up.
Yeah, yours?
Mine, February the 5th.
Oh, cool, man, cool. Hit the big 4-0, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Still 15 mentally, though.
That's what I say, too. Yeah, I'm still 12 years old.
Yeah, but I'm not Peter Pan. I refuse to grow up. Fuck it.
Right. Toys R Us kid.
That's it. Mm. I wonder why she don't ever like clear all that shit off her bed and just like, you know, so you can sprawl around and roll around over the whole bed sort of thing. It's like you're sleeping on a double, but with the sort of area of a single, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. Probably easy access to get everything she needs, but then again, it could be on the side.
Yeah. I mean, I can't really talk. I mean, my desk sort of thing was my table is full of clutter and shit, but I know where everything is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, same here. My desk is a freaking mess.
To the untrained eye, it looks like you'd think, where the fuck would I start looking for that? You know what I mean? But I know exactly where it is.
Right? Yeah. Controlled chaos.
That's it. So whereabouts are you boys in the States then?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, whereabouts? What states are you in?
Oh, California.
I'm in Virginia.
Oh, Virginia as well, yeah. Sweet. Is that as close to Washington, that, isn't it? Yeah?
Yeah, I'm really close to DC.
Yeah,
like
so you can just
10 miles
chip
away,
over the
actually.
border. Chip over the border and get your legal weed, yeah?
Yeah, you can't really buy it there yet, but unfortunately.
Oh, is it? Oh,
It's only decriminalized. It's not like legalized.
Washington State is fully regulated, isn't it? But DC isn't then, yeah?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh, gotcha. It
I
won't
was
be long,
kind of
mate.
hoping for it, but nope.
It won't be long, mate. It's spreading like wildfire. The war on drugs ended fucking years ago. They just refused to admit it or dig in their
Yeah.
heels in.
Virginia's going to be a while, but Maryland's probably going to go pretty soon, too. And I'm
Yeah,
really
mate.
close to Maryland.
They legalized Illinois, but they're just trying to get, I guess, somebody to come in and start growing and regulating everything. But they gave the green light.
Once they work out how to tax it and how much money they're going to be getting, then they just let everyone crack on with it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened with when they legalized in Colorado. They made so much money off the taxes in like 1 year. I don't remember the number, but the people were just like it was way over the estimate.
Like, when you think of it, yeah, like that's just like the cannabis, like the medicinal side of it or the recreational side, whatever you want. You know, I use it for both, to be honest. But I mean, what about the male cannabis plant, the hemp? I mean, paper, clothing, fuel, hemp brick. You know, it could just sort everything out.
Yeah, they could utilize that at the same time and make a whole different market right there.
That's exactly it. I mean, if ever you come into money, or if ever I come into money, if I invested in anything, it would be in the cannabis or the hemp industry, because it's only going to soar. It has to.
Right.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
I mean, the paper alone, that means you don't have to cut down trees anymore to get paper.
Yeah. Well, when you think about it, that's pretty much why they made weed illegal anyway, wasn't it? Because it was the DuPont and the Rothschild and that, Lamont DuPont. Yeah, and it's I can't think of this other one's fucking name, but they own like the media and the
Randolph
lumber.
Hearst.
That's him.
Yeah,
well done.
Motherfucker.
They own the media and that, and the lumber and the fucking like the woods with all the trees. And when that geezer brought out the thing that machine that you could put raw hemp in one end and it would come out processed at the other into fibre, that was set to fucking cost Hearst and DuPont millions, if not billions. So they were like, fuck, what can we do? Because they control the media and all that, they started with a scaremongering and reefer madness, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that pretty much sort of fell in time, like, you know, with when they made alcohol, when they reappealed the prohibition, you know what I mean? They're like, right, well, we've got all these newly formed fucking narc fucking units and bloody blah blah, but now they're all redundant. What the fuck? Who can we target now? What can? Oh fuck! Right. Hemp, cannabis to do them. That's all it was.
You know what would sell that would be made out of hemp?
Go on.
Coffee filters. Only because people think they'll get high when they drink coffee.
Would that work? Would that work? Oh, yeah, it would. Work.
Yeah.
They could do anything that I suppose wood or cotton can do.
Right,
in theory, hemp should be able to do, shouldn't it? Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it might have to be I don't know, treated or something to make it a bit stronger. Maybe I don't know, but.
Well, I've seen it where they even refined it and they kind of like made it to like a thread material where they're making like
refined.
Shirt,
that's a good
you know,
refined,
like they're smooth. They weren't rough or anything.
Yeah, definitely.
Smoke my jacket.
yeah. Just pull off a sleeve. Yeah, oh, fucking hell, you have a bit, I'll have a bit.
I just smoked the sleeve now.
No.
But I guess after it's refined and all that, and that side of the cannabis, that's not even potent at all, right? That's nothing. That's just there.
Oh yeah, there's nothing. Not on the male side of it. Nah.
Yeah.
That is pure to be utilised, like for I suppose. Well, I'd say anything non-medicinal, if you like.
Yeah.
And treat the female as medicinal first, recreational. Well, whatever you like, you know, medicinal, recreational. I mean, there's no. I mean, if we have to take medicine, who's to say, well, why can't you enjoy taking medicine? You know what I mean? Just because, like, all right, if you was to chew a fucking paracetamol, it's going to taste fucking horrible. You know what I mean? But,
right.
You know, if I've got to take, you know, if I treat him with cannabis, who say, why can't I not enjoy it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it can't hurt you. Might as well.
You know.
You can't do any damage to you.
No, that's it. I think the worst thing. The worst thing about it for me, apart from the cost, like for what it costs, but is not. I mean, where I suffer with mental health issues, I know that I need sativa, like a pure sativa or at least sativa dominant for the you know, for the anxiety, whatever, for the mental health anyway. You know, as opposed to the, like, if you've got a bad back or eye problems or this that, and other, you know, have the indica, the pain relief and that.
Right. Yeah.
But I can't. When you've got mental health, if you have that, it's not good for you. It makes you even more lazy and that. It makes you more paranoid. So, I mean, unfortunately, because you have to pretty much get what you can, you know, everyone sells it here, but, I mean, most of them will have usually roughly the same thing, but if you don't want to settle for that, you're going to try and hunt out the better bit, aren't you?
Right, and then you kind of stuck with what you could find.
Yeah, so I mean, I pretty much, because it's spending like fucking good money on money I ain't really got. I think, well, you know, that probably was a sativa or whatever, but it's all dry. It looks shit.
Oh, I hate that.
I can see that cheese is an indica or whatever, but it's in much better nick. I'm going to enjoy it more, so I'm going to go for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, I mean, if I had the choice, if I could buy perfect sativa or perfect indica, I'm going perfect sativa all day long. You know? And then, as I say, that's probably the only thing. The only two things is the cost and not being able to get my correct what I need. You know?
Is it legal over there where you're at?
No. That's
so you got to cut.
Yeah, you got to get off the street dealers, isn't you?
No, say over here in California, man. You got like.
you boys got dispensaries on every corner, ain't you?
Well, there used to be, but then they came out the regulations where you can't be a certain distance from a school, a church, public building.
The church too.
Yeah, the church.
Of course, you gotta throw that in there.
I know. Yeah, that's one of the. Because I was working for a dispensary when they came out the rules, and we had closed down two. Well, they closed down two of them, but man, the sativas are awesome. I like hybrids myself.
What are them? The crosses, dominant. Yeah? Like the crosses.
Yeah, I like the sativa dominant.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm saying. Truth be known, I probably prefer the hybrids, you know, because you can get the different flavors and the different whatnot and this, that, and the other. But yeah, it's like you say, it's got to be a sativa dominant one for me. Yeah, so you're already in the industry then, are you? You're involved in it and working in dispensaries and that, yeah? I was about 4 or 5 years ago. I was working for this one guy. His partner opened up a dispensary, so I was doing advertising. I do business cards, advertisement flyers. Oh, gotcha. Banners, yeah. So I was making the banners, the signs, and everything for them, the labels, you know, all that. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Well, the good thing about it was they were open for about 3 years, and I didn't have to pay a dime for anything for those 3 years. They just give it to me.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the ones, isn't it? And I suppose you can look after them with the price of their advertising. You know what I mean? There's room for negotiation. You know what I mean? Oh, I had to be nice. I always had to be like, all right, I'll knock this much off because you gave me, you know. Yeah, defo. But the cool part about it was my boss, right? He's passed now, but he was a 75-year-old or 72-year-old cancer patient with one lung. Bless him. But that fucker smoked, and in the morning he's like, "Hey Victor, let's have a smoke." So we're like all day long. Okay, no. Well, it just goes to show then, doesn't it? It is. Yeah. He's one lung and a fucking suffering with a C. You know what I mean? And he's still living a life and being happy, and you know, good on him. Oh dear. Have you had to do much work for like cannabis related advertising or pretty much a one-off? No, I did shit at my computer right now. I probably have about 10 different places for business cards, but I also done outdoor signs, indoor signs. Some places like to have like a full portrait of the Mona Lisa but with a joint in her mouth, you know, so I would print those. Yeah. Stuff like that. Pretty much anything and everything, even bumper stickers and yeah. Wow. Oh, so they don't necessarily come to you with their design. They will say, look, this is where we want to go, and they leave it up to you to actually come up with something and show them. Yeah, some people have an idea of what they want, like color schemes or what they're going for, but 99% of the time it's like, hey, you know, we need something. What can you do? Right. Oh, so even not just saying, well, yeah, that color, that should be that color, and it should go there. Right. You'd actually like make up a company logo from scratch. Oh yeah, several times I've done that. Yeah. And that's theirs then. From then on, that company's logo. Obviously, no one else can have it, and you own the copyright or whatever, I suppose. Or I give it to them like that. I'm easy. I give it to them. People come in and they're like, "Hey, this guy wants like $500 to make a logo for me. How much would you do? How much will it cost?" I'm like, "Let me see. 1, 2, 3 hours, $60. I don't care." So what? You charge him 60, and he pockets the 440. No, it was his own company, and it was. Let me see if I can find it. He was kind of like not down on his luck, but he was a really nice. Oh right, guy. He's got So he said to you, "I've got a $500 budget," and you've said, "Well, I'll do it for 60." Yeah, but it was cool because I was able to do all the stickers for his bands and,
just like all the lettering on the side of his van on what he does, which is pretty cool. So I think I made over 500 on that one.
It's that repeat business.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's my main business was just word of mouth. I never advertised anything when I was doing it. I can't find any of my cards that I've done. Let me see. There's a simple one. So the one I can find here. Yeah, I'll pull this one up real quick. This is a very simple one. This is just like, he just wanted something really, really simple. Let's see if I can screen share when I open this up. Screen share. Yeah, see, that was just a real simple one there.
Oh, listen, sorry, buddy, I didn't click on. I've just clicked on it now. Yeah. Oh, so that was a logo you done, yeah?
Yeah, that was a little logo I put together for him. It's the medical Cadusa symbol.
That's it. What's it called? Cadusa. Cadusa. I never knew.
Weird.
That.
Yeah, I know. It's weird.
He's going around a dagger in it or something.
Yeah. This guy is cool because every time I deliver his cards, he gives me $40 in an eighth.
Gives you a nice fat, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, mate, that's the ones, isn't it?
Yep.
I bet he looks at you like, so how would you like? And he goes to go towards the till or to the jars, and you're like, yeah.
Yep. He when I go over there, I'll deliver the cards, and it's weird because it's a pool cleaning service in the front. So you go through the back door, and then in the back he has this cabinet he opens up, and he has like everything you could think of in there.
Oh, right.
Yep.
Well, like all in the big mason jars and that, them glass mason jars.
Yeah, yep.
That's pure. I love that, man. That's proper bud porn, isn't it? When you see all that on the shelves, man, with the fucking labels and just stacked up with fucking juicy.
Oh, dude.
Man. My God.
And this other dude was awesome. His name was Victor. He owned New Day Meds. Cool guy. Every time I go over there, it's like I smoke more than what I buy by the time I left.
You pay you for what he owes you. You'll blaze out with him. You're like, oh, do us another break, will you? Yeah, that'd be $35.
Yeah, you know, hey, kick back, man. Here.
It's alright if like he pays you your eighth and then he says, right, put that in your pocket. Here's a little pot for us to fucking both get through this afternoon. And that's sweet, isn't it?
Oh, you know well, he wants me to stick around and smoke with him.
It's all right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's all right if you're smoking his gear, though. If you bought your weed and you've got it in your pocket and he's happy to let you smoke his weed. And yours.
Yeah. This guy, he's got like, I don't know where the hell he gets it from, but he has trash bags full of good stuff, so he doesn't care.
He's either growing it himself, mate, or someone very close to him, and he's getting a fucking good price on it.
Even on the way out, he'll get a handful and just put in a bag and hand it to me.
For the road.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that should tide you over till you get home.
Right.
Game is still increasing.
Then I get one time, I bullshit you not, dude. I had a tub of butter.
Oh yeah.
Like a full-size tub of butter, full. And I grabbed a couple of my buddies and I got a ladder and I said, okay, get up on the fucking roof. We all sat up on the roof and said, we're smoking all this shit tonight.
Fucking hell. Yeah, it must have been kind, didn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
What's your favourite strain then?
What's that?
What's your favourite sativa?
Oh, I like well, they have different names. One's called oh shit, it's Blue Dream.
If I get stopped, get caught, if I get stopped,
What is that playing?
Who's that on the end? It's Jokosoft. Jokosekov, and it's a Japanese cartoon, I think, anime.
AV Unit 3. I mean, the target has gone completely silent, sir.
Looks to be episode 19.
Anyway.
Dad, Martin's here. I'm gonna put on pets.
So Grins, whereabouts in Virginia then, bruv, yeah?
I live right outside DC in Fairfax.
Gotcha. So what is it? Is it like what do you have to get yours off street dealers, same as me then? Sort of thing. Yeah. Ain't there no like what do you call it? Like fucking woods up there? Can't people have outdoor grows up there? Do you get nice weather? Is Virginia nice for weather or?
There's a little bit of that around here, but honestly, I don't get that because it's not as good.
Oh right. So you're better off with a hydro in it.
Yeah. I mean, we get our stuff mailed from all over. It comes from California, Colorado, Washington State, or Canada
really? What,
sometimes.
like legally? You buy it legally?
No, I don't buy it legally, but that's where it gets shipped from.
Oh, gotcha. So it's like your pals, and then, yeah, because I suppose because it's all internal mail, so to speak, it ain't really getting checked, is it?
Right.
Did you ever hear of the website called Bud Mail that was in Canada? I don't know if it's still going.
Yeah, I've heard about that. We have something like that in America, but I just don't want to risk it.
Yeah, because I don't know. I mean, obviously, I think in Canada it's legal. I think they are a legal site, but they just do. I don't know. No, they can't be then.
I don't think they have it legal, but I don't think they really care that much over there.
Yeah, no, it's
depending on the products.
Like, black market one, isn't it?
Yeah.
But just set up. I mean, I can't even remember the fucking when I did it. It must have definitely must have been about 2000 and probably about 10 odd years ago, I suppose. And me and my pal put in an order, and it got we never got it, yeah. And I was paranoid that he thought that I'd had it and not told him, like made up a story. I suffer with it upstairs. Paranoia is one of the things, so I didn't want him thinking bad, so I thought, right, we both lost money, but I'm going to risk more money and try this again, because I'm going to give it another go, yeah? I'm stupid like that. And, so anyway, I've done it, and I bought an ounce of diesel, and it come through. M1C diesel, and it come through, and I was like, rah, fuck. So I know it weren't bullshit, it was proper. We got robbed, basically. And I think what I put that down to was the summer where we ordered it, we had a major Royal Mail strike. Everyone went on strike, so they were just getting random fucking agency people in. Didn't give a fuck who they were. So long as they had the intelligence to walk and look at a number and match it up with someone's door and be able to put that letter through the letterbox, they didn't give a fuck. Weren't no background check. So loads of things were going missing. So all I'm thinking is whoever nicked that, thinking it was a CD or a DVD, has opened that up, and they must have literally come in their pants. Seriously. I fucking know I would have done. Even if I didn't smoke weed, I'd be like, what the fuck? Oh, I've got money here. I've got money here.
That's good money.
You know what I mean? There's go ahead, mate. But anyway, I sorted my power out a little bit of it. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Not too much.
I heard someone. It's not really my buddy, but I just know this guy who did that, and it worked one time for him. But then his buddy tried it, and that guy got arrested doing it.
Oh shit!
So I'm not trying to.
Was that from Bud Mail, or was that from another one?
I'm not sure which one it was from, but it was something like that.
Gotcha. Do you know about Silk Road and all that, and the deep web?
No, I don't.
Never been on the deep web, darknet, and all that.
No,
dark
I know
side.
about it, but I don't really have a reason to get on it.
Yeah, it's I suppose yeah, you don't really have a reason. Let's be honest, it's like a fucking black market. I think it's, for me, because I'm not going to go and buy illegal firearms. I'm not going to pay to have no one killed. I don't want counterfeit money or driving licenses. The most I would ever probably try is buy a bit of weed off there. Or a bit of hash. It wouldn't be weed as it goes. It would be some fucking proper exotic hash. Something that I could never get over here, no matter who I knew grew weed. You know what I mean? They just wouldn't make that fucking. It wouldn't be. So yeah, that. But yeah, other than that, it's cool to me. But it's scary because there's people out there that would, you know, they do want to hurt people. They do want to, you know, they don't care about people or what they do.
Yeah, it's pretty easily accessible.
So yeah, I mean, so provided you can. I'll be honest. The reason I never have bought any weed from or anything off Silk Road or the dark web is because I got confused with the bitcoins. You know, that's how you have to pay it, isn't it? The currency.
Yeah.
You're paying bitcoins, yeah. So I thought, well, that the fuck, right? So you sign up with something like Liberty Reserve, then you place money in, you buy bitcoins from them. So you got bitcoins in this Liberty Reserve account. Then you open up a Bitcoin wallet, and you send these bitcoins to this wallet that is just somewhere in fucking cyberspace. To be honest, it's just got, you know, it's just there, out there somewhere in cyber. So it can be a bit dodgy, you know what I mean? And then you go on there, you go on Silk Road, find what you want to buy, and then you get it from that wallet. And I think that's how you just stay anonymous and whatever. But it just sounds so fucking confusing. I mean,
yeah, and also the bitcoins, like, they're fluctuating in value a little bit too, so it's not consistent.
Yeah, they've gone through the roof lately, apparently, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah, just recently they lost a lot of value.
Oh, what? So they're not. So they're cheap now, are they?
They're not. No, they're not cheap, but they did go down a little bit.
At one point, they were really high.
But so many other places are starting to do it.
They can't stop it, can they? The FBI and all that, they patting themselves on the back because they got that Dread Pirate Robert, closed down Silk Road, blah blah blah. We're all good. And then 4 days later, Silk Road version 2 was up, and it was up and running just as fucking good. So you know what I mean? It just goes to say they ain't gonna stop it. You cannot stop it. You ban things, there's always going to be a black market for it.
Yeah, that happens with those torrent websites all the time too. Like one of them goes down, the next day it just gets up on another domain name.
That's it. Like what do you call, like Kick-Ass and all that. When that, you go on it, this page is blocked and all that. So you go and watch it, and it'll be like Kick-Ass unblock proxy site or something, and then you'll be like, yeah, straight back on there. You know, what I mean? I didn't realise that at first. The first time I got done with it, when they were all getting locked down, and I first got their messages, I was like, I went to the gym and I was like, oh, screw it, I ain't gonna be able to watch no more films, fucking rah rah. And then someone said, no, it's still up and running, I use it. And I'm like, well, how'd you do that? He said, oh, it's like a proxy site. And I thought, what the fuck? What are you on about? He said, yeah, just type in proxy. It's like an alternative site. And I was like, oh, sweet. And then I got back on it again.
I remember the first time it happened because, the same thing happened to me. I was like, what? It's gone? No.
What am
I going to do? Kind of Googled it and found it.
You must watch The Walking Dead, innit, Grins?
Not anymore, to be honest, but I did watch it.
I just watched the first season.
What? So you've just watched season 1, yeah?
Yeah.
I watched up until like the last half of this new season.
Oh, it pissed me off. I won't lie, Grins. I wasn't impressed with it at all. I'm addicted to watching it, but it didn't get me fucking going like season 3 or whatever. That was much better.
In my opinion, it just kind of keeps going on and on. It's like no end to it.
They're making it like just like a soap thing now. You know what I mean? Like, have you noticed the attacks and the zombie attacks and the carnage and all that has proper fucking stopped, isn't it? Or slowed down. It's almost non-existent.
It's just such a drama now.
But it's fucking soap, isn't it? But yeah. Oh, so what? So V, then you've only just watched season 1.
I seen part of season 2, but it's pretty much just started getting like it's just too repetitious, the same thing over and over and.
Yeah, but I'll be honest. But it is going to be like that. Apart from they reshuffle the characters around and blah blah blah. But it is pretty much like a bit mundane. But I mean, if you love zombie things, you're still going to watch it, aren't you? You know,
I'm more of a comedy guy.
You're always going to watch it.
Yeah, I'm more of a comedy guy.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love my comedies. I just love me zombie things. But yeah, if I could
Yeah,
go
my
back to
buddy's all
that,
into that show.
yeah, if I could go back, mate, and you know what I mean, like where you are, and I've just started season 2. I'd love that because I've got all of season 2, all of season 3, 4, and 5. Time I've got through that, I'll be ready for the sister series of it. You know that Fear of the Walking Dead. It's about it's like yeah, it's starting in. It's all set in LA though, instead of like Atlanta.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
down south.
Cool. I might have to check it out because it was interesting. I don't know what it was. I started working late and I just stopped watching it and.
Yeah, get back into it, bro. You'll easily get back into it.
Yeah.
Because it does get good in that.
Have you read the comics, Bill?
No, but it's something that I'm very like considering getting into. But I mean, are there novels and comics, or
I don't think
are
they're
the
novels.
comics the
They're just
graphic
comics.
novels? Pardon?
Yeah, they're just like comics.
Right. So so there's no other sort of like Walking Dead literature. That is the ones that everyone's referring to.
Yeah.
The comic book, like the graphic
They're pretty
novels. Like
good.
the comic.
I like them way more than the show, to be honest.
Oh, I might have to get on them.
It's a lot different than the show too.
Yeah, because like if I go on the Walking Dead forum thing to like see what everyone's saying about an episode or whatever, there's a bit that says Walking Dead comic books or Walking Dead TV show. So from that, you know, you can tell things are different. And then like in other things, like people are writing the comments like about this W on the zombies' heads, and I thought, what the fuck is all that? And I didn't know up until I read someone's comment. And it said about wolves, and I thought, oh right, okay. And then someone said, well, yeah, they are in the graphic comics or whatever, but they might not be brought over into the TV series. Sometimes they brought things in, and sometimes they ain't.
You're
So
right. A lot of the characters are pretty recurring.
The what?
A lot of the characters are at least recurring.
Right.
But
Have you read all of them then?
happens. Yeah, I'm up to date on the comics.
Oh wow! When did they first come out then? Like, how many have I got to read? Like, how many are there?
Man, you have a lot to catch up on.
Really?
I honestly don't even know when it started out, but because my buddy was really into it and he got me into it, so I just read his
Wow.
big
I mean,
volume that he had.
Where would I even get them? I mean, what? Like, you could
They're all over the place. You can order them online or just probably. I mean, if you have a comic book store near you, you're definitely there. But otherwise, Barnes and Nobles or something might even have them.
Do you think they do them in like an ebook version where you can download them on your laptop and just read them there and then, or not?
You might be able to. To be honest, I torrent them now.
You torrent them?
Yeah.
Oh wow! If you can torrent them, I'm all over that shit, bro. I'll torrent them and all.
Yeah, you can just yeah.
So you download them and then you just it opens up as like a PDF file or something. You just read down it like that, yeah?
Yeah, sometimes depending on the file, you have to make sure you have the right program to open it, but yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's the way to do it then. So how many comics? Are we talking like hundreds of comics then?
I think they're on 104. I have it actually right here on my other laptop. It's 149 now.
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah, not too much, but.
Because like,
they're only like 20 pages long, roughly each.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, a little bit more than that sometimes, but yeah, pretty short.
What do they come out like once a week or once a month or what?
Once every 2 weeks.
Right.
Yeah, they're really good though.
So in theory, the comic books, there's no sort of real sign that they're going to die off, so to speak. They're just going to keep carrying on as it is, yeah? Like, there'll be a reoccurring stories coming up, just like a soap opera. So in theory, I mean, we've just finished season 5. We'll have season 6 starting in October. In theory, it still could go on for a good few more seasons then.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Bearing in mind they can hang it out, easier in a 43-minute episode rather than 20 pages. You know, there's loads of subplots, and you can fuck about and take strange scenes, and you know things like that. They can hang it out, can't they?
Yeah, I don't see an ending to that show just because of how popular it is. I mean, people freaking in America love that shit. I'm sure people in the UK are all over it.
Oh, proper. I reckon that'd be the type of shit people would fucking go like actually probably riot and shit if they stopped that show.
Yeah, there's a huge following around here too, so I don't see an end to it anytime soon. And the comics are still, there's no end in sight with them either.
See, apparently the comics are the graphic novels, as they're called, are exactly that. They are very graphic, and they.
Oh yeah.
You know, like
there's
there's
way
things
darker stuff.
That's what I mean. There's things like fucking rapes in it, and God knows what things that can't be in the show and that. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
what I heard anyway. And,
Yeah,
it's
way darker material.
I wouldn't. I mean, what else? What could be more? What's more fucking darker or lower than that? I mean, like you can't say
Like
a beheading,
killing to like a kid because.
Yeah, killing children. Yeah, but I mean, Carol done that, didn't she? Look at the flowers. Look at the flowers. You know what I mean? But I know she was a kid, but she was a fucking lunatic, wasn't she? That one. What was her name?
I don't remember. Cause that character wasn't even in the comics, but they kind of had something like that.
She killed her little sister, innit? Oh no, we better not talk about it because V ain't up to that yet. He'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? You're giving me spoilers, ruining it for him."
It's interesting because like certain people are alive in the comic that are in the show and shit like that too. So
certain people are alive in the comic that aren't in the show.
Yeah, like certain people have died off in the show that are still alive in the comic.
No way, like who?
I mean, you want me to tell you? Andrea?
Yeah, well, I'm guessing, maybe Herschel?
No, Herschel's gone now. Andrea, though, is still alive.
Oh, wicked. I liked Andrea. I was quite gutted when she went.
Yeah, she's actually my favorite character in the comic. But she's a lot younger in the comic, too.
Oh, right. Does it start off like similar? You know, like when Rick wakes up in the hospital or whatnot, or is it similar to that when it starts off?
The first episode of the show is exactly the same way as like the first 2 chapters, I think.
Gotcha.
Maybe it's just the first chapter.
When he sees the girl with the teddy bear and that walking towards him, and then he's not sure, and then he's like, "No, fuck it," and just blows her brains out.
Yeah, and he runs into that one black guy, the Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan. Yeah, Morgan's wicked, bro.
Yeah, that guy was.
Glad he turned up, and it was my prediction that they'd fucking hang it out all season and have him tip up in the last episode. I fucking predicted it. They bloody well did, didn't they?
Yeah, he hasn't showed up yet in the comics. We're waiting for that still.
I must admit, I was a bit gutted to see that he didn't really look too tooled up, did he? He had like I think he had like an AR-15 or something, and some fucking staff of Ra type thing. But in his little town, what he had, fucking see in that room he lived in, see all the guns and shit in there, everything he had. I would have thought he'd have had a bit more on him. You know what I mean? Like took a bit more with him.
Yeah, I would have taken everything I could have. I would have gone back too.
I mean, for one, I would have definitely gone and tried to find a vehicle. He must have had a vehicle, or at least try to find one. And
That's another thing that pisses me off the most about the show. Whenever they get a fucking car,
they wreck it.
Like most recently, when that one got the Eugene or whatever, and he pours the salt in it. Like they always just somehow like crash the shit out of their cars, and you're like, dude, come on.
Oh, I really thought. Oh no, I was just about to say something. Then I realised I can't because V ain't seen it.
Oh, it's cool, man. It's cool. You're good. It's alright.
Nah, seriously, I don't want to spoil it, bro. It's cool. It's cool.
I'm gonna have to start watching it tonight now. It's on Netflix, or?
When you're talking about it so much, you have to.
Yeah.
I'll get on it, man.
I'm not gonna lie, it is entertaining, but I just like other stuff a little bit more than that show, especially as it dragged on.
What things are you more into, sort of thing?
Yeah, I'm more of a comedy guy, like Trailer Park Boys. I do like Game of Thrones, which is about to start up soon.
Yeah, Game of Thrones. Yeah, that starts in a couple of weeks, I think.
Yeah.
Never seen it.
I got up to about season 4 and then I stopped. I don't know. I don't know why, to be honest with you. I just did. What was the other one? Fucking the motorbike one. Sons of Anarchy. I got up to season 6, and then for some reason I didn't get back on it. So there's still a few to watch there. Same with
I haven't checked out
Banshee.
Santa Anarchy yet. I might do that.
Yeah, it's good, mate. I like it.
I like that French show. You might have heard of it, called The Returned.
The Return. What one? That rings a bell. What's it about again?
It's kind of about zombies, but they're not really zombies. Like, people come back from the dead after they've been dead for like a certain amount of time, and they don't really remember like.
What, all decomposed and all that, or fresh dead?
No, they're not decomposed, and no one knows why.
Oh.
But then
What's
there's
that?
also they start like decomposing like throughout the show. It's kind of weird.
Oh, hold on. Let me get on that. The Return. Yeah.
You might find the English version, but the French one's called Les Revantes, if that would be easier to look up. But yeah, the French one's really good.
What is there an English one though, like?
Yeah, American did a remake of it. I don't think the UK did a version of it, just America did, and the American version probably sucks.
The Return, 2012. TV series, yeah. Small mountain community rocks to its core, so people presumed dead suddenly reappear at their homes. So what's the crack? Why did they come? Did they come back to do bad things then, or what?
No, it's kind of weird because they're like slowly you start learning about like who they were and how they died and shit, and then all of a sudden like more zombies who are part of like this horde of zombies are showing up outside of town. So people start getting freaked out by the people who were already dead. They're like, "Are you a zombie too? Like, are you gonna start killing us?" So then they go and like get and put in this commune type thing, and it goes from there.
Yeah, I might give that a little once over.
Yeah,
see if it's something I can get into.
Yeah, it's pretty good. The second season is gonna come out hopefully sooner than later. It got delayed for because the writers needed more time on it.
Oh, all right. How many episodes? Hold on. Let me have a look.
I think there's 8, maybe
8
10.
per season, yeah. They usually do, probably 8 or 10 on the first one, and then if it's proper popular, then they might up it to 16 or something, innit?
Right.
What about Person of Interest? Did you ever into that?
No, I've heard of that. I don't really know what it's about.
This geezer, to be honest, he was like I don't know, he's like an eccentric fucking, I think he's like an eccentric billionaire, and he invented this machine that can predict, like it churns out someone's name, and you don't know whether this person is a goodie or a baddie. So this billionaire recruited he was what was he, like a fucking, like an army ranger but special forces or something. I think he was killed or something, but then he come back. I'm getting a bit confused myself now, but basically he's like his man, you know what I mean? And he makes things happen. He's proper. He's like a fucking James Bond, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that show has really good ratings actually. I might have to check that out.
Yeah, trust me, get on it. It's good. It's very good. And that I think that they do like 23 episodes to a season.
Yeah, CBS does long seasons. So, have you done that Hannibal show that's on NBC?
Oh, do you know what? I started watching that in season 1, but I for some reason I think maybe I caught up with them all. Like
yeah, there's only 2 seasons out right now. I'm still waiting. The third one hasn't even been announced yet.
I usually, apart from The Walking Dead, which is like I'd be downloading it every week, every fucking Monday morning. I'd if it was something like, for instance, what we were just talking about, I'd think, well, I'm not on that every week. I'll wait till the season finishes and I'll download the whole season and watch it.
Right, yeah, I do that a lot too.
Well, not one hit, but you know, day after day or whatever. So I prefer to do that sometimes. I've just got to get a drink. Hold on.
So V, have you watched the Trailer Park Boys? You said you like comedy.
No, I haven't. I haven't watched it.
Have you heard of it?
Yeah, my
I like
daughter
it.
my daughter told me about it. She said I have to watch it, but I haven't seen it yet.
Oh my god, yeah, the new season just aired on Netflix. It's freaking awesome, dude.
Definitely want to check that one out. I've been watching like the beginning part of Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh, dude, that's another great show.
Dude, I love that guy. He's fucking funny. The dude that's he's like freaking huffing paint.
Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie. He's hilarious.
Yeah, that guy's awesome.
You know who he reminds
Later on,
me
you
of?
learn he's like the smartest one out of all of them.
Really? He reminds me of how old are you?
I'm 23 right now.
Oh, you might not remember him then. There's a comedian called Bobcat Goldthwait.
I remember it.
In the Police Academy movies? Yeah.
Can't talk properly.
Yeah, they have the same type of mentality, the way they kind of say their words.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, that's another really good comedy show. American comedy.
Oh, yeah. I haven't been watching much TV, hardly at all. So most of the stuff I watched is the older.
Yeah.
Office.
Yeah, if you boys love your comedy, yeah, you must have loved Parks and Recreation.
Oh, yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
That's a good show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. It's all about Tommy T and fucking Jean Ralphio.
Yeah, that show is kind of like the replacement for The Office in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It did have an officey type mockumentary type thing to it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck's this? That's my text time.
I have to say though, The Office did go on a little bit too long.
Yeah, after Steve left, Carell left, it was kind of,
It turned into a bunch of jam.
Yeah.
What, they got rid of...
Jim and Pam.
Is his name David Brent in it still?
I believe so. Isn't it?
So they got rid of him because he was like the main one. He like over here, he played Ricky Gervais' character, isn't it?
Right.
David
yeah.
Brent. So I mean, how could they get rid of him?
Yeah. What they got rid of him?
He decided to call it quits because he saw. I mean, he just wanted to do other stuff, kind of and shit.
Mm.
And, I mean, I felt like he kind of felt like it was running its course as well, to be honest. But then they did it for like 3 more seasons, or at least.
What, without him? Yeah.
Yeah.
So who was like the who stepped up to be like the main fucking dude then? Did he go on?
Goofy, thin-looking dude who was on The Hangover. Right?
Oh yeah, Ed Helms.
Ed Helms, that's it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ed Helms could be pretty funny in his own way, but he just doesn't have that lead type. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Steve Carell was just amazing in that show.
Oh yeah, he's funny as hell.
Brick Tamlin. That's who is in Ron Burgundy, isn't it? Brick the weatherman.
Oh yeah. Brick's dead.
Brick, where did you get a trident from and a hand grenade?
I killed a man.
yeah. Okay, you won't tell no one.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Oh, they slaughtered that. That's one of my favourite films, man, Anchorman. But they killed it with that sequel. When they said, it's coming out, I was like, this is going to be wicked. And I was just disappointed, bro. I've got to be honest.
Oh, it was way over the top. Yes.
Yeah.
It had its funny moments in it, but it was just, they just blew it way out of proportion to where it was just ridiculous.
It was definitely way better than the newer freaking stupid comedies that are coming out.
What's that?
What's that new one called? Like Get Hard or whatever the shit? That looks terrible.
Oh, do you know what? I've just downloaded that one. It's with Will Ferrell and Kevin Hart, yeah?
Yeah.
Have you seen it, have you?
I haven't seen it, but I've only heard bad things about it.
That sounds like a bad combination. Will Ferrell and Kevin Hart?
What was the last one I watched with Kevin Hart? I think it was, it might have been called Good Cops or something, or Let's Be Cop. No, it was with Ice Cube was the police chief.
Oh, Ride Along or something like that, or
Ride Along. That's it. Well, yeah, Ride Along. And,
I like Ice Cube.
That was the last thing I see Kevin Hart in, and I think the thing that stands out for me about him before Ride Along was when he done Soul Plane. Have you seen Soul Plane?
No, I heard about it. Haven't seen it.
It's quite a funny one.
I haven't seen it either, but Want
It's
to
like
actually?
a hoodie, you know, it's like a black comedy, if you like.
Is that where Snoop's
Yeah.
the pilot?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
Snoop's the pilot, man. It's good to waste like hour and a half to an hour and 20 minutes too, you know what I mean?
Well, I loved Half Baked. That movie was awesome.
Yeah.
that was
Was that with
funny.
Dave Chappelle?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle is a legend. I love Dave Chappelle, man.
That was probably one of the best stoner movies.
Oh, dude, hell
Half
yeah,
Baked.
by far, yeah.
It's definitely up there with them, isn't it? Definitely up there with the best. What was the one with Meth and Red as well? How High was it? Have you seen that? How High?
No,
No, I haven't seen that one.
Oh man, you got all these cool films to watch. You must have seen all the Fridays though, innit?
I've just seen the first two.
Oh, you haven't seen. So what is it? Friday next Friday, and Friday after next, or something, innit?
Yeah, and then they had some Christmas one or something too.
I think that was the third one, wasn't it? The
Oh, was it?
Christmas one.
Oh,
I'm pretty
okay.
sure, yeah, because it had Cat Williams in it. He was like the new little sub character sort of, or one of the little sub characters.
Yeah, I really enjoyed those movies. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean the first one, it's always the same, and the first one's always the best, man.
Yeah, but the second one was pretty good too. The way they added all that, you know.
Yeah.
They really
Yeah.
fucked with that one dude.
Day.
When he goes up to his dad's room, and his dad's got that fucking ball in his mouth, you know, and he's all whipping. He goes, "Daddy, I didn't know you had titties."
Yeah, that one's I haven't seen either. I guess I need to watch that too.
Oh, you have to watch those, dude. You have to.
You must have. What about Harold and Kumar? You must have seen
Oh
all
yeah,
that.
I've seen all those.
Oh yeah.
I've seen Cheech and Chong and yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. There's some other good cannabis related films that are that probably might have been straight to DVD that you may not have heard about. That one of them's Leaves of Grass with Edward Norton.
No, I haven't seen that.
He plays two characters. He plays twin brothers. That's a good film.
Who's in it?
Edward Norton.
Oh, I like him. I have to check that out. I like his.
I haven't heard of that movie.
It's a good film, mate. There's another one that come out, I think it was 2014 or 2013, called Kid Cannabis, and that was sort of based on a true story. But I'm not sure whether does Iowa border with Canada?
Oh, fuck.
I think so.
If it whatever country borders with Canada, they were doing cannabis runs. Like they were just running through the woods and all that, avoiding the cameras and all that, and they were having it off. You know what I mean? They were doing well, and that's worth a watch.
Oh, fuck.
Morning, Nadia, love.
Hey, Nadia.
Oh.
I missed the disability assessment appointment.
What? No way.
Yeah, I did.
You better
2 hours.
phone them. You need to phone them and just tell them, look, something. Well, you couldn't get up. No one woke you up. You need to make another appointment.
Yeah. I'm not sure there is anywhere to phone.
Can't you find your phone?
No, I said there's nowhere to call.
Oh. Well, they must have a phone number. Where was you going to go? Some sort of. Well, it must have been like a building or you know. There'll be a number. If this is something that will Nadia, if this is something that will benefit you and help you, you've got to chase it up, darling. I don't mean to nag you, but you've got. You know,
It doesn't matter. We're just going to reject it.
Well, it doesn't matter. You're not going to know until you try, love.
It wasn't going to do me any good.
Yeah,
It doesn't make a difference.
Nadia, you ain't going to know, are you, unless you do it? Come on.
Yeah, we do know. Okay.
Yeah, I got my denial letter in the mail. I'll see if I can find the number. They put you on hold forever, but I know I got it here somewhere.
Yeah, good lad. Get her that number because she's got to phone them.
Yeah. Let's see what I do with it.
Because if they give you an appointment, you've got to go there. If you don't go there, you can't expect no help. So she accidentally overslept, so she phones up, tells them that, and then they make you another appointment, and everything still could be all right.
Yeah. I got a call so I could, what do you call it? I forgot the word. Appeal?
Oh, yeah, like tribunal thing on appeal, yeah.
It's a bitch to get on disability, even if you need it. I heard a lot of times people, you have to just apply twice no matter what.
Yeah, they'll deny you the first time.
I think, to be honest, that is not necessarily a terrible thing to do because it does weed out false claimants. It will put false claimants off. You know, those of us that genuinely need help, they can tell, mate, when you're on the phone making appointments, going to everything, doing everything they ask, and when they can see, mate, you know what I mean? It's like the lottery, yeah? You can't moan about not winning the lottery if you don't play the lottery. You've got to be in it to win it, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
You don't need to make arbitrary decisions. They can just examine the claim.
Is this the first time you've claimed for it, Nard, or second?
Second. It's the second time.
Second time, yeah. Well, V was just saying they knock everyone back on the first time.
Should they knock you back 5 years?
I mean, they still may knock you back on the second one, like you say, but they're more likely to listen to your case and you know, hear your pleas and that on the second attempt. But you've got to turn up, love. You've got to at least phone them and apologise or something. You know, you've got to be in it. You need to win it, girl.
I can't find that number anywhere. I think my wife must have.
Fuck me, what's the name of it? I'll Google it. I'll find it.
Oh yeah, you can find it on there. It's just let me see. It should be like ssa.gov or something like that. Let me see.
It doesn't make a difference.
ssa.gov. What is it? / fucking California or something?
You know what? It might be. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna put in.
How'd you write? Is it CA or C? What is the one for? What's the abbreviation for California?
CA.
CA.
CA, yeah. But I thought that's for Canada as well, isn't it?
It is.
File not found. Oh fuck. Social Security. Here's what you do. Contact us.
Yes, it doesn't make a difference.
No, maybe not, Nadia, but they gave you an appointment. You have to, you know, they gave you an appointment. You have to go to it. This is what I'm saying. If you go to the appointment and you don't get it, at least you tried. But you can't not go to the appointment and then say, well, I didn't get it, they ain't going to give it to me, because you didn't go to the appointment, girl. Come on.
They weren't going to do it anyway. They weren't. They will never approve me. They will. I don't have any of the short list of conditions. I won't have any. I won't even have a chance of it until end-stage renal failure.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't want to give it to you unless you're dying or dead.
Really?
Oh yeah, I've been trying to get it for a while. My employer that I was working for, the one I told you about, he had one lung and a cancer spot on the other one.
Oh yeah.
He died fighting for that for about I don't know how many years it was. I was working for him for 4, but it was longer than that.
He couldn't even get disability, and he was riddled with cancer with one lung, and he couldn't get disability.
Yep, because they wouldn't give it to him. They denied him.
Jesus wept. What the fuck?
Yep.
Fucking hell, I can't believe that. What the so seriously, you have to be terminal, no, but hold on, he's terminal, and he was pretty much on a speedy terminal because he only had one lung. So, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
I know. It sucks because I do graphic artwork, right?
You right, darling? Sorry, V, I was just saying hello to Pamela.
Oh, sorry. I do graphic artwork and designs, and I'm blind in one eye now, and I lost vision in the other, and they won't give it to me. I can't work what I was doing. I can't do what I was doing before. And they won't give it to
Welcome,
me.
Pamela.
Morning.
Hi, Pamela.
I don't even have a chance to look until NC player.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't want to give it to you unless you're
Hey, how you doing, Pamela?
Pamela, you've got YouTube open as well, haven't you?
Sorry?
Have you got YouTube open as well? It sounds like it's playing back.
This one on the other one? Okay.
I might be wrong, but I think she has.
Here we go. It's working. You're right, yeah. Had that YouTube playing, yeah.
God, you made me think I was going around a twist and I was like, fucking, I'm sure I was hearing it.
You're a smart one.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, you're very articulate. I listen to you. When you're in the back. Yeah,
No,
I was listening for ages, yeah.
Oh, bless you.
But it's only 6 a.m. here.
Oh, you just got up, yeah?
Oh, I got up an hour ago, yeah.
What are you doing getting up at 5? Fucking hell. What's the matter with you?
I've got schizophrenia, actually.
Oh, really? So that like affects your like do you get insomnia with that then, like, or?
Yeah, it's not been too bad recently.
Wow.
I didn't know.
No, I didn't. I would never. I don't know whether there's some obvious signs, but I would never have guessed. And if you hadn't said anything, it sort of stunned me a little bit there, Pam.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. A lot of people have schizophrenia. It's for me, it's not too bad. My medication is good. So.
Well, is it only mild then? Yeah.
Yeah, it's mild, but I'm pretty stuffed in the head though.
I think we all are.
Well, maybe. I have trouble telling the difference between reality and fantasy.
Okay.
Sometimes, I have to use logic all the time to keep my brains on track.
I think I can sort of relate to that. I do with a lot of things, but I've done them online tests to test, like, because I'm thinking it ain't with what I've got going around in my head. It ain't just depression. I've got mad shit going on. It ain't fucking depression. So I've been trying to sort of self-diagnose and them sort of, and it said I could be borderline schizophrenic.
Yeah.
Borderline, but I think my doctor just thinks I worry about it. He thinks I'm a hypochondriac or worry about everything, and if he talks to me, alright, he can calm me down, and then it's all alright, blah blah. You know what I mean? It's fucking.
Yeah, that's normal. You get a lot of in-talk, and you get a lot of in-talk. It tells you, like, it's almost like voices.
Gotcha.
You have to sort of, like, they lie to you all the time. They're delusional. You know what I mean?
Do you get like real voices, or do you imagine some?
It's a cascade.
Can you actually hear someone saying, "I do that," or are you imagining them telling you, "Do that"?
Only when I'm very ill. So if I'm very stressed.
I can have like arguments with myself, but they're not actually. I couldn't describe them as like I'm actually hearing them and thinking, "Where's that noise coming from?" You know what I mean? They're just. I'm imagining that they're telling me, and just do it. Just fucking. What's the matter with you? Blah, blah. Blind test.
It's a fine line.
I'm thinking it ain't going around in my head. It ain't.
What happened?
I think Faith still has the Yeah, fixing it.
Yeah, she's closed it now. You alright, Faith?
Oh, welcome, Faith.
Hey,
Hi
Faith.
there. Sorry, my mic is like coming on without me touching it. Excuse me.
There's a fine line between voices and delusional thinking. It's actually the point where the delusion separates from your own brain. Does it become a voice?
Yeah, that's a good way of delusional thinking.
Do you hear voices, but like your own name being called by either your own voice or a familiar voice?
Only when I'm very stressed.
Same here. Yeah, I get that quite a bit.
Under duress.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been diagnosed with schizophrenia, V?
Oh man, I got a list.
So you're on the mental. So do they
Yeah.
not? Can you not get on a disability for mental health then?
I have that on. I have that on there too, and they haven't given it to me yet.
God, wow.
Yeah, I'm.
Let me restart my browser. I'm having some memory problems.
Okay.
Before you go, Nadia, you're not going to lock yourself out, are you? Who's got? You know? What? You'll be alright, yeah.
I'll be right back in.
Yeah, she got like
Alright.
9 minutes, I think, to get back in.
Oh no, she's done it the other day and locked herself out.
No, it doesn't even take that long. I'm just restarting the browser, so it's good to get mods to here. Yeah, plenty of people. Welcome, Joe.
Oh,
hi,
hey.
hi, can you hear me? There we go. Hello.
You alright, love?
Pardon?
I just saying hello.
Hi. Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. Sorry, I apologize. Carry on, don't mind me.
Keep going, go on.
Hi, Pamela. I don't believe we've met before.
Oh, hello.
Hi, nice to
Me.
meet you virtually.
How are you doing?
I'm tired, but otherwise fine. You?
I just woke up.
Are you in Australia?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That would be why then.
Sorry?
Huh?
I didn't hear you.
I said that will be why then, because you've just woken up because you're in Australia.
You're right. So I didn't get the why. I just said how. I don't know. I got something else.
Okay, you've lost me now.
That's normal with me.
Struth.
Truth.
Sorry, someone had to.
Well, what's that?
Oh my God, Nadia's left. That never happens, ever.
Here she is.
Hi, Nadia.
Hello.
Nadia. Guess what? Guess what?
Do tell.
We love you.
Thank you.
You knew that was coming, right?
No, I didn't.
It gets you every time, doesn't it? You would have thought by now you'd be used to it, but there we go.
Here we go. I made a new custom overlay for myself here.
Nice.
I don't know all it shows, but oh. Okay. The light could use a little bit of help, but still. Well, and at least I got that much done. Disability thing. I can Just reapply. I'd have to anyway.
Yeah, just keep annoying them. Just annoy them. That's what happened to Michael. He they wouldn't let him on either for a while, but he just kept going back.
Mm.
And
Yeah, throwing some things that I otherwise wouldn't. Oh, that's a shame Joe didn't say.
insane. No. I have to keep my brain operating in check. I have to keep it in check all the time. So I'm super sane, in other words.
Okay.
Because I always have to run this realism. I have to reject fantasy all the time. You know? That's why I don't really agree with religion that much, because it interferes with my ability to operate.
Mm.
So, because it's all fantasy, and fantasy gets you into delusional thinking, and delusional thinking gets you into some weird places if you're schizophrenic. So,
Kind of got to keep it mechanical, methodical.
yeah.
Yeah.
You need it to work. Yeah.
Continuously. It's not that bad. I'm pretty smart, so I've got a good edge on it, if you know what I mean.
Cool.
But medication helps, you know.
It depends a bit on what type. I think those positive symptoms, like what is it? Delusions, hallucination, and I think mostly delusions, hallucinations. Those are the ones the medication works for.
Mm.
I think they're mostly working on one that works on the negative symptoms of schizophrenia too. Bit of Puritan, something like that. I'll spell it.
I take a third generation medication.
Oh, is that Risperdal or?
No, that's a second generation. There's a few third generations. There's Seroquel. I can't remember the names of them.
I was on Seroquel for a while.
Yeah, there's another one called S something. No, another S one. Sapien or something. No, it's and then there's mine. It's called Abilify.
I was on that before. I hate that stuff. That was
Oh,
horrible.
it works for me. I'm lucky. It's
Oh,
really
it drove
good.
me up the wall. I thought I was gonna kill myself on that shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
Right now I'm on. They got me on Paxil and then a generic form of Xanax, but I haven't taken Xanax yet because I don't want to. I don't know. It's kind of scary.
Don't take it.
No.
Don't take it.
I don't want to. Yeah.
You get depression. You get very bad depression. I wouldn't take it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna ditch this one.
So I have heard some people reported Xanax has worked for them.
My mom really likes Xanax, but she uses it to help her sleep, so. But yeah, she takes it for depression as well.
Yeah, but it can also cause depression as well. So, in some people.
Yeah, that's pretty common with a lot of antidepressant meds, though.
The worst one I was ever on was one called Geodin.
But so we're all waiting for the fourth generation drugs to come out, obviously.
Yeah, I think Bitterperson is maybe one of them, but
if I could handle things more, I'd be much better off. I think, you know, I can't handle things. A lot of the dopamine drugs, they sort of make you a bit scared all the time of things. If I was a bit more robust and able to handle things, I think I'd be able to work and get on with life, but I can't really do that.
Aproprazole, that's the only one I see.
So yeah, that's it. It's a Japanese invention.
Yeah, aripiprazole. Okay, that's it.
It's a fragment of. They found that females have a special type of dopamine that helps them, you know, be less crazy, I suppose. And they've got a fragment of it, and this is what's called aripiprazole. So.
Okay, I'll look it up.
It's a special. Only females have this. Within reason. Some men do, most men don't. You know, a lot of women have it. So yeah, vilify aripiprazole. Aripiprazole. And
I see that Lipiodol is supposedly in the same class. Okay. This is an atypical.
Abilify can give you a certain type of mania, but it's usually a positive mania. It's not a negative mania. I found generally.
So what do they call it? The I'm trying to remember what it's called. Avolition. That's what it is. So it helps with avolition. Okay. That's a negative symptom.
All right.
Yeah.
I call that big words. You get despondent if you negative symptoms, despondency. You don't want to talk to anyone. You just want to, you know, you sort of shut down in a way. Your brain shuts down, yeah, because it's not getting your dopamine reward system is being interfered with, and you can't get reward, and so you become despondent. You find you're not getting your reward, your dopamine reward, so you get it just shuts you down. It's like a negative symptom of schizophrenia.
Yeah, blunted affect too. I'm not sure how much.
Yeah, it's that's a scary one. I actually was thinking about this stuff the other day, and I thought that a lot of when you're growing up and people interfere, if people interfere with your dopamine reward system, it can actually damage your ability to produce dopamine properly.
Right.
So you could sort of say that systematic abuse interferes with the dopamine reward system, and this is how people become mentally ill. That's one way. There's a few ways. Prolonged amounts of stress, over months and months of stress, you can lose it permanently. You can lose the plot. There. With that.
What are the big ones? Seems to be a trigger is solitary confinement in prisons and stuff.
Yeah, solitary. Yeah. That's stress. Very high stress. Yeah. That's torture. That's nothing short of torture.
Well, the physical torture will do some too.
Yeah, that's just torture. Have you got a representative for your disability claims?
No, I don't.
You should get one. There's probably free ones around. Hey, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, what I needed was a doctor that I'm working with myself, representing me, right? Or in some way, or advocating for it. What I needed was a doctor that I'm working with myself, advocating for it. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, seeing their own doctors isn't going to do much. I really need proper work. Go ahead.
The doctor's a good advocate. You can get him to sign all sorts of papers and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right.
I don't have that this time, so like I said, it doesn't really matter.
No, probably not.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to shut everyone else out.
But that doesn't mean you shouldn't show up. You should try and, if you can figure out what their reasoning is, you might have a better chance of getting a better application next time. You know. Luckily for me, I got in straight away, so.
Yeah, with a doctor who, if I can somehow get steady enough to get a doctor on my side and so on, I might be able to arrange it later. And
There should be heaps of doctors around.
What?
There should be lots of doctors around who are more left, orientated.
Whoa.
The doctors exist, but the question is, of course, having stable circumstances. Otherwise, I can actually maintain a relationship with one. So.
Yeah, that's an issue. Yeah. Mm.
Well,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just thinking, you probably don't get out enough. You should try and get out more, because go for walks.
Well, I did try to get out. So, I started having 2 kidney failures with ketoacidosis in November. I've had a much harder time getting around since then. That's kind of why I started the 24/7 Hangouts.
Yeah, right. Can you get someone, a disability worker, to help you get out more?
No, they don't do that.
Yeah, social worker?
Yeah, they don't do that kind of thing.
That's useless. What do they do then? I don't even know.
You have to go to them, and you essentially can apply for various things through them.
Can you ring them up and ask them if you can, because you're getting cooped up too much? And
they don't really operate much by phone. I mean, phone numbers exist, but they don't really respond to it. So you really have to show up in person, and I've had a lot of trouble getting to the office since the kidney failure started in November. I've actually lost a couple of benefits. I call them food stamps here, and there's an EBT thing that goes with the food stamps. I've lost those since the kidney failure started because I couldn't really get to the office, and so on. Sorry, I left everybody out. So I take it there's, lots of concern about mental health and such. And welcome back, Joe. Yeah. Good to see you on again. There's, people across the world. Got Australia, the UK, and US covered here, I think.
Mm-hmm.
What about Canada?
Yeah. In Canada, yeah. It's, the Commonwealth plus the US. I actually know a few New Zealanders, too.
Oh, New Zealand. Yes.
Yeah,
I'd rather be.
Go ahead.
I'd rather be in New Zealand. It's you can smoke pot legally. You can get married if you're a transsexual or a gay person. It's much better there. They got their average IQ is 10 points higher than in Australia.
Give it up.
High.
How hard would it be for you to get a move there, Pam, if you wanted to?
Yeah, you can get dual citizenship pretty easily, apparently.
I mean, whatever you get, like being in Australia, I don't know, whatever you receive or whatever, could you still claim that in New Zealand? Or is it
possibly? Yeah. But it's too hard for me. I can't really move. I can't move.
Too settled in that, yeah?
Yeah, I've got my mum just up the road.
Oh, yeah, I forgot, yeah, sorry, yeah.
And my sister and my nephews and nieces, and to help out or whatever, vice versa.
Gotcha.
So I'd be silly to leave the country though. Maybe when mum passes on, maybe I might think about moving, but that could be 30 years away.
You will?
Yeah. I've heard they have better healthcare coverage, but their waiting lists for things are very long.
Oh, why the fuck's there like a fucking picture of like a paedophile picture come up?
Oh no, is that a...
Fuck him off, it's some Arab with a young kid done up as a fucking bird. Get rid of him.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well...
No, you got the wrong one. You just done the wrong one. you got rid of, what's her name? The other one, didn't you?
Yeah, there's an Arab there. Yeah, he's got an Arab name.
He's an Arab?
Yeah.
No, I hid the Arab from the broadcast.
Did you? Where the fuck?
Okay, I've got the profile picture. Or I've got the profile now, so...
Yeah, I see the Arabic writing. There, he said hi-oh.
Yeah, fuck off.
I don't see him say.
Look in the side chat, that picture's popping up, look.
I don't see it in the side chat.
Alright, I think I know why. You have to, everyone has to block them. So everyone does.
No, we can just eject him. Right, I've got the... Welcome back, Joe.
Yeah, that's well done.
What the hell?
No fucking nonsense, isn't it?
Okay.
What the hell?
Hopefully I didn't mess with your volume. Yeah, I know Michael Yanet is on from somewhere in New Zealand too. I don't remember the other girl's name though. It's been a few years since I've talked to her.
No, New Zealand definitely doing something right.
Yeah, there's Peter Moore too.
I mean, imagine that, like, I'm 130 IQ. If I move to New Zealand, my IQ goes down 10 points.
From 170?
130.
130, okay. Yogurt brings all the... Your soy yogurt brings all the boys to your... Well, I'm sticking to soy milk right now. Maybe I should try soy yogurt too. Actually, yeah, the nutrition statistics say it's got more calcium, more vitamin D than real milk, so to speak. So, I'll do it.
Do the soy milk challenge.
Yeah, it's not that challenging. It's actually just fine as far as I'm concerned. So I don't have much of a sense of taste or smells. They say it might be Kalman syndrome, so. But
No,
some physicians I've known personally who don't really have a, formal relationship to treat me have speculated or guessed or whatever. Calvin syndrome might be involved.
A lot of people with mental health issues have trouble smelling and tasting.
Well, could be. They
It's
thought
well
it was.
known, actually.
I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. You should try aromatherapy to kickstart your system back up again.
Well, I don't worry about
that either.
Go ahead.
Smoking kills your sense of smell and taste as well.
Well, yeah, there wasn't much of one there anyway.
Are you not a super taster?
What's that?
There's some people have more senses on their tongue, and just have more of them.
Yeah, some people see more colors with the eye too. There's,
yeah.
What do they call it? Is it dichromats or bichromats? Trichromats and tetrachromats. Right? That's what they call them.
That would be cool.
Yes. How many different kinds of color receptor rod or cones or whatever in the eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so something analogous, I guess, is going on in the tongue with different kinds of taste receptors. Yeah, my voice. I'm not doing my voice very well. Yoga mats, indeed.
You need a Pilates gym. They're cool. I want one.
Yeah, I should try stretching some or some. Or
Did Billy say something?
He's talking.
I'm just typing.
Oh.
Oh, of course you should know.
Something.
How would it be a jolly holiday without Mary? Maybe Mary Poppins isn't as popular across the pond.
Mary Poppins? I haven't seen that for
Yeah, it's
years.
Julie Henry's musical movie, I guess.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Oh, you've seen it. Welcome, Vaughn.
I've definitely seen it when I was a kid. What's going on, Vaughn?
Yeah.
Spell it. Spell that. Oh.
There are a few that can touch things like, yeah. Well, I'm not actually sure. You're talking about Abilify, or let me see what the actual name is again.
Aripiprazole.
Aripiprazole. Okay.
Yeah.
And avolition is interesting.
That one.
Very much that touches formal plant disorder. So. And I've also haven't seen one that doesn't have very serious metabolic effects. Which
Abilify has no metabolic side effects.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I saw that.
No, it's weight gain is not a side effect. Weight loss is. Weight loss the other way. Yeah, I know. I lost 20 kilograms after being on risperidone and transferring to Abilify.
Actually, it does seem to have weight gain as a side effect, greater than 10%.
All right, yeah. Yeah, don't know about that, but personally, I found it didn't put on any weight at all. So
Yeah. Also,
I lost
weight loss.
kilograms.
Sorry, you lost 20?
I lost, yeah, 20.
Yeah, I need to lose about 30. So, but it has both weight loss and weight gain as side effects. I think weight gain is more common. So, also has cardiac side effects.
Oh, really? What like?
Transient ischemic attacks.
Fuck. I get those.
Yeah.
That's what it is. I thought it was my hormones actually, but now I think about it, it's probably vilified's doing it.
Well, the hormones can do it too. So it's about the same.
Right.
I mean, not necessarily the same level, but they're both like 0.1% or less.
All right, it's low, but yeah, all right.
Well, the hormones are too.
I don't get them very often, and they're not very strong, so I'm not really worried about it.
Prolactin increases are also there. That's going to interfere with hormones.
Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
It's got tachycardia and bradycardia in there. I end up with both of those. Yeah,
Yeah. You really have to be careful, don't you?
Go ahead.
You have to be careful with the side effects.
Yeah. Say it's also. It's an add-on treatment for major depressive. But again, yeah. But a person seems to have I think formal thought disorder stuff.
I've got to go to toilet. Be right back.
In a bit, babe.
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
I think she's gone to the toilet or something. She said she'd be back in a bit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry, we were going on about mental health affairs, so. Your hormones are right weight. Oh, wow. Well, mine seems to need a bit of help, so.
Hey everyone.
Alright.
Hello. Good to see
Hi.
you.
Check out what I'm drinking. My favorite drink in the whole world.
Hold on. Where are we? What's that name?
Tears. Cisgender tears.
Cisgender tears. Go on.
Mmm. Delicious.
Sorry. Wonderful. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't do it again. Okay, there you go. Yeah. I'm not sure I have a way to bring that about. Might take a bit more of an empowered position.
Yeah, you need to do some research. Yeah, see which ones work better for you.
Research on what kind of work again?
Oh, on the medications. You know, it's a real job.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, too many cisgender tears, I think.
Yeah, I've tried a few things with psychiatrists and such. Because naturally, well, I need to see them and so on for other reasons, and well, I haven't found a whole lot of them to help. And with kind of metabolic problems I have, I mean, the ketoacidosis is a form of metabolic acidosis, so impacts of metabolism are pretty deadly. There's a lot of restriction on what exactly I can try.
Yeah, changing medication can kill you sometimes. It's not fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you followed my. I know you're watching sometimes, but I've got a plot in terms of dieting to drop that 30 kilos I'm talking about.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah. You've got a program.
Yep, I do, and I've worked on the formulas a little bit further. But there are probably two different areas where I could refine it a bit beyond formulas I worked on, one of which I haven't put into code. The BMR over the sort of provisioning interval? That I haven't put into code yet, which means basically just writing down a formula in whatever the language is, right? So it's not too big a deal. But the budget rollover. So if I save money on 1 month, rolling over the savings into the next, and then using that potentially to buy fancier superfoods or whatever. That I haven't actually accounted for yet. And then third, I haven't actually figured out the math for, but basically because I have to buy some kind of number of items because of preparation limitations. Those will have daily variations within the provisioning interval instead of just being the sum total of all the food for the provisioning interval, like the week or whatever, divided by 7 days, right? So accounting for that would help with it too.
I've noticed there's a few apps for dieting apps, right?
Oh, you found
vodka. Montague.
I'm gonna look.
Nadia. Perfect. Josor. Lithuanian vodka.
Is that Russian?
Ten best diet nutrition apps. Okay, Fujike.
There's a Weight Watchers one.
Yeah, I see Shopwell.
The thing is, you have to buy their food.
Right.
So you should make an open source one that you can use a various set of products, right? But a limited set of products, right? That you can just buy instead of having to buy the Weight Watchers, system, so to speak. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah. The idea has generally been to have people go around scanning the labels at the stores, and then from what's at the store, the labels you see, carry out the selections there, right? Optimize the selections available. So.
Yeah. That would be really good because the systems that they have going at the moment require you to buy their products, right?
Right. Yeah.
And so you've got an edge, haven't you? Because like if the system's already available, you have to buy their products. If you had a system that didn't require that, then you would be your competitiveness would be much higher, and you would get sales. I think you should really get into that.
Oh, absolutely. And Fudd Martin and I have actually been working on it, and
yeah,
been doing a lot of research into the nutrition information databases and the product code databases. And he's able to get the product code scans well enough, but the nutrition information for various kinds of privately produced products is not easily available. So
you just have to. You're just going to have to keep a restricted set of products only. Like not like you can't have. I mean, you can't eat takeaway. It's going to put a dimper on your thing. But takeaway is out. You know, you have to seriously diet with XYZ foods that are on the list, right?
Welcome, Rev. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be on the list. One of the things he's talked about is using optical character recognition for just the labels on foods. And another is that things actually do appear in food databases around, but their completeness is pretty poor. So
yeah,
there are applications that have this, but they aren't really disclosing or documenting how they're or what information they're getting. So if we could find out from the other application developers where they got that, we'd be able to use it and then plug it in. Go ahead.
Yo, Zor.
They could be just making that up, you know.
Sorry?
All thine do. Nadia. Perfect. Yo.
Okay, that's bizarre.
Funny.
Yeah, well, having a way to get me or keep me working on things and through the actual eviction and such is kind of derailing the other efforts on the actual software. So
yeah, I would just start with a restricted set, and then as you go, just build it up as you go.
yeah, well, I mean, this isn't the only one I've thought of, or the only kind of application or whatever it is I thought of that I can just apply that to. I mean.
Yeah, right. I mean, you're allowed to put beta software. You're allowed to sell it. You know, you're allowed to sell beta software. I mean, there's plenty of people that do.
Sure.
I would just go ahead and just get it up there, and in some workable order, and then just sell it. You know, whether it's complete or not, just go for it. Yeah, as I said.
Let me see what I found for information database here. I just Googled one at some point, and it was like open something.
Open. What's it?
OpenNutritionDatabase.com. Okay.
All right.
Hey Nadia, I want to let you know with your new overlay, you should push down the Patreon right at the top. You know, the Q codes. You should push them down about, I don't know, 40, 50 pixels, something like that, because on the YouTube stream you can't see the links. You can see the one on the right hand, but on the left hand you can't see it because the Google Plus watermark covers up your link. So push it down a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Yep, he's right. He's right. It is covered up.
Yeah. Let me see what I have. It shows it's not that close on the. Okay, in my live video stream or whatever, I'm not showing it, but I believe you. Okay. I'll start up Chrome, take a look at it, see how many pixels it is on my screen. I've got the images I'm working with open, so I can adjust it pretty quick here.
Yeah, just push it down, I don't know, 40, 50 pixels, something like that, because on the YouTube stream, the Patreon link is covered up, and that's probably the most important one, so just saying, you know?
Right, right. Okay. They're all on mute, so I'll let that run for a little bit and stop the other one. Yeah, it's mostly of use on other people's Hangouts if I appear in them. But that said, and I have a different actual overlay and such. Okay, I see. Okay, I see it. I'll screen share. Hang on. That tells me how much to use. Yeah, the 640 by 360 is how much it actually uses and such. So I
use 1940 to 1080.
Yeah, 1080 is kind of a way of guessing, but okay.
Yeah, it's covering it. So just push it down, maybe, I don't know, 40, 50 pixels, something like that.
Yeah, not a problem. I can. Okay, I'll try and get the other side even too. So.
Yeah, because I mean, the whole purpose of you having the link up there is for people to be able to see it. And, you know, I was watching you all night, and I was like, maybe I should pop in and tell her really quick. But, yeah, you can't see it on YouTube because the thing is covering the entire link up almost. So.
Okay, that's just text, right? So. Okay, save the. Okay, and export to. And bear with me. Reload the image. Yeah, and that should do it. And it's a little bit uneven, but it doesn't matter. We're all set. I think we are. I may not have it loaded to where it's moved yet. Yeah, it's enough of a delay. Who knows?
Have you seen open product data?
Open product data? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
No, but I'll look at it now.
So I was looking at it as well. It's an Open Knowledge Foundation working group on open product data. Community database to build a public database of product data.
I will investigate that very quickly. Because that would make a big difference.
It says here also that the National Nutrition Database.
Yeah, that I've seen, and it doesn't have very many commercial products.
It's in raw text files. You'd have to scan it. Sorry, you'd have to pass it with Linux and sort it into a database. Yeah.
Yeah, we've gone over that.
You've done that?
Yeah, the National Nutrition Database doesn't really have the information. Doesn't have the commercial products.
Yeah. It's only got the scientific names in it there.
Right, that's pretty much the trouble.
What you could do is, if you could cross-link the product database to the nutrition database.
Oh, well, for the UPC and so on codes, yeah.
If you take the product data, yeah, and then link it to the nutrition part of the database, then you've got a winner, haven't you?
Okay.
Right.
There we go for
perfect
overlay of the Google logo and such. Okay.
Perfect.
I have a second one to use on other people's Hangouts, so I'll work on that one.
It's not working very well.
What's that?
Oh, the open product data web page isn't working very well.
Yeah.
They've got some apps here. It says the shopping tricorder.
Shopping tricorder.
Yeah. If you could link the shopping tricorder with a dieting app, I think you're on a win with it. I really do. So all the other ones use private databases.
Okay.
Oh, here's another one. Open Fat Food. I'll write that down.
Oh, those are for restaurant meals. Yeah, those are.
Here's one here. Openfood.org. Facts. The Free Food Products Database. Oh, right. That's what you want. Yeah, this is good. Yeah. It's got 40,000 products in the database. How's that?
Well, I can't see how good of coverage that is offhand.
Yeah, what information they have. Yeah. I'll have a look. It's got an ingredients list and nutrition facts in there as well.
Yeah, I think it's mostly safe to assume not restaurant, but on the other hand, well, getting what we can about restaurants would still help. It's mostly going to tell you not to get restaurant meals, though.
Don't get takeaway or go to restaurants, yeah. Unless, of course, you know what's in it. You know, unless you know, oh, potatoes, this much of potatoes, and you can put that in the you can put that in the list. No.
Maybe.
If you had a steak, you can say, oh, how many grams of steak did you have? And stuff.
Oh, no way. And there's a lot of variability once you get there, because mostly packaged products are going to have reliable information.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so I see it working.
Okay. If they're on a serious diet, you can't really have restaurant food. It's gonna interfere with your diet. You know.
Exactly. Yeah. And okay, so the other one for the external hangouts is working too. Just got my G+ link and so on and so forth.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll go back to the regular one. Now we can only get everyone else to come in here on video so they can actually put QR codes in their own.
Well, that's what the open product food facts do. That food, you just use their database. I reckon open food facts.
Open food facts. Okay.
Yeah, do it.
Okay.
Have a look at it. It's awesome. I put the link in there.
I just Googled
Yeah.
it. Yeah, right up.
Yeah, do that because they've got 40,000 products in that database. It's worldwide. You can market the app worldwide. Then use your equations. Use this database.
Well, I need more than this one because I've searched this one and I'm pretty sure that a lot of the things I've been having don't show up.
Okay.
This is the one. So, for instance, Amy's.
You can put them in. If they're not on the list, you can put them in.
Yeah, the only Amy's brand thing is the enchilada black bean and vegetable. The canned chili that Amy's has is not on in the database. So. Yeah, we need some help.
Yeah, if they can't, if they're eating something that's not on the database, then just get them to put it in there, and then then they'll be right.
Yeah, yeah. Have an interface for punching in the data by hand and such.
Yeah, right. Just have a front end to this other site. Yeah.
Well, keep a local add-on database and yeah, send that upstream.
Interface database. Yeah, like get one database to interact with that database, and then if there's other databases, get them to interact with that as well.
Yeah. They don't have a way to send things upstream quite so willy-nilly, but you could, if you, I mean, kind of maintain like the things you've accumulated things for and ship it upstream here and there. That would help.
Yeah, so you'd have to buy some cloud computers to run the database, and then all you need is app interface to the databases, the cloud database.
Right.
And then so the part I don't know anything about is how to write an app for various things.
Yeah. There's a way to contact like the developers of some of the other apps and find out how they did it. That would be good too.
Why don't you start with a web page? Just start with a web page. Get an app computer and start writing a web page that does what you do, and then transfer it to app at some point.
Kind of make it a CGI script. The database is a bit of a question. It's more feeding the data. The app. I mean, the app's pretty simple.
Yeah, the app's simple. Alright. No,
Yeah.
you can run the web page and the database on the same machine.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So they're interconnecting very easily that way.
You say you're primarily a vocalist, Rev?
Yeah, guitar for me is more so just, you know, if I had one with one single string and just, you know, that'd be my method, kind of like Manson does. You know, I'm not trained. You know, I suck for the most part. So.
Okay.
Vox is my thing, and I know Vaughn can relate. Vaughn's a good vocalist himself. He can sing it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've had people. I've actually had people come to me and say, Vaughn, you know, since you got a little girl, you can get her to do the talk part of Enter Sandman. And I said, well, you know, I actually could maybe. I could probably get her to do that and then record it, and then do the singing part myself. I don't know. I haven't think about it. I'm thinking about it. I might do that. My very own version of Enter Sandman.
Go for it.
I've been thinking about it.
Do it, man. That'd be awesome. Did you see that one version they have on? I think it's like an Irish type folk style. I think it's Enter Sandman. It's a Metallica song, but they did a really, really, really good job on that.
S&M is the best thing ever, man. You know, when Metallica did all their songs with the orchestra, holy shit,
Yeah.
that was some good stuff.
Brung it all out. I'm not much of a heavy rocker, but I'll do a little bit of head banging while I'm driving down the street or something, you know, blast it.
I like what some of these newer bands are doing, where they're taking heavy metal, thrash, and grunge, mixing it all together, and then putting it out, and you know, it blends real good. At least it's, you know, the way I've heard it done so far, it seems to do really, really good. And I
haven't
like
heard any new music. I'm still like kind of crotchety about it, you know. That's not music. This is music. Guess I just open my ears and listen.
My fave is either when they take orchestra shit like an S&M, or they take like techno and layer it over metal. Holy, works for me.
Yngwie Malmsteen was the first to do that. take classical music and then do his guitar work, and it turned out pretty good, man.
Who was that?
Yngwie Malmsteen.
I'm not familiar.
Arguably one of the greatest guitarists in the world.
Oh.
Yeah, Yngwie Malmsteen. Yeah, Eddie Van Halen is not number one. Okay, we moved on. We moved on, man.
Yeah, I could listen to Rammstein all day. Love that shit.
Well, Rammstein and Yngwie Malmsteen are two different animals. Rammstein is a German group, and Yngwie Malmsteen is a Dutch guitarist. So they're two different animals. Two different animals.
I got you. Oh man, I'm telling you, some of the stuff. Rammstein's album. Oh geez. It's the one with America on it. America with a K. That whole I could listen to that on repeat all day. Love that album.
Yeah, they got some good stuff. I've listened to some of it.
What do they? I think they call it in Germany trance metal, right? Trance, something like that. It's basically dance metal. Like you can get out on the dance floor and dance to that stuff. So cool shit.
That's what they do in Brazil. I know that. They do it to friggin' Sepultura.
Oh, Sepultura, yes, Nadia. Good name. Love that band. Roots, Bloody Roots, good one.
Well, I don't know much about them than being Brazilian.
Yeah, like reggae metal almost. Well, not reggae metal, but tribal metal. Sort of like heavy drums, shit like that. They're great. Love Sepultura. Yeah, that's another debate. How do you say their name? Is it Sepultura or Sepultura?
I'd say Sepultura. I'd say it's Sepultura.
You know them, Vaughn? You a fan?
Not really, but I would say that seems to make more sense to my ear. But I could be wrong too.
Check them out, man. If you're a fan of metal at all, check them out. They're good.
All right. I shall. I may have some of their stuff for Von Live already, but I'll check them out. If I like their stuff, man, I'll download some of their stuff and use it on Von Live. I had somebody friend me on Facebook. Somebody friended me on Twitter, a new band, and so I downloaded a few of their songs. Well, I checked out the songs first. Then I liked them real well, so I downloaded them and I played them on Live, let people hear them, man. And it was pretty good. It's pretty good. It's standard thrash metal, but it is pretty good. I liked it.
Hey, Vaughn.
Yes.
On your karaoke setup, how do you run that? Do you run that through like a CD player, or do you have it on a laptop, or?
No, believe it or not, I'm using my computer speakers. Believe it or not.
Oh, okay.
I just use my computer.
Because I have like I think it's like a KG something karaoke machine, but I have about 80 CDs with about everything to think of. I want to put that onto like a laptop, I run it through that type of system.
Right. No, I just use my ordinary computer speakers.
Cool.
And then if I need to mix it or blend it or whatever later on, I can do that with software. But
Cool.
usually I try to keep it as raw as possible.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get all because I have like over 100 CDs, but there's only like 2 or 3 songs on each CD that's really interesting or I like. So I try to find a software that will recognize it, so I could compile it to 1 or 2 CDs.
Well, I did that song from Skyrim completely raw. Even the mixing was raw. It wasn't finalized. And the reason I uploaded it is because somebody wanted me to upload it that way. They said, don't spit and polish it. Put it up there as raw as you possibly can. I'm like, okay, okay, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
But so that's why it doesn't sound. It's not perfectly in sync, and it's not You know, it's not, you know, all my I's are not dotted and all my T's are not crossed because they wanted me, this person wanted me to put it up raw. And so that's what I did.
Cool.
And, but yeah, I've had a lot of people want me to do Enter Sandman, especially since I've got my daughter back there who could do the child part.
Uh-huh.
I've been thinking about it. I haven't made no decision yet, but I've been thinking about it.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the real test is when you go a cappella. You just do it from your own vocals. You don't have anything behind you. You just do it. You know.
Well, that's what I did. That's what I did with that Skyrim song, and you know, that's what they told me they wanted. You know, they just want my voice, no music, no nothing, just my voice. And you know, so I had to do 3 parts, obviously, but they just wanted my voice, and so okay, you know, whatever, I'll do it. But that is the true test of a singer, is if he can do it a cappella. If he can do it a cappella, he can do it anyway. Then.
Oh, I'm horrible. I gotta get really drunk first.
The butterflies only last for a while.
Yeah, the problem with that is, though, Vic, is you think you sound good, but you're actually sucking.
You gotta always play your shit back. Yeah, you gotta always play your shit back and listen to yourself and how yourself.
When it comes down to like Johnny Cash and Elvis, I got that down pretty packed. I have no problems with those. Yeah.
Your baby, put a chain around my neck and lead me anywhere. Oh, let me be your teddy bear. Yeah, Elvis was one of the first karaoke stuff I did, man.
But my wife, she can sing. She brings a house down over there at the bar.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Who's that?
See what?
Pamela take off?
Huh, what?
Oh, I was just looking at one of the Android apps that would be kind of competition.
Android app.
Yeah. Well, there's talk of like making an Android app. Okay. Okay, 2:30.
Did you say Android app for what? I'm sorry?
Yeah, basically, we're talking about like an Android app that I would write, and basically like the competing features and such, and like there doesn't seem to be much that does the same kind of decision making that my app would, or the idea for the app I've got would do. But of the other apps that are related to it out there, or have similar ideas out there, they seem to be able to get information about like foods and things that
Oh, like on the
I
fly?
don't know how to get. So.
I only worked with Flash apps, just basic stuff with Flash for phones.
Yeah, people will spam the backlog too far for me to see whether Pamela left or not. Oh, Betta's here. Joe. Okay. Who knows? My system's really lagged. I might just have too many windows open in Firefox, and it's not the entire system, but just Firefox.
Yeah, Nadia, Pam left around 5:13.
So about 7 minutes ago? Okay.
Right.
Just because I have two risks. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, Pam popped out.
Go ahead.
I said, yeah, Pam hopped out a while back, man.
Yeah. Oh, I think Rebecca's actually watching her. Not Rebecca, Joe. Or not Joe. Jennifer.
Yeah, Nadia. Hey, I'll pop off. I just wanted to let you know about your new overlay, that it had to come down a little bit so that people could see your links. So that's all I wanted to come on for. You doing okay, hon? How you feeling today?
Pretty tired, and I missed my disability evaluation appointment.
That's,
no worries.
That really sucks. I hope you can reschedule one and you get it through. You know, I'm sick of this shit, Nadia. I fucking hate seeing you in this position, and it pisses me off. So I'm thinking about you, and remember, you got my Skype. Whatever I can do, remember me. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Peace out, hon. Take care.
Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, so we've got to change over about 4 minutes. Or I'll start a changeover in 4 minutes and so on. There are other kinds of I don't know, kind of mathy type things that I can do for all kinds of I guess cell phone app ideas. This is not the only one.
Yeah, I'm more of a graphic designer type dude. So if you ever need anything, any kind of images or GIFs or anything like that, you can always hit me up for that.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I think part of my trouble though is getting pictures to represent myself or something that would plug into some of it.
What do you mean? Pictures of your actual self, or pictures that represent you more than?
My actual self.
Okay.
And the thought would be to like use I don't know, profile pictures or like YouTube splash screens or whatever.
Oh yeah, I could do that. I do photo retouches, and I could change the backgrounds and all that good stuff.
Add things like my overlay or whatever to. Add things like informational things like in my overlay and such. And
yeah, I could create the overlays. I'm just not sure how to put them in there to where they'll pop up when you want them to. But I could do all the overlays and graphics and everything.
Yeah, they're just 640 by 360 images with transparent backgrounds, and whatever's not transparent gets overlaid on top of your video stream. But you know, it wouldn't be so much for an overlay per se, but rather when something like what the overlays do, put into a still picture that's put up as a logo on the YouTube channel for.
So kind of like a transparency that'll come in at one point, or.
Well, no. You know the still picture they used for the YouTube video when it hasn't started yet? Right?
Yeah.
Like dressing that picture, still picture up, right? So. Still
gotcha.
Then, like, drop informational things into it, like the overlay.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
What it does for that. So on. You can be a bit fancier because you don't have to be quite so robust against screen movement and so on and so forth. But at the same time, I mean, just pulling off what I already did took me like, you know, hours and hours. And I had to retouch it, over here, and it took me ages to do that, and so on.
Shockwave Flash has crashed. I'll be back.
No trouble. I'll get the link out to the new one.
That's my email I put up there. So if you have anything you want to send me with any ideas or anything like that, you just send it to me and I can work on it for you. Or just tell me where to pull them from, and I could get them.
Okay, the link to the new Hangout is in the sidebar text chat. There you go. Got a changeover in 2 minutes plus change.
Time to jump ship.
Yeah. Okay, Benna, the V, and your name. Okay, Benna and the V. Just Benna now. Whoops. See if we can get Von Helton also. Von Helton is actually pretty friendly on the sexual ethics front. That helps a bit. Good. Oh, hey, stop the music, stop the music. Thank you. And good to see you on again, Scott, and also Victor.
No.
So Joe, what do you have in mind for applications? What kind of application could I write to make your life easier on you? Alright, cheers, Benna. I said you'd be watching, and I guess even though you're not in the Hangout, well, it'll be good to have you in the audience or in the Hangout again. Be where you care to be. Yeah, looks like Nate's Hangout's getting a lot of action. But, I don't know. Low-key is happy enough for me. Oh, darn it, Scott. I was hoping you'd stick with us and have conversations. Could have asked him what kind of, I don't know, Android or iOS or other app we could use. Well, maybe like what kind of like computer decision-making help could you use like on the fly mobily?
I could design a web page that can jump to an updated PDF from an updated site. That's easy. But to grab individual information, I wouldn't know how to start to do that.
Well, that's part of the problem, of course, but